Welcome to Lao Jung audiobook. The novel for you now is Throne of the Werewolf. Chapter 51. What is this place? In front of him was a pitch-black passage where one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. The darkness enveloped everything. The narrow space was extremely oppressive. Invisibly, a terrible aura was surging. When walking, it was as if a huge rock was pressing down on one's body. Sunburner looked solemn and whispered, "You will know soon." Princess Angtina paused for a moment, said lightly, and continued to walk forward. This sentence was simply an unnecessary inquiry. Just after walking out of the mouth of the deep-sea dragon beast, it was clear at a glance what this place was. However, what surprised Sunburner was that there seemed to be another world in the belly of the deep-sea dragon beast, and there was no trace of life in the air. It is not difficult to guess that this deep-sea dragon beast is undoubtedly dead, and the space inside should have been transformed by power to form a special space. If the main material plane is compared to an extremely large space, countless races live on it, like a huge sphere, and on the outside of the sphere, there are many bubbles attached, and each bubble represents a space, some large and some small. Some of them exist naturally, while others are forcibly opened up by terrifying forces. As far as Sunburner knows, this kind of power can only be opened up by contacting the forbidden land of the gods. In other words, unless the gods descend, only terrifying demigods can open up this main material plane. Just like the ancient Lord of Thunder, the great demigod, even the evil god New Moon and the Lord of Buried Shadows can be destroyed. In this main material plane where the gods cannot descend in person, demigods are no less powerful than the clones of those powerful gods. Many thoughts flashed through Sunburner's mind, and he was secretly more frightened by the strength of the St. Luce Empire. Perhaps behind the huge national strength, there are still terrifying demigods, or they can communicate with the high gods to open up such an independent space. Not long after, Angtina stopped and a bright light shone in front of her. It was a huge door without edges, with various ancient runes carved on it, like a series of patterns connected into a complete whole, more like a huge formation, standing forever on the invisible sky, and unable to see the distant edge. Where is this? What a terrible momentum! Sunburner's eyes were solemn, looking at the door that spanned between heaven and earth. The ancient vicissitudes of life came to his face. The huge formation constructed by the ancient runes exuded a compelling momentum, rolling like a tide, shaking down invisibly. This momentum even exceeded the limit of the holy power. Sunburner couldn't help but wonder if the legendary professional could open it. A little golden light shone, and Angtina held the golden seal with both hands, making an inaudible but ancient vicissitudes of life sound. The huge light gate runes flickered, and a series of golden lights gathered into a huge light column and fell on her. A trace of golden light swept across her body, and a terrible breath emanated from her body. Sunburner couldn't help but feel his body sink, and the pressure like a tide suppressed his mind. In an instant, Angtina was like the king of animals. The roar of a tiger in the mountains shook the air, shaking his soul and mind like a tide. This was the power of blood. The ancient runes on the light gates stimulated the dormant sacred blood in Angtina, and the momentum of the king of beasts surged out, like an abyss or a prison, making people tremble and extremely horrified. Gods have surpassed the limits of mortals. Their blood has long evolved to another level. Looking down on mortals is like looking down on ants underground. The gap between the two is one day and one earth. There is no comparison at all. Ka-cha-cha. A shocking loud sound suddenly poured out from the light gate. The rolling breath washed over like a whirlwind, and it was even more windy and thunderous, like a storm sweeping through. The terrifying suffocating air wave pushed Sunburner several meters away. The royal library is so majestically built, it deserves to be called the Saint Empire. Sunburner exclaimed in submission. He had to go through many levels to enter the royal library, some of which were beyond human control. If he did not have the blood of the St. Luce royal family, he would not be able to come here. With such a tight blockade, even a legendary professional could not enter. Let me show you the true face of the royal library. As soon as he stepped into the boundary of the light gate, he saw a huge space in front of him, with white clouds, blue sky and green land, and a peaceful and calm atmosphere. Before entering the royal library, Sunburner had imagined many scenes in his mind, but seeing this scene with his own eyes still made him feel extremely surprised. He could not imagine that the royal library of the St. Luce Empire was such a peaceful space. Sunburner looked up at the tree in front of him, which was as tall as the clouds. The trunk was forked, and branches spread outward. There were balls of light hanging on it, and the aura inside was flickering, like a colorful Christmas tree. The luster of various colors complemented each other, and the colorful colors were like lanterns. The ones hanging on this ancient tree are all Do-Chi secret books, all of which are secret books that have been cultivated to at least the level of Sky Knight. These Do-Chi secret books will be rewarded to the heroes who have made contributions to the Empire. At that time, they were not qualified to enter here. The royal family will give them various Do-Chi secret books according to their contributions and levels, ranging from Sky Knight to legendary professionals. Do you see those shining colorful lusters? The luster above represents the attributes of the Do-Chi secret book, such as the red color of the fire attribute, etc. Since you are my slave, I will give you a privilege and let you choose it yourself, but you only have one chance. Princess Antina explained, with pride in her tone. It is hard to imagine that a royal library can have so many powerful secret books, and they are not ordinary Do-Chi secret books. The light balls above are all memory light balls, which contain all the contents of the Do-Chi secret book. There is no need to check them page by page. You only need to eat the light balls, and all the cultivation foundations will be imprinted in your mind, without any error. Sunburner looked up and watched the tall trees go deep into the blue sky. He estimated that there were hundreds or thousands of light balls. Even if he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp. It was too shocking. Antina folded her hands and looked at him with a smile on her face. There was a smile in her eyes. She said nothing and let Sunburner choose for himself. Those heroes who made great contributions to the Empire sometimes received rewards from the royal family. They entered this space and chose the Do-Chi secret book. Every time they saw the situation here, everyone was shocked. Such a magnificent scene was dazzling. No matter how strong their mentality was, such a terrifying scene still shocked them. However, to her disappointment, Sunburner soon calmed down, staring at the colorful balls of light hanging on the tall trees for a long time, and suddenly pointed at a meteor above his head, saying, "Is that meteor also a secret book of fighting spirit?" Swish! A white light streaked across the sky, and the meteor fell to the ground with a long tail. When Antina's eyes froze and her expression was full of surprise, Sunburner soared into the sky like a rocket and rushed towards the falling meteor. Chapter 52. No, you can't. Antina's big eyes suddenly widened, her expression was obviously a little shocked, her mouth opened wide, and a ball of white light suddenly exploded in her vision. Before she finished speaking, a round of light like daylight rose up and instantly covered Sunburner. The bright eyes were uncertain, and there was surprise in her eyes. It seemed that Antina didn't quite believe what she saw and was very surprised by Sunburner's situation. Looking up at the blue sky and white clouds, there was no more meteor streaking across the sky above the peaceful sky, as if the scene just now was just an illusion, making it a little unpredictable. Abai's luck is too strong. He attracted the appearance of the meteor-level Do-Chi secret book the first time he came here, and merged with it. This kind of luck is really too good. Or is it fate, destined to happen? No, this guy has many secrets that I don't know. Soon, the surprise on Antina's face disappeared, her eyebrows curved, and a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, as if she had found something interesting, and her mood became excited. A werewolf I picked up casually can actually merge with the meteor-level Do-Chi secret book. Doesn't it prove that I have a keen eye for pearls and found an incredible guy casually? In the surging white light, Sunburner closed his eyes tightly, and the meteor exploded, turning into transparent silk threads, like the tentacles of an octopus, piercing Sunburner's head. The huge amount of information was like a rushing river. The rolling river water rushed down and rushed into the depths of the mind, and the surging information rushed in the depths of the mind. Fortunately, Sunburner's will was strong enough to let the rolling information be engraved in the depths of his mind and on his soul. This is the biggest harm of the memory light ball. This way of instilling memory is really a test of people's will. If you are not careful, your consciousness will collapse. Your soul will be blank, and you will become a living dead who can't think. In fact, even if Sunburner wanted to stop, he couldn't control the light ball to instill information. Once the memory light ball began to enlighten him, there would only be one situation that would stop. That is, being overwhelmed by the initiation of consciousness and the collapse of the soul. Therefore, Sunburner maintained a sober attitude and allowed the huge amount of information to be engraved on his soul. This was his first time entering the St. Luce Royal Library. He didn't understand everything at all. Whether it was the space sacred tree, the memory light ball, or the information introduced by Princess Antina, it was even more impossible for Sunburner to know what the meteor-like light ball represented. There are hundreds of light balls hanging on the sacred tree of space. They were collected by the masters of the empire from various forces over thousands of years. There are all kinds of levels from sky knights to legendary professionals. I am afraid that few races or empires on the main material plane can match them. But only members of the royal bloodline know that above the legendary professional fighting secrets, there is also a powerful clan-level fighting secret hidden in the royal library. It is the meteor light ball that passed through the sky that day, representing the highest achievement of a race or force. Although it is also defined as the level of legendary professionals, it is easier to impact the highest level by practicing this clan-level fighting secret. After the collapse of some powerful forces and empires, this clan-level fighting secret was plundered and enriched in the royal library, but it will not appear at will, unless it fits with it and triggers the movement of the meteorite ball. Otherwise, even the legendary professional cannot make it appear, let alone reward it. Because of this, Princess Antina showed surprise and amazement. It has been a while since the St. Luce Empire has displayed this clan-level doji secret book. In fact, Sunburner faced the flying meteorite ball without thinking, but instinctively felt a kind of intimacy, like a long-lost relative opened his arms to embrace him, making people unable to help but rush forward. As a result, in the dazzling white light, transparent silk threads deeply penetrated into Sunburner's mind. As time passed, the light gradually dimmed. The surging information appeared in his mind as pictures. The short but long feeling made Sunburner gradually immersed in this strange experience. In the hall of the St. Luce Imperial Palace, behind the table, sat a middle-aged man. His eyebrows were like sharp swords, his eyes were like blazing suns, and he had golden hair, reviewing memorials. Sitting motionless, the invisible breath was like a motionless giant beast, quietly staying there, but it made people feel a terrifying feeling that once they stood up, the sky would fall and the earth would collapse. He suddenly raised his head, and a golden light flashed through the depths of his eyes. In the hall, a strong and repressive aura was silently released. That repressive aura came from the spiritual level, but it could also act on the material level. A thought or a movement could even cause fluctuations in the energy of heaven and earth. Originally calm, it suddenly became thunderous and turbulent, just like a strong wind on the vast ocean, rolling up huge waves, and the terrible power could collapse a piece of space at any time. His eyes were intimidating, his eyes were like thunder, and just a trace of breath leaked out made the hall full of turbulent aura, rolling waves, and roaring momentum, easily suppressing the holy power. What nonsense! You actually brought an outsider into the royal library. The majestic gaze condensed, the air sank, and the terrifying pressure instantly stagnated the hall. The calm voice contained a surging majesty, which shocked the heaven and earth and made them dead silent. Huh! That werewolf is very strange and unusual. He actually absorbed the last memory light ball left by the disappeared mountain giant. This light ball has been stored for more than 200 years. Since Antina likes it, let that werewolf get it. Send someone to observe the werewolf around Antina. Don't let him find out. Unless he hurts Antina, don't alarm him. The faint voice formed a thunder, and the air twisted. A figure appeared first, silently saluted upwards, and re-entered the air, disappearing without a trace. An interesting werewolf. Angtina found him from the Arctic ice field. He has a breath that does not belong to the material world, and he seems to have some knowledge of the changes on the polar ice field. He stood up slowly, wearing a long robe, and a terrible breath enveloped the air, twisting it into a fear. The only person who can control all the changes in the palace is the Emperor of the St. Luce Empire. Even more terrifying than outsiders guessed, if Sunburner heard what he said just now, he would definitely be surprised. This person is not only the most powerful person in the St. Luce Empire, but also a terrifying legendary professional. Chapter 53. The Royal Library. The space finally returned to calm, the white light dissipated, and Sunburner showed a clear figure. When he raised his head, he met a pair of clear eyes. Princess Angtina hummed. Allowing you to enter the Royal Library is already the biggest concession I've made. I didn't expect you to take away a meteorite ball. How can I explain this to my father? I was reckless. Sunburner couldn't help but look strange. The benefits he got this time were huge, much better than expected. Initially, it was considered luck to get a legendary professional's fighting spirit secret book, but the fighting spirit secret book imprinted in the soul is much more powerful than the ordinary legendary level fighting spirit secret book, more like it was tailor-made for Sunburner. You have always pretended to be deep with me, this time I finally caught your little braid. Hum, I have a chance to let you taste my power. Looking at Sunburner's unnatural performance, Princess Angtina was secretly pleased. Since picking up this guy, from beginning to end, this guy has always acted calm and never demanded anything. This time he finally felt guilty, so he was naturally very happy. Okay, I won't bother with you about this. You owe me a favor. Princess Angtina pretended to be generous, but the cunning emotions flashing in her eyes were clearly revealed. Following Princess Angtina on the teleportation array and leaving the Royal Library, Her Royal Highness waved her hand and rewarded Sunburner with a lot of spiritual fluid and crystal stones, allowing him to practice well. It seemed that even Princess Angtina herself did not realize that after Sunburner merged with the meteorite ball, her attitude was more like treating a friend of equal status. I heard that the weaker Bai won the favor of Her Royal Highness the Princess and was rewarded with more resources and a higher level of doji secrets. He has been practicing in seclusion. I wonder what level he will reach next time. Higher level doji secrets. Sky Knight? Or Holy Power? It can't be the highest level secrets of legendary professionals, right? Do you think legendary doji secrets are cabbages on the roadside? I think it's probably the secrets of holy power. Who made Abai please Her Royal Highness the Princess and rewarded him with a large number of training resources. Oh, why don't I have such good luck? Every day, the guards and servants who passed by the gate of the hall where Sunburner lived could not help but talk about it when they looked at the closed door. After the order of Her Royal Highness the Princess was issued, Sunburner closed the door of the hall, ignored worldly affairs, and immersed himself in cultivation. The heavy door blocked all kinds of eyes from the outside world, and outsiders could not see that the sharp golden light in the hall was like a golden sword, which was lined up in the air, forming a sea of swords and mountains. The air was silent, and the oppressive sharp breath spread from Sunburner. A little bit of blurred golden light visible to the naked eye left his body and turned into different kinds of sharp weapons. Sunburner was like a rising golden sun, with a terrible and sharp momentum, like a sword out of the body, rushing straight into the sky. The fierce and outrageous momentum was like a tide, and a golden tide was boiling and rushing in all directions. He was like the master who controlled the space of the hall, and his figure was like a sword out of the sheath, so sharp that people could not look at it. The spreading golden light affected the entire hall. Any breath or person who dared to step into this space would instantly suffer a terrible attack of thousands of swords piercing their hearts and thousands of knives piercing their bodies. Boom! It was as if an invisible arm suddenly pulled up the golden light, and a huge black shadow appeared above the space behind Sunburner. He roared to the sky, and his huge body penetrated into the vast space. The terrible roar was like thunder and thousands of horses galloping. The air vibrated violently, and suddenly a surging wave formed in the hall. Slowly, the golden light on Sunburner's body gathered on the phantom, and the huge but blurred phantom gradually became clear. A pair of horrified eyes like the bright sun burst out with a terrifying pressure that frightened people. The air vibrated, and cracks inch by inch spread outward near the huge black shadow. The golden body was like a golden mountain made of gold. The compelling golden light was more dazzling than the sun. When you looked closely, you could feel sharp swords shooting out from the void and penetrating deep into your eyes, making your soul tremble and your mind scream. The huge golden giant was like a mountain, standing between heaven and earth. Its surging and terrifying momentum was like clouds and waves, and like rivers flowing back, fierce and unpredictable. Suddenly, Sunburner opened his eyes suddenly, and a terrible light like golden thunder shot out directly, and a momentum like a deep abyss and a prison was vented. The air was shaken, and a golden sun finally broke through the horizon and jumped onto the vast sky. As the golden giant in the depths of the void roared to the sky, the invisible momentum was like lightning that broke through the sky. In an instant, the palace throbbed, and a stream of terrible consciousness passed through the sky. In the dark, pairs of terrible eyes opened and watched the changes in the hall. In the palace hall, the middle-aged man was reviewing memorials. The tip of his pen suddenly paused, and a little black ink spread on the white paper. He raised his head, and his mighty and domineering eyes looked in the direction of Princess Antina's bedroom. It seemed that he had carved a serious expression and suddenly smiled. This time Antina has found a good person. Although Sunburner has integrated the doji classics of the town clan level and successfully cultivated and has recovered to the level of a golden warrior, his future achievements will definitely not be bad, and it is not impossible for him to be promoted to a holy power in the future. Even so, in the eyes of the Emperor of the St. Luce Empire, he is just good. Of course, he controls thousands of miles of territory, and his subordinates are like forests and strong men. He is naturally qualified to say such words. Moreover, he withdrew all the strong men who were watching with a big stroke of his pen, which indirectly saved Sunburner a lot of trouble. No one wants to be stared at by a pair of strange eyes when practicing. Finally recovered, it's really not easy. Sunburner spoke with infinite emotion. Along the way, he experienced all kinds of things, which were chaotic and disturbing. It was indeed quite difficult to reach the previous level again. However, although his realm was the same, his combat power was far greater than before. His body was stronger, and his fighting spirit was more fierce and violent. The golden fighting spirit surged between his hands, like an extremely sharp laser. Even the extremely hard steel could not resist the terrible sharpness of the explosion. The fighting spirit energy was pure and viscous, thicker than clear water, like liquid lead and mercury, flowing from the meridians with considerable weight and converging to the second heart. At this time, the center of the second heart was as hot as boiling magma, and the surging energy wrapped around a pure crystal. The surging energy tide quickly merged into the crystal. At the same time, the Baodan cyclone started to operate. The second heart was combined with the Baodan cyclone through the communication bridge of the faith crystal, forming a perfect cycle. The surging golden fighting spirit quickly flowed along the meridians, and the pores of the whole body opened up, replacing the mouth and nose to breathe. The energy of heaven and earth swallowed in an instant was several times, more than 10 times, and more efficient. The fused energy quickly turned into fighting spirit. Under the strong pressure of the second heart, the flow speed increased, and the roaring sound came from the body, like 1,000 horses galloping, and the rolling river water quickly rushed through the meridians and gathered again in the second heart. Not enough, the energy can't condense. Sunburner frowned slightly, but fortunately, he was prepared. The surface of the spiritual power crystal stone held in his palm was broken with force, and the energy like smoke, along with the breathing of the skin, poured into Sunburner's body. The Danchi cyclone was running rapidly, and the extracted energy was compressed to the extreme, and instantly blasted into the second heart. Boom! Sunburner's body shook, and a terrible aura burst out. The center of the second heart instantly flashed with divine light. The sticky bright red blood light reappeared and turned into a drop of pure liquid like red crystal, hanging high above the second heart, and the vast and majestic aura spread out. That is divine power, the power of the gods. Chapter 54. The energy of the evil god, based on the second heart, is a little divine power generated by the energy compressed to the extreme by the Dan cyclone. This kind of divine power belongs to the gods. His eyes became deeper and deeper, and Sunburner couldn't help but smile. After so much hard work, he finally completed it. With the power of a mortal, condensing a drop of divine power is simply shocking. This has already involved the forbidden area of the gods. Of course, this kind of thing must not be spread out. It is best to know this kind of life-saving trump card by yourself, and it must not be told to others in any case. The crystal blood drop emitting gemlight, although called the blood drop of evil god, is completely different from the evil god energy of new moon and buried shadow lord. The biggest difference is that there is no energy surging on it. It is as calm and stable as a ruby, and it does not show any strength. Of course, this is only the surface effect. The surging energy on it is solidified and compressed to the extreme. Once it explodes, it will inevitably cause landslides and rivers to flow back. On the Arctic ice field, the strength has reached the limit of the Golden Warrior. It is just right to take this opportunity to break through first. Maybe then I can improve the blood drop of evil god. It seems that the energy inside is not pure enough. Boom! The air vibrated, the tide surged, and the momentum surged. A golden glow spread from Sunburner's body, and he fully operated the golden fighting spirit, quickly devouring the energy of heaven and earth from the outside world, and absorbing the spiritual energy liquid and the spiritual power crystal raw stone, all of which were transformed into surging golden fighting spirit, impacting the meridians of the whole body and pouring into the second heart. 2 months have passed. Did that weak Abai fail to break through to the Golden Warrior and be too embarrassed to come out and see people? Several palace guards passed by the hall where Sunburner lived, with malicious guesses on their faces. Haha, even if he fails, Abai is backed by the princess. He has a backer. If I fail, I will definitely not be able to stay in the palace. The princess has rewarded me with so many good things. If I still can't break through to the Golden Warrior, I might as well find a piece of tofu and die. In the St. Luce Palace, there are more and more rumors about Sunburner, attracting the attention of many people, including many jealous and resentful people. On the contrary, these people are very happy to see the result of failure. The voices of discussion were deliberately loud and spread into the hall. Suddenly, a pair of eyes like stars opened suddenly, and the tranquility in the hall was instantly broken. The invisible wave shook outward, the air shook, and a wave of air swirled, and a roaring sound was heard. The guards who were staying at the door of the hall and discussing something were pushed forward by a big hand from behind. Several of them fell out in a mess, lying on the ground, turning their heads to look at the closed door, and a terrifying breath came out, as if a ferocious beast was hidden behind the door, with its bloody mouth open and fangs exposed. They were terrified and hurriedly fled. The star-like sight was withdrawn. In the quiet hall, Sunburner was like the blazing sun, with dazzling brilliance all over his body. The surging momentum accompanied every fluctuation of his body, releasing a terrifying momentum. If someone saw Sunburner's current appearance, they would definitely exclaim, "Sky Knight!" Cultivating fighting spirit, breaking away from the ordinary scope, improving the body, and practicing to a certain level, you can initially communicate with the heaven and earth, break away from the constraints of the earth, and fly freely in the sky. This realm is called Sky Knight. When the realm reaches the level of Sky Knight, from a certain scope, the fighting spirit energy has reached a very extraordinary level. Strong men of this category, breaking away from the shackles of the earth, rushing up to the boundless sky, attracting the energy of heaven and earth, and undergoing a subtle change between themselves and heaven and earth, can attract the energy of heaven and earth in a small range, forming a relatively small cycle within a certain range. Simply put, while consuming their own fighting energy, they can always replenish the consumed energy from heaven and earth. In a relatively small range, it is like a chariot, converting the energy of heaven and earth into an external fuel tank, greatly increasing the duration of the battle, and to a certain extent increasing the intensity of the battle. The power of the explosion is even more terrifying, more than 10 times stronger than that of the Golden Warrior. On the main material plane, there is such a law. The newly released Sky Knights need at least 10 or more Golden Warriors to attack at the same time to be surrounded and killed, and this is when the Sky Knights are caught off guard. It can be seen that when Sunburner confronted the Moon Werewolf one-on-one, the Wolf Noble was so surprised. To achieve the Sky Knight, not only the combat power is greatly increased, but also the chance of survival is greatly increased. Even if the ground is blocked, it will soar and gallop across the airspace of heaven and earth, and no matter how many warriors there are, they are helpless. Therefore, it can be imagined that the leap from a Golden Warrior to a Sky Knight represents a new height, so the chance of breakthrough is very low. Not only talent, resources, opportunities, fighting secrets, etc., but also various conditions are needed to constitute a successful Sky Knight. Even in the St. Louis Empire, one of the top empires on the continent, the Sky Knights are already qualified to be promoted to nobles, which is also the minimum requirement to enter the ruling class of the empire. Buzz. The roaring sound of the gushing echoed in the body. In the meridians, the surging and viscous liquid torrent with bright luster passed through the tough meridians, like a fierce flood gushing out of the gate, pouring out, the sound of thunder shook, and the terrible force hit the second heart. Erupting with a stronger force, venting out through the limbs. This kind of fierce impact would definitely change the color of other Sky Knights, because the heart cannot resist such a terrible impact. Fortunately, Sunburner's second heart was not born, but a powerful organ transformed from the seed of the evil god, the fused faith crystal, a drop of pure ruby-like blood, floating inside the crystal, and circles of invisible red light spreading outward. It continued to expand at the edge of the heart, as if building a solid barrier on the surface to block the invasion of the terrible impact force. It hit the barrier fiercely like a tide, and the impact force stopped abruptly, leaving only pure Dochi energy, which disappeared in the Bowden cyclone. After a very fast rotation, the energy was compressed into liquid and flowed back into the second heart and merged into the faith crystal. A trace of red condensed, gradually a brand new blood drop. Compared with the evil god's blood drop that appeared, there is no doubt that as Sunburner's realm improved, the quenching energy became more pure, the internal force generated by the Bowder cyclone became more powerful, and the compression of Doji energy became simple and easy. The condensed evil god blood drop was more vivid and pure, which was expected. As the evil god's blood drops condensed, a trace of blood red energy gradually dissipated and gradually penetrated into Sunburner's body. Although it was barely visible, it was real, gradually changing some of the most subtle cell structures in his body, changing in some unpredictable direction. Chapter 55. This is like compacting the ground with manpower and compacting the ground with machines. There must be a clear difference. The light wrapped around the body gradually dimmed, and Sunburner returned to his original state. His body was light and floated down like a feather without any wind. The violent energy that erupted was strongly compressed and condensed, and finally 2 drops of evil god's blood plus more than half were born in the faith crystal. When the Golden Warrior was restored, the energy of the whole body gathered to form only the first drop of evil god's blood. With the breakthrough of the Sky Knight, the energy in the body that exploded gathered into 1 drop plus another drop to complete more than half of the evil god's blood. Less than 3 drops of the evil god's blood condensed on the second heart. The strong red light protected the internal organs and formed a perfect red protective shield inside the body. With the protection of fighting spirit and the strong body, Sunburner had 3 layers of protection to protect his body from harm. Although he had not used it yet, Sunburner felt the terrible breath of the evil god's blood drops. Once the blood drops merged, the energy that burst out might not be inferior to that of a holy power person. When combined with the internal force and the intensity of the fighting spirit burst, he thought it was not impossible to defeat a holy power person with a domain. It was just that it was too difficult to condense the evil god's blood drops. With Sunburner's ability, he might not be able to condense one in a month. Of course, this did not hinder it. It became Sunburner's trump card. Once it erupted, it had a means to fight against higher-level strongmen. After being successfully promoted to Sky Knight, Sunburner did not rush to leave. Instead, he calmed down and studied the changes in his body. The internal force, pure as spring water, flowed smoothly through the blood vessels and merged into the blood. The dark red blood became transparent, and between the flows, it showed a crystal-like luster. As the blood flows through the body, the jade-like luster penetrates into the bones and gradually merges with the bones. The pale bone surface gradually has a layer of glimmer. Breathing and panting, the energy of heaven and earth swallowed has long been unable to meet the body's demand for energy. The pores of the body open, bursting out a strong suction, swallowing clouds and spitting out mist, and the thick spiritual power of heaven and earth turns into a mass of dense fog that does not disperse and covers it. The Dan-chi cyclone is running rapidly, and the spiritual power of heaven and earth swallowed enters the blood through the heart, and then is carried to all parts of the body by the blood flow. The warm luster becomes thicker and thicker, gathering in the bones, and the surface gradually becomes smooth. The bone structure inside is also constantly changing, and some jade bones are beginning to take shape. Dong, dong, dong. Compared with the gradual progress of internal force, the do-chi energy gushing out of the second heart is wild and roaring, and the surging tide gushes through the meridians. More and more do-chi energy penetrates the meridians and begins to integrate into the process of transforming the body. This change is extremely significant. It is completely a swarm of energy injected into the cells. The surging energy washes away impurities, making the cell changes more and more perfect. The gathered energy filled the cells and bulged outwards, seemingly unable to absorb the incoming energy. It settled down, gathering more and more, doubling in size, and already in danger of exploding. This was extremely dangerous. Even if the Sky Knight became very powerful and had been washed by the energy, once the cells exploded, the energy would burst out from the inside out, and the result would be horrifying. The foundation of the least known was destroyed, and the worst known was killed on the spot. The second heart raised the pure crystal of faith, a ruby-like, crystal-clear light shone out, covering the expanded cells. The sacred light directly compressed the energy and completely integrated it into the cells. The reintegrated cells showed pure gold. Golden muscles and jade bones. Is this the golden muscles and jade bones recorded in the ancient books that have achieved immortality? Sunburner was also surprised. The powerful ability of inner vision made the changes in the body unable to escape his eyes. The smooth bones like jade and the pure golden muscles, two completely different lusters, were crystal clear, reflecting each other, shining brightly. Even he did not expect that golden muscles and jade bones would appear on his body. He always thought that the records about this in the ancient books were just a fabricated legend. He never thought that the thing was not only true, but also happened to him. Although the gentle internal force and the violent fighting spirit belong to the same energy category, their properties are very different. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to integrate them into the same body. However, because of the existence of the Dan-chi cyclone, the second heart transformed from the evil god seed and the faith crystal, they not only did not conflict with each other, but the two energies cooperated with each other and constantly improved Sunburner's body. The memory light ball of the mountain giant seems to have triggered the hidden blood power in my body. The fighting energy has strengthened my physical fitness, and my strength has been greatly improved in a very short time. In the past few days of exploration, my physical strength has increased by at least 50% compared to when I just broke through. I feel that I don't need to use fighting energy. I can kill a golden warrior with my physical strength alone. Sunburner's eyes were as quiet as still water, and a trace of eagerness flashed across his eyes. The sufficient heat was like magma, which could melt the air. In Chinese martial arts, the body is compared to a huge treasure containing infinite mysteries. According to legend, if you practice to the extreme, you can even become a saint in the flesh and ascend to heaven in broad daylight. Of course, Sunburner is a martial arts fanatic. What he pursues is stronger strength, faster speed, more sensitive reaction, sharper observation, more rapid burst. All these are important manifestations of physical training and strengthening. In his previous life, Sunburner did not achieve what he wanted most for various reasons, and finally died from electric shock. Fortunately, he came to this world, and the colorful world of fighting spirit opened a door for him. In just a few years, he had surpassed the achievements of his previous life by far, and now he has crossed the stage of golden muscles and jade bones and blood as heavy as lead. Perhaps the sanctification of the flesh is not just a luxury or fantasy. Internal force and fighting spirit, two equally powerful energies, one inside and one outside, cooperate with each other, from the inside to the outside, strengthen the body, consolidate the realm, and improve strength. Sunburner's combat power is constantly improving at a speed that can be seen every day. The life of an ascetic monk may be a painful torture for outsiders. But in Sunburner, not only is there no boredom, but he is 100 times more energetic, especially as his strength gradually increases. He is completely immersed in the joy of improving his strength. You know, in order to pursue strength, Sunburner in his previous life often traveled through deep mountains and old forests, just to find some natural spiritual herbs that may have survived to strengthen his body. Things in the world are not carried out according to people's wishes, and uninvited guests appeared outside the hall. The princess order. A clear and majestic voice penetrated the door and entered the hall. Sunburner's eyes flashed, his breath was restrained, the thick fog quickly dissipated, his feet landed on the ground, and he opened the 56th chapter. May I ask this lady, what does the princess have to say? The door opened, and Sunburner recognized at a glance that this person was the maid who followed Princess Antina. She was very powerful. The voice penetrated the space and entered the hall. This kind of energy is not something that ordinary people can do. How did you? The slender phoenix eyes inadvertently swept over Sunburner. The vague threat immediately made the maid's face change. Her eyes widened and looked up and down. It seemed that she had confirmed her guess. She said with a surprised look, an unbelievable look. She knew very well that when they met last time, this mysterious and strange Arbai had just reached the level of Silver Warrior. However, after not seeing each other for 2 months, the unfathomable aura on him made her feel a strong sense of threat. She really couldn't understand that in just 2 months, he had broken through 2 realms, because Sunburner's undisguised aura had definitely reached the level of Sky Knight. Even ordinary Sky Knights would find it very difficult to threaten her. They were responsible for the daily life and personal protection of Her Royal Highness the Princess. They were all selected and carefully selected cultivation geniuses. For example, she was practicing a Saint Power level fighting secret book provided by the royal family. Now her strength is almost at the peak of Sky Knight. If she goes one step further, she can open her domain and become a powerful Saint Power. Therefore, it is difficult for opponents who are Sky Knights to pose a threat except for those who are at the peak level. But a newcomer who has not yet broken through made her feel a strong sense of threat. How could this be possible? The princess' personal maid was shocked, and for a moment, she seemed to have forgotten the purpose of coming. Sunburner had to remind her before the maid reacted. The princess has ordered you to come. After a simple packing and closing the door, Sunburner finally walked out of the hall after 2 months. The bright sunlight shone on his face, and the brilliant light shot into his eyes, filled with a faint golden color. He took a deep breath, stretched his body, and made a crisp sound of cocker. It was like a big dragon rising from behind Sunburner. The invisible breath was like a deep abyss and a prison. He looked like a giant standing upright, with the sky above his head and the earth under his feet. The majestic and terrifying momentum was vast and covered the area of 10 feet. Her Royal Highness's personal maid left first. Sunburner didn't care too much. The surging majestic momentum subsided, like a ferocious beast, restraining its evil spirit and lurking. This was the most terrifying. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, with a straight body, and his feet were full of vigor. His legs moved, bringing up a fierce airflow. His sharp eyes were like the cold light flashing on a sharp blade. Along the way, no one dared to look at him and avoided him. Sunburner's upright figure was like a sword that had just left its body. The surging and terrifying aura silently descended upon the surrounding space. He seemed to have mastered the entire space. Anyone who set foot in it would shiver inexplicably, and their souls would tremble. A kind of fear from the depths of their hearts would devour their souls like a devil. Until Sunburner's figure left, they followed his back with horrified eyes, and the depths of their eyes were filled with incomparable horror. The fierce and violent aura like a ferocious beast suppressed them, like a pair of ferocious eyes opened in the void, making them terrified, frightened, and uneasy. Wherever he passed, everyone was horrified, and the waiters trembled, as if the domineering and ferociousness of the king of beasts made them all lower their heads, and they didn't even dare to look directly at him. They only dared to stare at him from behind, and followed the background with panic on their faces, without a single laugh. Sunburner's residence was not far from the princess' bedroom. After turning around a few pavilions and halls, the majestic princess mansion appeared in front of them. A meteor suddenly passed through the depths of his eyes, which were as deep as the starry sky. Sunburner's calm face was covered with a layer of evil spirit, as fierce as the breath of a revived giant beast. The wind blew, and his feet paused and stopped. A group of figures appeared in front of his vision. "Isn't this the Weekabai? I haven't seen you for many days, and you are quite courageous. I heard that even a waste like you has cultivated fighting spirit." A contemptuous laugh rang out. "It's good to lean against a big tree to enjoy the shade. You should keep your voice down. He is a big shot now. He can make you pay for it with just a wave of his hand. Ha ha. I guess God didn't open his eyes that day, but even so, in my eyes, waste is waste." A group of people standing in front of the gate of the princess' bedroom, with irritating and sarcastic words, did not take Sunburner seriously at all. They stood with swords and horses, looking relaxed, talking and laughing loudly, and their momentum was as imposing as mountains lying in front of the palace gate, blocking the way forward. Especially a member with a horse face, his voice was the most exaggerated and his words were the most intense. "This guy looks so familiar." The horse-faced member crossed his arms, said something unkind, and sneered, "We had some things before, should we settle it?" Unmoved, Sunburner looked at the familiar figures in front of him and looked at them indifferently. The Frost Dragon Guard of the St. Luce Empire, one of the Dragon Knights, is composed entirely of noble children within the empire, and all of them are strong above the Sky Knights. In fact, there is indeed a debt between Sunburner and this group of people to be settled. At the beginning, the evil god seed was implanted in the body and became a second heart, devouring the accumulated energy quickly, and was turned into an ordinary person. At that time, there were indeed some grievances between them that needed to be resolved. He just felt that this group of people dared to block the door of the princess' bedroom, and he didn't know what it had to do with his coming. Bang! The tightly closed door of the bedroom suddenly opened, and the personal maid who had initially conveyed the princess will came out. She glanced at the members of the Dragon Guard with a strange look, and said with a slightly strange expression, "The princess has ordered that you must pass through the 3 checkpoints before you can meet the princess. They are the first checkpoint." Only the captain of the Dragon Guard, Lit, noticed the strange look of the maid. As a child of a noble family, he had received all kinds of elite education, and had received professional training in observing words and expressions and emotional changes. Although the maid's change was only inadvertent, Lit noticed it. He still clearly remembered the look when Sunburner left. That kind of indifference even moved his mind. He thought more deeply. The maid was the princess' personal maid. Even if she never cared about the Dragon Guard, she didn't have a good face, but why did she look at Sunburner with a new eye? Just because of her royal highness, it would never make this maid like this. The thought flashed through his mind, and after thinking about it, Lit was a little confused. However, with a humble and cautious attitude, Li Ti secretly paid attention. This lady official, if this loser is injured, will Her Royal Highness the Princess punish him? The horse-faced member seemed to be very concerned about the strength and asked impatiently. The lady official raised her sword eyebrows, a trace of shame flashed in her eyes, and said coldly, "It's okay if you don't beat him to death, as long as you have the ability." "Did you hear that?" Lost, as long as I don't kill you, just stand still, I can consider going easy. The horse-faced member sneered. The disdainful and cold expression of the Dragon Guard team swept across the lady official's eyes. Even she felt a deep threat from Sunburner. If she was careless, the Dragon Guard team might suffer a great loss. However, she had no obligation to remind them. She silently said idiot and turned around to close the palace again. Chapter 57. Don't do it, let me do this loser alone, and you can just watch the battle from the side. The horse-faced member turned around and said to his companions, exposing his back without caring. This is a task assigned by Her Royal Highness the Princess. You can't take all the benefits by yourself. Yes, yes. If there is a good thing, you should share it with everyone. It's not a good habit to eat alone. The Dragon Guard team laughed and didn't take Sunburner seriously at all. Instead, they teased and said lightly, the other side is a waste. If we attack together, it will be a disgrace to our Dragon Guard team. Don't bother everyone to do it. I will do it for you. The credit belongs to everyone. The horse-faced member explained confidently. Only Li Ti looked serious and solemn, staring at Sunburner without saying a word. Waste, did you hear what I said just now? If you want to suffer less, then... Boom. The air shook, Sunburner took a step forward, and the ground trembled when his footsteps fell. A roar sounded from behind him, and shadows floated. A giant who stood up to the sky roared to the sky, and the terrible momentum suppressed like a dark cloud, like a mountain falling from the sky. The words on the horse-faced mouth were suppressed, and his eyes changed wildly. Damn, how is it possible? At this moment, Ma Lian felt that the person standing in front of him was an ancient mountain giant, whose figure spanned the sky and earth, roaring like a mountain. There was a shadow over his head, thunder roared in his ears, and the terrible momentum was like a mountain suppressing him, which overwhelmed his resistance and greatly weakened his will and confidence. Ma Lian looked terrified, his face was pale, and he shouted in panic, "What? How is it possible?" According to the convention, it takes at least decades for an ordinary person to break through to the Sky Knight. However, how could the werewolf in front of him, who he had always ridiculed as waste, be so strong? Boom! Sunburner had no intention of answering Ma Lian's inner doubts. Bao Yu Jia's momentum took another step forward, and the pressure became stronger. The surging power came to Ma Lian's body, and his body trembled and became shorter. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled with a loud noise, rolling like spring thunder, exploding beside the ears of Ma Lian. His mind was in a trance, his soul was trembling, his eyes were blurred, and vaguely, a giant shadow as tall as the sky descended, and a terrible breath like a tide rushed over, constantly hitting Ma Lian's chest, blood gushing, blood flowing. The heart reversed, unable to bear the pressure, and spurted out several mouthfuls of blood. Walking like a mountain, holding up the sky with strength, the huge mountain giant shadow behind Sunburner gradually merged with himself, and with a bang, the earth shook. A deep dent was left on Ma Lian's chest, and he suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. You can't hurt me, otherwise my family will not let you go. Ma Lian's inner fear has reached its peak, and his mind has reached the edge of collapse. Sunburner had a blank expression, his right hand was wrapped in light, and his fighting spirit gushed out, like a burning flame, and in the blink of an eye, he wrapped his fist up. He is an imperial noble. Lit was the first to recover from the shock. He saw Sunburner swinging his fist, the blazing flame of fighting spirit gushing out, condensing a terrible momentum, and he lost his voice. At the same time, his body shook, and his fighting spirit soared, turning into a flash of lightning, flashing with cold light, and rushed over. His right hand grabbed forward, turning into a huge palm print, and slapped Sunburner. The purpose was self-evident. If Sunburner insisted on attacking, he would have to bear this palm. As members of the Dragon Guard, they were all masters of the Sky Knights, with a strong team spirit, and a very sharp combat awareness. At the moment when Lit made a move, other members made a move one after another. In an instant, the air was restless, the wind was dancing wildly, and several huge palm prints, fist prints, and claw prints suddenly attacked, aiming to rescue the horse-faced companions, so that Sunburner would be afraid and give up the attack. However, these people had very good ideas, but unfortunately, Sunburner did not follow their routine at all. His ferocious fist pierced through the air, causing a roaring explosion, which was quickly magnified in the eyes of the horse-faced man, and hit his chest heavily, hitting back the roar that was about to come out of his mouth, making a hoarse scream of "Woo!" Bang! Sunburner took revenge when he had a grudge, and took grudges when he had a grudge. The huge force made the horse-faced man fly high into the air, blood gushed out of his mouth, and he was directly knocked unconscious. The punch that flew the horse-faced man shocked everyone, especially the miserable appearance of the horse-faced man, which made their hearts beat, their hearts tremble, and the emotion of horror hit their hearts. An invisible fear made many people regret why they provoked this werewolf. In fact, it was more serious than they imagined. The fist of Dochi that exploded contained a fierce hidden force. The Jimai hand in the national martial arts exploded secretly, and without anyone noticing, it directly destroyed the meridians in the horse-faced man's body and broke through the Donchon where the Do-Chi gathered. The Do-Chi dissipated, and decades of cultivation were destroyed, and he became an ordinary person again. Such an abnormal scourge will still harm people in the future if he keeps his power. It is better to cut off the root of his scourge. If this was not the St. Luce Empire, I guess he would have lost his life. While the members of the Dragon Guard were horrified, they also felt a sense of solidarity. You dare to seriously injure the members of the Dragon Guard, we will never let you enter the hall. Revenge for Horseface. He immediately let go of his hands and feet, and showed his powerful strength to the fullest. More than 10 members of the Dragon Guard attacked together, and there was a terrible feeling of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking, and rivers turning upside down. Boom boom. The fighting spirit in Sunburner's meridians roared out, rolling out like a flood bursting through the dam, and formed a tangible ball of light along his body. Swish. The space behind him was torn apart, and the gushing momentum turned into a giant that soared into the sky. The huge body was like a mountain range, and his arms were spread out, bringing a hurricane surge, covering Sunburner's body. Boom. Lit's huge palm print was the first to land, and the roaring sound continued. The light ball exploded, and the terrible shock wave spread out. The solid stone slabs on the palace gate square were blasted with holes, and in the blink of an eye, it was devastated. Following closely, other palm prints, fist prints, claw prints, and other fighting spirit torrents containing terrible energy, like a huge wave rising high, smashed down fiercely. In an instant, the light balls overlapped, the light was diffuse, and the raging light covered the entire area of dozens of feet. The wind was howling, the hurricane was surging, and the shock wave erupted, which exploded in all directions, almost eroding the entire square, making it bumpy and uneven. But at this time, a mysterious oppressive atmosphere gradually permeated from the center. Chapter 58. Too arrogant. Indeed arrogant, to bear our attack together, let alone the newly promoted Sky Knight, even the Peak Strong who has stepped into the level of Saint Power dare not be so careless. The members of the Frost Dragon guarding team obviously did not believe that such a fierce and terrible attack was something that a strong man of the same level could withstand. Some people even suggested to look at the injury of Ma Lian and move over there. Don't move, wait. No, he's out. Lit narrowed his eyes and stared at the bright and flashing explosion center, but his eyes were not as relaxed as his companions. Although he did not believe that Sunburner could escape such a fierce attack, it was common sense that Sunburner did not show up after the explosion. Just when he stopped his companions, he had just spoken, and a round of sun suddenly rushed out from the light curtain covering the explosion center, like the pressure of Mount Tai. Bang! Li Ti had no time to react. A terrible force hit his body. He instantly fell to the ground like a shrimp, with his back bent and blood spurting out of his mouth. Bang, bang, bang. Thunder roared, and the members of the Dragon Guard flew up one after another. The terrible force threw them into the air, and blood splashed in the sky. Some were directly knocked unconscious, and the rest looked at the figure standing on the ground with horror. His face was the same as before, his expression was calm, only his clothes were a little wrinkled. Apart from that, Sunburner could not see any injuries, as if he had just passed through a breeze, and he did not look like he was besieged by dozens of masters of the same level. The flat square turned into a pitted land at this moment, leaving traces of burning everywhere. The residual energy fluctuations still shocked the air, causing waves of visible and invisible fluctuations. Standing on a relatively intact ground, looking around, looking at the members of the Dragon Guard who fell to the ground one by one, no one dared to look at him. There is no doubt that the terrible fighting power he burst out absolutely shocked the hearts of these people. They could not imagine that the gap between the two sides, who were both Sky Knights, was so huge. Dozens of people besieged one person, but the result was that the Dragon Guards were defeated. Apart from the horse-faced man, Sunburner did not lightly attack, but he did not use the hidden power. Sunburner had a clear sense of gratitude and resentment, but if the entire Dragon Guards were abolished, it would be difficult to explain. These people all had their families standing behind them and represented the interests of the nobles. The horse-faced princess could deal with them, but if they were all abolished, it would cause unnecessary trouble to the princess father. With a loud bang, the tightly closed palace door opened with a bang, and the female official came out again. Looking at the devastated battlefield outside, her pair of willow leaf eyebrows were shocked, and her eyes turned to Sunburner with respect, and her tone became much calmer. "Congratulations, you have passed the first level, please follow me." Sunburner followed the female official directly in, and the palace door was closed again, leaving only a devastated battlefield and those members of the Dragon Guards who were seriously injured. "Is this guy a monster? We are all stupid. How can we provoke such a person? It's all because of that guy named Horseface. He had to provoke that werewolf. Now what's going on?" Many members of the Dragon Guard saw it clearly and felt bad. Even if such a person didn't have any backing, they were not qualified to provoke him. Seeing Sunburner's back disappearing, they all looked very ugly. Even if they were from a wealthy family, they were not the most favored descendants in the family. Otherwise, they would not become members of the Dragon Guard. Even if they were guarding the princess, they were still guards. If they offended such a terrible person, wouldn't it cause trouble for their family and disaster for themselves in the future? They looked at the unconscious Horseface with gloomy eyes and cursed in their hearts. "Where are we going?" Following the female official, they walked into the princess' bedroom and walked through the long corridor. Sunburner found that this road did not lead to the familiar palace. "Don't be surprised. You have only passed the first of the 3 levels. You are not qualified to meet Her Royal Highness. Follow me. The next is the 2nd level." Princess Amtina's personal maid said without turning her head. Without stopping, she brought Sunburner to an open square. "Go in. Someone is waiting for you inside." The maid turned aside and made way. Sunburner looked at her seriously. He thought it would be difficult to get the answer he wanted. He walked straight past her and walked into the flat square in front of him. This square is not small. It is nearly 100 meters wide. The ground is dark green and paved with smooth boulders. Sunburner recognized that this kind of boulder is commonly known as dark green crystal rock. It is a very hard and solid stone material, and it is very valuable. The palm-sized crystal rock cannot be broken by a golden warrior with a punch. This square with a large area is luxuriously paved with this crystal rock. I am afraid that only the royal princess bedroom in the world, which is the largest in the world, can be like this. Sunburner had no time to sigh at the huge wealth of the royal family. He stepped onto the square of dark green crystal rock, his eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes like lightning, and he looked solemnly at the familiar back not far away. "I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. You are so powerful, but you act like an ordinary person. You could have easily defeated the group of guys from the Dragon Guard team, but you would rather restrain your breath than take action. Even I was almost fooled by you." The cold voice came into his ears, and the back slowly turned around, revealing a beautiful face of a frosty beauty. Originally, I didn't take the task ordered by Her Royal Highness the Princess too seriously, but now I am very interested. Werewolf, tell me, why did you enter the St. Luce Empire? Or what do you want to do? It's you? Sunburner said calmly. It seems that you don't know that the guardian of the second level is me. Since you can get here, the Dragon Guard team boys have been defeated by you. I am not interested in knowing your grievances with them. However, you appear in front of me, and I really want to know why you conceal your identity. Linar's face was cold and her tone was calm. Sunburner said, I don't know you well. Obviously, you haven't figured out your situation yet. Linar looked at Sunburner, her breath solidified the void, and she said, forget it, there's no need to explain anything to you. I hope you'll still be so stubborn when I take you down later. Tear. Sunburner didn't need to answer, a white light flashed, and the snow-white sword in Linar's hand lifted a white curtain. Hundreds of sword beams pierced the air, like arrows from a string, forming sword shadows, covering the sky and the earth. As soon as Linar's sword came out, the sword beams roared like a storm, and the sword energy was crisscrossed, cutting through space like a laser, sharp as Chapter 59. Bang! Sunburner did not retreat but advanced, and took a step forward with his right foot. The dark green crystal ground under his feet suddenly cracked, and the cracks spread around like a spider web. A strong force ran through his legs, surging up, blood surging, meridians shaking, bones crisp, and his back was like a leaping dragon roaring to the sky. A white gas suddenly spurted out, and Sunburner was surrounded by fog. His height suddenly seemed to have skyrocketed, and his body suddenly grew taller and more majestic. His right hand roared out, his muscles vibrated, his meridians bulged, and the fire of fighting spirit broke out of his body, and his arm grew bigger. Ahad's hand to the sky. Linar seemed to be indifferent to Sunburner, but in fact, she took him very seriously. Not to mention how he hid his strength, just the fact that he easily dealt with a team of dragon knights, his clothes were as clean as before, and he didn't look like he had been in a fizz battle. She couldn't help but take him seriously. Because even if she dealt with the dragon knights, it would take some effort, and it would never be very easy. Crack! The air cracked, and a huge golden arm attacked from the opposite side. The terrible force squeezed the air, forming a huge wall, and the overwhelming sword light hit it head-on. The loud noise continued, and the shock wave spread. The strong wind generated by the explosion smashed down on the ground, and the crisp cracking sound echoed in the sky, and the solid dark green crystal rock ground smashed into many large and small pits. The power of the golden arm made Linar look moved and shocked. She thought she had overestimated Sunburner, but she never expected that his real strength was beyond her expectation. In particular, the sacred and majestic aura wrapped around the golden arm shocked her mind. It was like a terrible pressure of a huge rock pressing on her chest, which made her feel an unprecedented and inexplicable oppressive aura. What kind of power is this? Is it more terrible than the aura I felt from my master? How is it possible? No, this is an aura I have never felt before. Before she could think about it, a huge golden fist appeared in front of Linar. Her eyes shrank sharply, and she swung her long sword subconsciously, emitting a sword light of more than 1 meter, with a sharp cold light and a violent aura. Although her mind was lost and her emotions were shocked by the mysterious but terrible aura, Linar's instincts cultivated after countless life and death battles would not change. Boom! The earth shook, thunder and lightning roared, and the terrifying sound echoed in the sky. The sharp sword and the golden arm were both annihilated. The two terrible forces collided with each other. The power of the explosion swept the entire square. Smoke and dust rose up. The scene was full of smoke, and it was difficult to see the changes in the field. After a while, the wind dissipated, the smoke and dust dissipated, and a large pit appeared in the center of the square, with a diameter of more than 2 meters and a depth of half a meter. It is hard to imagine that the extremely solid, dark green crystal rock would explode such a large pit. What kind of powerful force is needed to cause damage? What martial arts are you using? Which Dochi secret book are you practicing? Linar, the female official, was indifferent. She looked over with doubtful eyes and a solemn expression. The sword in her hand was gushing out like the snake core of a venomous snake, showing the heaviness of her heart. If you look at the position where Lina is standing, she has retreated 7 or 8 meters compared to before. The corner of her clothes was torn off, and she was a little embarrassed. Sunburner did not move his feet, as steady as a mountain, with his feet on the ground, his face calm, facing Lina's questioning eyes, without the slightest emotion. "Have I passed?" The calm voice seemed to be telling the most ordinary things, just like eating and drinking water, but in Lina's ears, it was an absolute irony. Just now she was still talking about capturing Sunburner, but in a flash, she was the one who was repelled. She had to say that what she said before was just a joke. "It's not over yet." Lina's momentum turned cold, and the sword light surged again, spanning more than 2 meters, passing through the space, as if to split the sky and the earth in half. Her figure floated and jumped into the sky tens of meters high. Her hands shook and turned into thousands of afterimages. The sword light was like a tide, and the surging sword light weaved into a sea of sword energy, rolling up high waves and slapping down. Storm sword, skill sword, rain. Sunburner looked up at the sky, and dazzling lightning tore through the air, and the cold sword light fell sharply, like rain, and the strands of cold light penetrated the space, surging down, dividing everything. Bungchen. The fists turned into 2 palms, as if holding up a force of 10,000 kilograms, with the palms facing up, flames soaring into the sky, dragon roars overwhelming the world, howling in the sky, like an abyss or a prison, shocking the world. The terrible power tore through the sky, and a giant dragon suddenly surged from the palms, and its body swelled. In the blink of an eye, the 10-foot body looked up to the sky and roared. The dragon's eyes were like lightning, its mouth opened wide, and its long tail swept across, slashing the sky and splitting the earth. The mountains and rivers flowed back, tearing the sky and the earth apart. A black shadow flashed, and the dragon's tail swept across the sky and hit the rain like sword light. Rain fell on banana leaves, crisp and bright. The sharp sword energy was like a long drizzle, continuously hitting the dragon's scales, and the sound was endless. On the huge dragon's body, long wounds were cut, but it could not stop the dragon's tail from swinging. The terrible power swept up, like a strong wind, turbulent rocks, mountains collapsed, and the sky shook. Boom! A dazzling white light burst out on the square. The bright light instantly had more energy than the sun. There was a white light in front of her eyes, and the light curtain was continuous, and she could not see any scene. This white werewolf that Her Royal Highness values, can't even Lady Lina stop it. Outside, a pair of beautiful eyes watched the changes in the square, full of white light. Even if she opened her eyes wide, she couldn't see what was happening. This personal maid of Her Royal Highness not only shoulders the task of guiding, but also has to report back to Princess Otina exactly what she sees. It's just that there is a white light in front of her eyes, and she can't see what's happening at all. Her heart suddenly jumped, and this thought that even she herself felt incredible suddenly emerged. As Her Royal Highness's personal maid, she is familiar with Lady Lina. As one of the heat transfers of the Storm Sword Saint, she has also been fortunate to see Lady Lina's move, waving the storm-like sword light at any time, and several Sky Knights can't resist and fall to the ground in an instant. She also knows that Lady Lina has taught the Dragon Guard Knights a lesson more than once. To her, Lady Lina was extremely powerful. In her opinion, it was difficult to find an opponent among the Sky Knights of the same level, let alone defeat her. However, the ongoing battle was constantly improving her. Lady Lina did not have any advantage, but was at a disadvantage. Could it be that this werewolf, who was not optimistic about at the beginning, had the strength to defeat Lina? She forced herself not to think about those irrelevant and surprising things, fearing that she would be distracted. She stared at the square with wide eyes, fearing that the slightest clue would escape from her eyes. Bang! The ground suddenly shook, and at the same time the smoke dissipated, and another standing figure appeared on the square. The inheritance of the Storm Sword Saint. You practiced the Storm Sword Saint's secret book. No wonder the attack is so sharp, and it would be difficult for other Sky Knights to take your attack. Chapter 60. The eyes of the princess maid shrank violently, as if she had seen a ghost, and her expression was horrified. The one who was defeated was actually Lady Lina. How could it be possible? She looked shocked and unbelievable. You should know that you can't stop me. Sunburner looked down at the shining sword marks on his chest and said with no emotion on his face. If you look closely, you will find that under the ragged sword marks, his skin is glowing with a golden luster, purer and smoother than gold. There is only one person among us who can walk out of here. Lina's voice became extremely calm. It seems that I can only leave if I knock you down. Is that what you mean? Sunburner asked calmly. Without saying anything, Lina fully expressed her agreement with practical actions. With both hands tightly clenched on the hilt of the sword, the fighting spirit in her body gathered on the palm of her hand, and the surging fire of fighting spirit, with a bang, it surged up, like adding fuel to the fire. The sword light was nearly 3 meters long, and the surface showed a dark silver color. When it gently touched the air, the fighting lake made a hissing sound. The length of the fighting spirit of the Sword Saint can only be 3 meters. Lady Lina is serious this time. The princess maid clenched her fists and said nervously. As companions serving Her Royal Highness, they all represented Saint Luce. Naturally, she did not want an outsider to win. I am more suspicious of your identity and origin now. What is your purpose in deliberately approaching Her Royal Highness? Lina said coldly. The sword light flashed, like lightning cutting across. Wherever it passed, the space was destroyed and a long crack was revealed. Don't worry, I won't kill you. A punch was thrown, the dragon roared, and the terrible fist smashed the sword energy that swept across. Sunburner answered very calmly. He had long passed the age when personality dominated behavior. After 2 lives, his breath became more restrained, and gradually he had the demeanor of a peerless grandmaster. Although Sunburner would not kill this female official Lina, he could still let her suffer a little and reflect on her mistakes. Bang! 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 The fist shadows were like mountains, overlapping peaks, surging all over the sky, like tides and seas, covering the sky, flying high into the sky, whistling up, and the sound of breaking through the air resounded through the clouds. Explosions came one after another, and the sword light and fist shadows kept intersecting, colliding, and annihilating. The shock waves of the explosions turned into a raging wind all over the sky, whistling and swooping down from top to bottom, covering the sky and the earth in chaos. On the square, only 2 flickering afterimages could be seen, constantly fighting, and the explosions of dazzling light balls could not keep up with the actions of the 2 people. Between heaven and earth, everything was a blur. I use my chi to absorb mountains and rivers, and comprehend the method obtained by fighting chi, secret skills, Beidou. Sunburner combined the operation of fighting chi and internal boxing. During this period, he began to comprehend the boxing theory that belonged to him alone, integrating the advantages of both internal force and this world's fighting chi, and walked out of his own peerless grandmaster's demeanor. 13 secret techniques, for the first time, were shown to outsiders. He gave a light shout and suddenly raised his head. His eyes were deep, as if reflecting the stars in the sky. The sky above his head darkened, and 7 bright and dazzling stars appeared above the sky. Even though the light and shadow on the square were continuous, they could not cover the 7 stars twinkling in the sky. They were connected head to tail, forming a big bow. A violent storm arose, and the gathering between heaven and earth turned out to be a huge fist, like a galloping arrow, which suddenly collapsed a square. The dark green crystal rock was all powdered, and the violent wind rolled up, forming a blurred shadow. Bang! A figure was smashed out of the cloudy space, and the figure flew into the air, spitting blood out of his mouth. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at the figure standing in the air not far away, and fear surged in the depths of his eyes. Then he knocked down a pavilion and fainted directly. I don't know if it was because of his lack of strength or shock in his heart. It's really troublesome. Why suffer? It would be better to just admit defeat. Sunburner looked at the figure lying in the ruins and shook his head. He didn't stop, but walked out of the dilapidated square and appeared in front of the princess' personal maid again. If you don't count the few sword marks on his chest, he was almost intact, breathing steadily, and his expression was calm. He didn't look like he had just experienced a fierce battle. You really won? How is it possible? The question was almost not thought through, and it was said directly. As soon as the words came out, she felt something was wrong and hurriedly explained, "No, I mean how could you defeat Lady Lina?" It seemed that she realized that her question was a bit idiotic again, and she covered her mouth with both hands. The werewolf actually had the taste and breath of a peerless grandmaster at this moment. She didn't think that Lady Lina would lose, and she didn't expect Sunburner to win so easily. The whole battle was completely overwhelming. The terrible momentum directly suppressed Lina's performance. Thinking about it, it seemed reasonable to lose. I passed the second level. There was no cheering or happiness. Sunburner said as if he was telling a basic fact. "I'll take you to the third level right away." The princess' personal maid became extremely humble. In a place where status is always measured by strength, Sunburner's performance made her realize that this person was a truly terrifying master, unfathomable. "My name is Sunburner, not a wolf clan master. Please take me to the third level." After smoothing out the wrinkles on her clothes, she lowered her head to look at the sword mark on her chest, which pierced through her clothes and left a white mark on the surface of her skin. Sunburner asked calmly. The maid stared at her with a strange look for a while. She was carrying the task assigned by Her Royal Highness the Princess, but Sunburner was unwilling to say more. She had no choice but to turn around and walk towards the depths of the palace. This werewolf is very scary. There is a kind of aura that even I find unfathomable. The Lost Mountain Giant's Fighting Spirit book can actually be cultivated to this level in just a few months, and the foundation is solid, without any awkwardness. First, the younger generation of the Dragon Guard Knights were defeated, all seriously injured, and one of them had his donjon destroyed. He used sophisticated means. Then, Lina was also defeated. The inheritor of the Sword Saint, who is also the peak strength of the Sky Knight, is hard to find an opponent in the same level, but still lost to this werewolf. It's just that this time he restrained his means and didn't use ruthless hands. Excellent talent, extraordinary qualifications, firm mind, and good strength. He can ruthlessly destroy the enemy, and easily give up hatred. He is relaxed and tense, and his means are superb. This emperor seems to be a little curious. But how is it possible? I actually felt a faint fatal threat from his breath. What's going on? The energy fluctuations and fighting spirit conflicts in the bedroom of Princess Saint Lucantina naturally could not be hidden from the eyes of His Majesty the Emperor. Chapter 61 of Heart Shock. The majestic gaze like the scorching sun, looking down at the princess bedroom through time and space, the voice of the Supreme Emperor set off a ripple of turbulence, the air surged, and the invisible airwaves spread out. Antina is also thoughtful, setting up 3 gates, and investigating this person's details. It can be said that she is not diligent. This is much better than her brothers, but she is a woman. However, this werewolf is unfathomable, even I can't understand it. How can such a person obey others? The descendants of the St. Luce royal family are not simple. Even Her Royal Highness Princess Antina, whose personality seems to be carefree and approachable, does not affect her powerful ability. This ability includes not only terrible strength, but also the ability to identify people and things. His Majesty the Emperor of St. Luce seemed to be quite satisfied with Antina's performance, and paid close attention to Sunburner's performance. He had a great interest in this mutant werewolf with a mysterious origin and difficult to find out the details. I didn't expect Antina to alarm him. Lina's master, the real Storm Sword Saint, guarding the 3rd level. The person Antina arranged is very exciting. There are very few strong people below the legendary professional who can make the emperor of a peak empire on the main material plane shine. However, the appearance of the master of the 3rd level actually made him very excited, which shows how terrible this person's strength is. Sunburner, who had no idea that his actions had already fallen into the sight of others, stood in a side hall with a solemn face. His eyes were sharp, his eyes were full of surprise, his eyes were flashing, and his body was somewhat stiff, looking at a figure opposite. Slender and graceful, at first glance, she was just a weak girl, and seemed to have no deterrent power at all. However, Sunburner's eyes contracted violently, his body was tense, and a huge roar came from his blood vessels and meridians. His heart was like an engine running at full speed, spewing blood as thick as lead, his muscles were compressed and tight like springs, and behind him was like a big dragon roaring. Internal strength and fighting spirit surged like a tide, fighting spirit flames permeated the surface of the body, brilliant gold rippled from the flesh, and the sound of bells and drums that shook the air came from the body, and the flesh and blood settled down with the sound. Golden bell cover. Iron cloth shirt. The horizontal training of external boxing formed an airtight protection, which was harder than steel, and the luster was as glittering as jade, and the brightness of metal was radiant. Rip. The air above the head tore open a hole, and the majestic and domineering momentum poured down. A huge figure as huge as a mountain stood proudly in the world, and the violent breath roared like waves, making a huge roar, as if it was going to overturn this side hall. Sunburner's figure instantly became extremely tall, and the terrible power gushed out. The breath that was vented was like hot air, blowing away the heavy depression. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed up the surrounding area of several feet and surpassed it. The whole body's momentum suddenly burst out, and the fierce breath like the abyss and prison instantly overwhelmed the level of the Sky Knight. In the roaring sound, Sunburner seemed to walk out of the space like a mountain giant, as if he could crush the space with a casual kick, collapse it, step out of the bottomless canyon on the earth, and punch the sky, pouring a big hole in the sky. "Who is your excellency?" Sunburner's eyes suddenly shrank, and the bright light poured out, and he said solemnly. The seemingly thin and slender figure with his back to him in the hall was a sharp sword that surpassed the heaven and earth in Sunburner's eyes. The sword energy was crisscrossed, cutting through the air, and the sword light was brighter than the stars, and the chill was pressing. This is an invisible sword energy, invisible but substantial, not something that ordinary people can see. Even the Sky Knight may find it difficult to have this vision. In the quiet side hall, sword beams faster than lightning passed through the air, cutting through the air with ease. The speed was too fast for ordinary eyesight to follow. The crisp sound of sword energy echoed in the ears. In Sunburner's eyes, the sword beams in the sky wove an invisible net. The sharp sword light seemed to divide the entire space into countless sections. After a slight hum, it recondensed and turned into a huge sword shadow of several feet, towering above the figure. The sword beams were like clouds and the sword energy was like rain, covering almost the entire side hall. Sunburner's breath flowed, and the wall behind him turned into a huge mountain giant, but he could only protect a very small space around his head, otherwise even he would be swallowed up in the terrible sword energy space. Domain. Is this the domain of the holy power? And it is the strongest sword saint in the legend. Sunburner took a deep breath, the light in his eyes surged, and his heart, which could not be calm, trembled again. He had broken through the level of Sky Knight in one fell swoop. He relied on the fusion of his internal strength and fighting spirit, and cultivated both inside and outside. His strength was not inferior to that of ordinary saint power users. However, this was his first time facing a real domain, and even the most terrifying sword saint among the domain masters. The violent sword storm swept across the world and split the air. The sharp swords that were brighter than the stars, especially the chill on the tip of the sword, made people feel cold and suffocated. It seems that my disciple's defeat is not unfair. The ethereal voice was like a sword being unsheathed, and it was like sword energy overflowing. The sword light was like light, piercing into the head like lightning. Sunburner's eyes were like burning, shining with brilliance, and he looked at the rotating figure with a moving expression. 3,000 black hairs fluttered, each of which was like a sharp sword energy. When flying, it was like a rainbow across the sky, and the tip of the hair was filled with sharp cold light. The skin was as smooth as white jade, but it released cold air. The willow leaf curved eyebrows were like two scimitars, with sword energy running all over the place and sword light like waves. Her eyes were focused, and deep in them, a cold light was revealed. Her aura was shocking, her nose was high, her eyes were stern, her mouth was rosy, and she was beautiful. Her clothes were not gorgeous, but a standard warrior outfit. Her graceful curves flowed smoothly from her chest to her long, straight legs, wrapped in a pair of deerskin boots. She looked only a few decades old, with fair skin and a delicate figure. A purple cape showed her heroic spirit to the fullest, and her demeanor was moving. "Your apprentice is Lena." The way she turned around was unexpected, beautiful and moving. Although Sunburner had not seen many beauties, such a face was definitely rare in the world and the most beautiful in the world. But when Sunburner spoke, he had a great sense of distance, his tone was very solemn, and his voice was low, giving people a feeling of depression. He had no choice but to be serious. This young, beautiful lady was like a cold sword in the side hall. The sword energy was swaying and the sword light was flashing. As she spoke, the cold air gushed out, the air was shaking, and the surging sword energy storm pressed towards him from all directions. If it weren't for Sunburner's unparalleled strength, any other strong man of the same level might have been swallowed up in the sword energy field, and dared not move rashly with thousands of swords on his body. The Sword Saint is worthy of being the strongest existence in the legend of the Saint Power. Chapter 62. This person is very strange, and I can't see through it. The bright red lips touched lightly a few times, and the ethereal voice was like the sound of a sword in the sky, and like water drops splashing in a mountain stream, the long sound echoed and resounded in the depths of the mind. Even if Sunburner closed his 5 senses, he couldn't stop the sword sound from piercing into the depths of his mind. His mind trembled slightly and his expression was startled. There is no doubt that the female swordsman in front of him is extremely powerful, a master of swordsmanship, and has cultivated the sword spirit to a very high level. Even when she speaks, her voice is full of ethereal sword sounds and soul-stirring sword spirits. In Sunburner's eyes, she is a sword that can break the world and split the sky and the earth. She has surpassed the level of ordinary sword practice. The sword spirit is integrated into her body, and the sword energy can fly with a flick of her finger. What's more, she has comprehended the realm of sword spirit, and all the swords return to their origin. The sword energy gathers. And she can kill people with her words. This terrifying swordsman can be ranked 3rd among the strong men Sunburner has seen. The first 2 are the Lord of the New Moon and Buried Shadows and the demigod Titan King, and their terrifying strength can be seen. Besides, the evil god is dead, and in the end the evil god seed became his second heart. The demigod Titan King is too far away from him, but this terrible sword saint is standing in front of him so realistically, like a passage leading to the abyss of hell that has opened up between heaven and earth, suppressing him from the sky. The terrible, oppressive and suffocating aura is heavier and more turbulent than a mountain, and it's like a long sword with cold light covering his body, making people shudder with coldness and sharpness entering their bodies. The Storm Sword Saint has the strongest aura and the most murderous spirit. There are few rivals in the same level. He can suppress weak saints with his aura alone, and no strong person of a lower level can resist him. Everything that happened in the palace could not escape the Emperor's eyes. Especially when he deliberately paid attention to a person, everything that happened was taken into his eyes without missing a single detail. The werewolf is obviously not a saint, and it seems that he is not even at the peak of the Sky Knight. However, under the pressure of the Storm Sword energy field, he can still be as steady as a mountain and as solid as a rock. I am even more curious. His realm is not yet that of a saint, but his aura surpasses the level of the Sky Knight in all aspects. Hey, the golden light on the surface is like the dense breath of body refining fighting spirit, but it is not like ordinary fighting spirit energy. And the longer I observe, the more I feel that there seems to be an aura hidden in his body that makes me afraid. What is that? The loud bell rang from his body, and Sunburner's figure was like a towering mountain. A beam of golden light formed a golden bell that was turned upside down and completely enveloped his whole body. 13 horizontal alchemy bells, outer iron shirt. After being tempered thousands of times with countless precious medicinal materials, the body is as strong as steel, protecting the body tightly like a body armor. The outer armor, formed by the flames of doshi spreading outward, is more like a steel armor, forming a protective layer. The momentum is surging, the air around is whistling, and the wind is strong, but the body is not moving at all. The innermost internal force is surging, the second heart is thundering, the danchi cyclone is compressed at a high speed, the dochi condenses into liquid, and the crystal faith crystal emits a warm light, nourishing the whole body. The internal organs, blood vessels and bones are all perfectly protected. When martial arts are cultivated to a high level, they can merge heaven and earth. Words and actions affect the changes around them all the time. This is the domain that the Saint Power Master controls. In simple terms, the domain is to use one's own power to control the surrounding space of different sizes and take this world as one's own. The higher the realm, the stronger the ability to communicate with heaven and earth, and the wider the range of space that is controlled. This is similar to the Taoist principle that heaven and earth are the teacher, thick earth is the mother, and the law comes with words, and the mouth becomes a sword. In general, the Saint Power Master has just received the domain, and the energy of heaven and earth that he controls is not too profound. For example, the ability shown by the Sword Master in front of him exceeds the huge ability that should be controlled in this realm. Thousand Feather Sword Master Campbell, a member of the Guardian family of the St. Luce Empire, combines the wind attribute and the water attribute to create the Thousand Feather Sword technique. When the sword energy comes out, it is like the wings of a bird, as fast as lightning, flashing like an invisible, sharp, with a high realm, strong strength, and especially strong attack power. He is the best among the Saint Power Masters of the Empire and ranks among the top few. She is naturally warlike and has a great reputation in the Empire. Since she became a Saint Power Master 7 years ago, she has challenged Saint Power Masters everywhere, and defeated many Saint Power Masters with a long sword. She has experienced hundreds of battles, both big and small, and only lost a few times. Moreover, these defeats were concentrated in the early stage of becoming a Saint Power Master. In the middle and late stages, she almost won all the battles. In the end, many Saint Power Masters in the Empire were so scared of her name that it can be seen how powerful she is. The record of the Thousand Feather Sword Saint Campbell is not only this. In the later stage, she even began to challenge some legendary professionals. In the battle across a huge gap in level, Campbell actually achieved several rare saint levels. Even His Majesty the Empire said after watching the battle, "Campbell's attack is powerful. Once the opponent falls into her rhythm, even a legendary professional will find it difficult to fight." In other words, the Thousand Feather Sword Saint Campbell has a powerful attack that can kill a legendary professional. Some people in the Empire even call her the No. 1 Saint Power Master and the most powerful sword saint, and she is also one of the most promising legendary professionals. There are also terrifying legendary professionals who assert that once the Thousand Feather Sword Saint Campbell is promoted to a legendary professional, her strength will surpass most of the masters of the same level. If she can be promoted to the peak of the legendary sword saint, I am afraid that no one can stop her attack except the terrifying demigod. Li Na, the female official, worships him as her master. She has only mastered 1/10 or 1/12 of the true meaning of the Storm Sword Saint, and it is difficult to find an opponent at the level of the Sky Knight. Campbell said, "You are a strange person. Your strength exceeds the power of your realm. You are the first person below the Saint Power user that I cannot see through. The princess asked me to guard the 3rd level, but I will not use my realm to suppress you. 3 moves are the limit. As long as you can block 3 moves, you will pass this level. But I can tell you that the Sword Saint is known as the strongest Saint Power user, and the Storm Sword Saint is even more so. Even weaker Saint Power users cannot withstand 3 moves. You will probably die if you take 3 moves. You should think about it carefully. If you give up, you can walk out safely." The calm voice was like a stone falling on the still water. The air was rippling. In the shaking ripples, sword beams crisscrossed. The sharp cold air penetrated the skin, which was frightening. The space where Campbell was located was turbulent, and the waves of air that were raised rolled up high and slapped down fiercely, like the ground shaking the sky. The turbulent airflow roared down, and the turbulent waves were like big hands slapping the space. The ground under Sunburner's feet was cracked inch by inch, and the golden light shield on the surface was slightly turbulent, like a sharp thorn, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, whistling in the sky, and he did not retreat a single step. The power you hide is extraordinary, and it did not disappoint me. You who can defeat Lina have made me a little interested in taking action. Campbell's breath penetrated the air between infinite distances, and the oppressive breath became a little stronger. Be careful, this is the first move. Chapter 63. The plain figure stood there, with white and slender fingers. The air in front of him shook violently, and the breath surged. There was a huge roar in the void, and the violent momentum vented out like an explosion. The gushing air waves surged high, and a hideous huge snake head poked out from the depths of space. A pair of huge vertical pupils like stars, the huge body released a terrifying momentum that made people shudder, and it violently came out and suppressed it. Tunlang's snake sword. The hideous snake head spewed out thick white mist, and the long snake claw rushed to the face. The fishy smell rushed to the sky, and the roaring long howl shook the earth. Stab with a la sound, the long snake shed blood, and the rolling waves were like a sword mountain pressing down. The sword light was blazing, cutting through the space, as if it was going to split the hall into two. Sunburner's eyes shrank slightly, and a hot breath surged from his heart, and the blood in his body suddenly became hot like erupting magma. In the first battle to advance to the Sky Knights, he encountered the Dragon Guard Knights and Lina successively. Although they were strong, they did not cause him too much trouble. Now, Campbell, the thousand-feather sword saint who was like a mountain in front of him, made him feel a lot of pressure, which was just right for a battle. 13th secret technique, swallow the sky. This is the culmination of the great masters of Chinese martial arts. It uses the power of evil gods as a guide, integrates internal strength and fighting spirit, cultivates both inside and outside, simplifies the complex, and evolves all the combat wisdom of the past and present lives into 13 secret skills. This is the collision of two kinds of wisdom, a combat method at the level of a grandmaster. The Zen method is integrated with the art of mountains. A ray of golden light emerges in the depths of the deep eyes, like the first ray of sunshine at dawn that dispels the darkness of the night. The golden sun rises in space, and the dazzling golden light illuminates the top of Sunburner's head. A giant Buddha sits in midair, his eyes like lightning, inhaling clouds and exhaling mist. The rolling dark clouds are stacked, and under the layers of cover, it shows a sacred and majestic momentum. The golden Buddha's hand extends out, and the surging golden light majestically comes out. The open palm extends from above the space, instantly covering the sky and the earth, and the overlapping palm prints spread down. Boom! The explosion was like thunder, the waves were rolling, and the golden Buddha's hand stretched out of the space, annihilating the giant snake and the huge waves, and grabbed towards the opposite side. Compared with the Buddha's hand that covered the sky, Campbell's body was insignificant, like a mountain roaring and pressing down. The elegant body stood there, like Monkey King suppressed by the Buddha with nowhere to hide. Sunburner turned passive into active in an instant, and stretched out the Buddha's hand, grabbing the thousand-feather sword saint with power like a rainbow and boundless strength. What a subtle method. It stands to reason that with your fighting skills and control of your physical strength, your level of strength is not worthy of your level of fighting realm. The fog on you makes me more and more unable to see through. Since you keep it to yourself, let me explore it myself. Campbell said calmly, and his calm eyes became serious. Compared with the beginning, the strength shown by Sunburner was recognized by her. Click! A blinding flash of lightning flashed in his hand, a light more dazzling than the sun, piercing through the void, wantonly destroying everything, and turning into a storm of sword light in the space, whistling like rain, with a strong sword energy. The golden Buddha's hand was like a mountain covering it, and the terrible power seemed to crush everything below it. The horrified air wave suddenly suppressed it, and a loud roar came from the air. Suddenly, a flash of white light was seen, and the dazzling light suddenly broke through the golden cover, and the space was cut into small areas. In a breath, the golden Buddha's hand shattered, turning into a light like a firefly that dissipated in the air. The sword light like raindrops whistled, piercing the air, filling the range of vision, the shrill voice, with a suffocating breath. It was like a violent gust of wind. A little bit of light was icy cold, densely packed, like a feather sword shot out one after another, eagles hitting the sky, surging and terrifying. This is the famous fighting skill of Campbell, the thousand-feather sword saint, which is overwhelming and surging, leaving people nowhere to hide. Sunburner certainly couldn't wait there stupidly, waiting for the impact of the whistling sword light. The wind was under his feet, he flew over the grass, and stepped on the snow without leaving any traces. His lightness skills turned into airflow rising under his feet. His figure disappeared strangely, and then appeared 10 feet away. However, due to the fast speed, the figure on the spot had not completely disappeared, and a strange scene appeared in the sky. Two identical sunburners stood there, like twins, one in front and one behind. The sword is psychic. However, the rain of swords that came like 1,000 feather swords unexpectedly changed direction, drew a large arc in the air, whistled along another path, and attacked again straight. Seeing this incredible scene, Sunburner narrowed his eyes slightly. Such things were recorded in Chinese martial arts. In ancient times, knights carried swords. The swords had been with them for a long time. After experiencing many battles, the swords became spiritual and had some incredible induction with the masters. Without moving the palms, the swords were unsheathed and the sword sounded long. Sunburner always thought that such wild history records were just legends. Unexpectedly, when he came to this world, he actually saw it. The weapon is an extension of the arm, and once the cold weapon undergoes some incredible changes, a kind of aura is born, and it is connected with the master. Undoubtedly, this kind of spiritual weapon merged with the arm and became an inseparable part of the body. The two fit together and overlap with each other, and the explosive power is extraordinary, and can even allow the owner of the weapon to burst out with a terrifying combat power exceeding 100%. The idea turned in his mind, and Sunburner quickly figured it out. The sword spiritual here is not just the spiritual birth of the weapon, but the practitioner's understanding of power has reached a very profound level. The use of fighting spirit is also quite terrifying. On the feather sword, the cold light is piercing, the sharpness is compelling, and the speed is as fast as lightning. When he was slightly stunned, it surged in front of him, covering him from all directions. There is no way to retreat, no room to dodge, and he can only resist it. Secret Technique 13, Buddha, Cassock. In an instant, a golden sun rose above Sunburner's head, and the dazzling golden light shone down. The golden glow contained the Hongguang Buddhist Dharma, the golden Buddha robe, and the holy light protecting the body. A tall Buddha was sitting cross-legged on a 9-foot lotus platform. The Buddha's light shone everywhere, and turned into a golden robe that enveloped his body. Suddenly, the Buddha's light was diffused, and the golden light covered his whole body. Puff puff puff. The sharp sword light followed closely and hit the golden robe. Groups of light exploded, and the bright and dazzling light bloomed, spreading in all directions. The wind was howling, the air was shaking, and the space turned into a turbulent sea. Huge waves covered the sky and the sun, and the area within a radius of dozens of feet was submerged in chaos. Thousand Feather Sword Saint Campbell muttered to himself, "It is this kind of strange aura. Although the energy is not strong, it can barely reach the level of a saint, but the unfathomable aura contained in it is something I have never seen before. Interesting, ordinary saints can't stop my long famous Thousand Feather Sword domain, but this sky-level knight has brought me a big surprise." She stood there elegantly. Although she was a woman, she had a deeper understanding of the true meaning of the storm sword. Her eyes were like swords, and a sharp cold light shone through her majesty, like a real eye, exploring the chaos, tracing the source, and seeing the innermost situation through the fog of chaos and the golden light. Chapter 64. Thousand Feather Sword Saint Campbell did not make a move, but stood there calmly, waiting. After a while, the light dissipated, the chaos was silent, and a clear figure was revealed. The cassock flickered, like a dim and uncertain candlelight, and it was difficult to remain calm in the wind. Between breaths, it seemed to be silent, and the turbulent breath outside Sunburner's body gradually calming down, the golden light merged into the body, and the huge Buddha light above the head dissipated and finally dissipated into the space. Staring at the figure in front of him with a serious look, his eyebrows were furrowed, and Sunburner's expression was not relaxed. Just now, he almost used all his strength to construct the figure of Buddha and transformed it into the cassock, one of the 13 secret techniques, but he almost couldn't resist the feather swords in the sky. No wonder the sword saint is called the madman with the strongest attack power. The powerful attack power is far beyond the height that a strong man of the same level should have. Your performance surprised me very much. What you did is better than that of ordinary saints. 3 moves are limited. As long as you use the next 3rd move, you can walk out of the door behind me. Her Royal Highness is inside. Although the 1000-feather sword saint Campbell is a woman, her own demeanor and steadiness are not inferior to any man. Her voice and tone are also quite calm, but the sword sound is shocking. The sharp sword sound echoed in Sunburner's mind. The stable mind tightened and he couldn't help but become more serious. Clang clang clang. The sound of the sword shocked the world. Campbell's long black hair danced, and a huge wave was raised above the head of the beautiful figure. On the high waves, like a school of silver fish passing by, there were actually sharp and terrifying swords, densely gathered together, like a school of fish shuttling in the sea, turning around and turning, flexible as if they had life, rather than cold and temperatureless weapons. Sword domain. This is the sword domain. Sunburner's eyes deepened, and the sword domain took shape and was clearly visible. There was no doubt that the next move was definitely his strongest means of attack. The feather sword that passed by and the cold and sharp breath completely disrupted the entire space. The vibrating air set off a huge wave that rushed into the sky. The air waves that beat down were filled with a frightening sharpness. Through the skin, it was like an invisible sword piercing the surface, and bursts of pain could be felt. Boom, boom, boom. The drums sounded like thunder, and the roaring sound came from the heart. The 2 hearts were like water pumps with terrible pressure, spewing out rapid torrents, and the blood thousands of horses are galloping in the tube, and the internal force drives the blood to circulate throughout the body. In the meridians, the tide rises and falls, and all the energy of the Baodangqi cyclone is compressed to the extreme. The Douqi solidifies like liquid, whistling and gushing in it, and even feels a feeling of swelling and pain in the meridians. Fortunately, the internal organs, blood vessels and bones have been tempered by the elixir of heaven and earth and the internal force, reaching a very strong level. The golden muscles and jade bones, the bones are like white jade, the muscles are like gold, and the surface of the body is inverted with a huge golden bell, which covers the surroundings tightly. The sound of the bell keeps echoing, and the sound waves are far away. Be careful. Campbell has a beautiful face, but his face is the kind of calm that cannot be changed by any external things. The feather swords flying in the sky turn into a giant sword between his hands. The sword energy is brilliant, and the sword light is soaring into the sky, like a bright and scorching sun, and the hot light illuminates the world. Every ray is like a sharp sword light, breaking through the sky and the earth, piercing through the space, and penetrating all matter, as if to wipe out everything. The huge sword body spanned the sky, and the sharp sword light pointed over. Sunburner immediately felt the terrible cold air coming at him. The sharp feeling not only acted on his body, feeling the pain of a steel needle on the surface of the body, but also the head was burning with pain, as if the invisible sword energy poured into his mind, wanting to cut everything open. The judgment of the sword domain. The sword intent traversed dozens of feet and enveloped it. The sword light broke through the space and almost split the hall in 2. The sharp sword energy, like a blade struck like lightning, as if to destroy everything that blocked the way, cut it in half. Sunburner's eyes shrank, and his eyes became more serious, as if he had made up his mind. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from deep inside his body. Boom! A huge roar suddenly surged out of his body, like a 1,000-foot-high wave on the sea surface hitting the big ship, and the terrible power that erupted in an instant destroyed it. The air in front of Sunburner shook. The huge area was compressed to the extreme in an instant, solid, like a round wall. The sword energy hit in front of him, and there was a crisp sound of metal collision. This is... Campbell suddenly opened his beautiful eyes, as if he had never been so surprised. If he was seen by outsiders, he would definitely doubt whether this was still the calm and steady thousand-feather sword saint. On the second heart, a pure crystal slowly rose, like a bright moon dispelling the darkness of the night sky. A little red light flashed, and a blood drop as bright as a ruby in the crystal suddenly broke, and the powerful power bred in it gushed out, and a storm of power was set off in Sunburner's body. The blood drop of the evil god, based on the crystal of faith, merged with the second heart transformed by the seed of the evil god, and gathered the energy of the whole body to condense a powerful energy crystal. After being compressed and solidified by the Baodin cyclone, it was stained with the breath of the gods and was kept by Sunburner as a trump card. But now that the sword is on his body, the terrifying energy of the giant sword surges down, like a huge sword mountain suppressing his body, enough to destroy the holy power person, so that Sunburner is not sure whether he can resist it with his own energy alone. As a last resort, Sunburner can only break a drop of evil god blood drop and release all the huge energy contained in it. The huge energy that is released is like a torrent passing through the meridians, infusing the limbs and bones, and finally condensing on the right hand, like a small sun, with bright and dazzling light illuminating the surroundings and engulfing everything. Swish! The space above his head is like a piece of black cloth suddenly torn apart by a big hand, and a huge figure like a mountain stands on the ground, with a strong momentum, above everything. A pair of eyes like stars, looking down at the earth. Campbell's firm heart can't help but move slightly. This power. Some powerful masters or families, in order to protect the safety of their descendants, will leave seeds of power on their direct descendants or geniuses in the clan, so that these descendants can burst out with power beyond their own realm when they encounter danger. The power that can make Campbell feel wrong is at least at the level of a legendary professional, and she even speculated that it might be even stronger. Secret technique relics. Sunburner opened his right hand, and golden light surrounded his palm. The dazzling halo flickered like glass, and the 5-color divine light changed alternately. The Buddha's light shone everywhere, and the holy light surged. The golden light, like a rainbow, crossed the sky, outlining a rainbow bridge across the sky and the earth. For a moment, the golden relics were like a small sun rising above the sky, and the Buddha's light and holy light shone all around. Various gods and immortals surrounded them, setting off a kind of shocking and majestic trend. This power was not brought to it by Sunburner himself, but came from the power of the evil god. This trend comes from the power of the gods, although only a chapter 65. Divine power is added. Although this drop of divine power was only condensed by Sunburner as a mortal in countless days and nights, whether in terms of power level or energy contained in it, it is far from the real power of God, as different as the difference between heaven and earth, but divine power is divine power. Although the energy contained is like the ratio of rivers and seas, the essential structure is the same. So it naturally has a powerful momentum to crush all things in the world, and it instantly exploded in Sunburner's hands. Boom, boom, boom. The giant sword and the relic, before they met, the two forces that almost surpassed the holy power collided with each other, stirring up the surging momentum in the sky. The airwaves rushed into the sky, leapt to a height of dozens of feet, and slapped the walls of the hall, rumbling. The sword light encountered the divine power, the cold air collided with the holy light, and the most powerful sword domain judgment and the golden divine power finally met. Suddenly, a dazzling light several times brighter than the sun instantly engulfed the entire world, releasing a loud noise like thunder, and the pervasive raging waves covered everything. An invisible wave of air washed around, and the oscillating ripples made it difficult for outsiders to see what was happening in the hall. I was wrong. The origin of this mysterious werewolf is more complicated than I thought. There seems to be a kind of divinity in his body. Could he be a messenger of a certain god walking on his behalf in the mortal world? The Sky Knight fought against the holy power, and he was the first holy power, Thousand Feather Sword Saint Campbell. With such ability, his identity is probably not wrong. What is the purpose of the messenger of the gods coming to my empire? I'm afraid it's not simple. Let Ntina take a good look. Although my empire is not afraid, it is unwise to face the wrath of a god. This matter is not simple. In the hall, the voice of His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire murmured and echoed in the hall. Of course, in addition to the suspected identity of the messenger of the gods, the main reason why Emperor Saint Luce values Sunburner is his performance. He was able to fight with the first holy power user, the Thousand Feather Sword Saint, Campbell, and was undefeated in 3 moves. Especially since he already had the master's demeanor and fighting philosophy, the only thing such a person lacked was the gap in power level, otherwise he would be able to block the terrible killing move of the Thousand Feather Sword Saint. You know, with the power of the sword domain judgment alone, he can almost sweep all the holy power users in the entire empire, and no one can stop him. This werewolf is not simple, he already has the demeanor of a master. If he is not a messenger sent by the gods, it would be even more terrible, and he would even go further. In the majestic palace hall, the middle-aged man who represents the will of the empire seemed to be talking to himself. He controls a huge and prosperous empire. During the decades of power, he has seen many geniuses and is very optimistic about Sunburner's future achievements. He even predicted that he would reach the level of a terrible legendary professional in the future. The fact is irrefutable. The Sky Knight alone can fight against the attack of the first saint power that can almost break the defense of the legendary professional. In terms of strength, it can be said that he is not inferior to ordinary saint power users. And the strange but very powerful force that broke out at the last moment all represents his profound background, and it is very likely that he represents a great god behind him. But the tone changed, and the voice of a middle-aged man rang out in the quiet hall, saying, "It is best to make friends with such a person. If you become an enemy, it is really terrible." The emperor represents the will of the empire and can mobilize a huge army and many powerful people. Even if a legendary professional wants to leave the palace safely, it is almost impossible. Think about the giant shadow standing behind the St. Luce Empire, and you can think of it. Forget it, let Ntina do this. It's her recruited people, so let her handle it. After a moment of silence, the emperor of the empire spoke again. In fact, there is a more important reason in his heart that he didn't say. Sunburner may represent the will of a god. If you can't figure it out, you shouldn't rashly test it, otherwise it may cause unnecessary trouble. In the side hall, the sharp sword energy bombarded the heavy golden light, setting off a series of explosions. The roaring sound almost overturned the hall. The aftermath of the explosion turned the space into a roaring sea of extreme chaos. The air waves rushed to the sky, and the shock wave carried the surging waves, hitting the 4 walls. The huge crash made the solid hall vibrate. The ground dropped half a meter directly, and the dust powder was raised, covering the entire space. It was as thick as fog, and the situation in front of me could not be seen clearly. In the heavy dust, only 1 gold and 1 silver were left. The 2 small suns released brilliant light, shining each other. The powerful momentum suppressed the chaotic space, and the air gradually calmed down. At this time, Sunburner's brilliant golden light sprinkled from the top of his head, and a huge hongjaw was upside down on his body, with extremely strict protection. However, if you look closely, you can see that the surface of the solid golden hongjaw is covered with tiny cracks, like broken porcelain, and it can no longer withstand the huge attack. The Sword Saint, who is known to have the strongest attack power, is indeed worthy of his reputation. Even though I used the blood drops of the evil god, the difference in divine energy and realm almost made me unable to stop it. However, Sunburner said to himself, this also tests my current combat power. The Taoist legendary golden muscles and jade bones, without using the blood drops of the evil god, ordinary saints should be able to give it a try. And if I use the blood drops of the evil god, I may still be able to escape if I am below the legendary professional. Just as Sunburner was secretly pondering his own combat power, the chaotic hall calmed down completely. A pair of beautiful eyes that penetrated the world fell on him. Campbell said, "What kind of martial arts is this? I have never seen the secret book of fighting spirit you practiced." Sunburner remained silent, his eyes calm, like the deep starry sky, and said, "The world is so big, all kinds of wisdom and civilizations collide to create sparks. Who can understand them all?" Yes, the world is so big, who dares to say that he can understand them all? Campbell, the thousand-feather sword saint, suddenly smiled. "Your performance is indeed outstanding, no wonder you invited me here. 3 moves are the limit, you passed." The thin lips touched gently, and the sweet voice as clear as a stream flowing through a mountain stream continued, "No one below the saint power has ever been able to block my move before. I am very much looking forward to your reaching the saint power in the future. I will come to you again when the time comes. I hope you don't make me wait too long." After a slight silence, Sunburner nodded. "This beautiful swordsman is the same kind of person as him. You passed." Thousand-feather swordsman Campbell opened his mouth, and his body split sideways, revealing the door behind him. Sunburner nodded and gestured, walked past her, and disappeared behind the open door. Looking at the back of the departing figure, Thousand-feather swordsman Campbell's eyes were deep, standing there, as if isolated from another world. Chapter 66. "You mean? Let me." Sunburner's voice sounded deep in the princess bedroom. "There's nothing to be surprised about. I'm very satisfied with your performance. Not only did you teach those guys in the Dragon Guard Knights a lesson, but even Sister Lina was defeated by you. Your strength is too deep, so strong that it's surprising. And even the senior thousand-feather sword saint praised you highly, saying that he would fight you again when you are promoted to a saint power person. It seems that no one has ever seen through you. I was still struggling with whether that decision was right or not. Now I can only say that my decision was too wise. My father handed the Dragon Guard team to me. I will hand it over to you now. Help me to deal with them well. The Dragon Guard team has now almost become a golden ladder for meritorious disciples to advance. It's so chaotic that they have forgotten the glory of their ancestors." Princess Ngtina walked down the steps and looked straight at him. "Now, I hope you can help me solve this problem." Princess Ngtina walked in front of him, her bright eyes flashing with moving light, staring at Sunburner without blinking. "I promise." Sunburner hesitated a little and said, "He still lacks a place to settle down. Many things and many resources can only be done with powerful forces. Don't you see that in this world, even the magic towers of those powerful magicians are built with the support of major forces? Without the resource supply of various powerful forces, many things cannot be accomplished by oneself, even if one is strong. Even a figure like Charni Sword Saint must belong to a powerful empire. Although his status is transcendent, it also proves something. In this world, if you want to be promoted, resources and power are indispensable. And now that the other party is interested, it is an entry point for Sunburner. In public and private, he has no reason to refuse." Walking out of the princess bedroom, Sunburner's mind emerged with the information provided by Her Royal Highness the Princess. The Dragon Knights, one of the 2 sharpest blades of the St. Luce Empire, this Dragon Guard team is the candidate of the Dragon Knights. Almost all of them are composed of noble disciples, unruly and difficult to tame. The empire has experienced 1,000 years of expansion, and its territory has expanded to tens of millions of square kilometers. Many noble families have been born on the vast territory. After a long period of precipitation and development, they have slowly infiltrated every corner of the empire, among which the army is the most important direction of development. Many noble children regard the Dragon Guard as a gilded field. As long as they join it, they will be transformed and their status will soar. Moreover, many nobles are fighting for power and excluding dissidents, making it a mess. As Her Royal Highness said, they are about to forget the glory that their ancestors defended with blood. If it is said that Ngtina would not care about these things before, but not long ago, her father handed the Dragon Guard to her, and sent several top officers one after another, but it did not play any role. To this day, she has not fully mastered this elite army. Her status is noble. As a princess of the empire, no one dares to resist her name in person. But suppressing her subordinates with status is definitely a very failed decision. So, she set her sights on Sunburner. In order to test her strength, she arranged 3 levels one after another, and the results were absolutely satisfactory to her. Sunburner's strength was praised by the first holy power person and Thousand Feather Sword Saint Campbell. This time, Altina completely let him go and let him do whatever he wanted, as long as he could control the Dragon Guard. She even gave Sunburner the right to do whatever he wanted, as long as no one died. Princess Altina's decision made Sunburner suddenly become the highest commander of the Dragon Guard, commanding the entire Dragon Guard. Although he did not have a title, his actual power was equivalent to that of a great noble. To be honest, Sunburner had no interest in becoming the highest commander of the Dragon Guard, but the energy and power that could be brought to him behind this was what he valued. Returning to the side hall where he lived, the sun set, the sky darkened, and the sky was full of red clouds. It looked like tomorrow would be another good day. Along the way, Sunburner noticed that the eyes of the attendants and guards had obviously changed. It seemed that the battle outside the princess' bedroom had spread. The strength was terrible, the means were brilliant, and such a sophisticated means shocked them. They imagined that they had laughed at him behind his back before. Once this news reached the ears of this rising adult, they would probably have to give up their lives. This adult had the support of Her Royal Highness the Princess, and even dared to abolish the nobles. For people of low status like them, no one would care if they died. Bang! The door closed, and the sound was like thunder suddenly exploding in their ears, which made many people shiver, but they felt at ease. Obviously, this adult was disdainful of their arrogance, and he breathed a long sigh. Only then did he feel that his back was wet with cold sweat, and they all left here like they were running for their lives. Separated by the heavy door, everything that happened outside did not escape Sunburner's eyes, but he didn't take it to heart at all. There were so many troubles in the world, and there was nothing to care about. A storm soon arose in his mind. Sunburner slowly closed his eyes, and the scene of fighting with the Thousand Feather Sword Saint Campbell in the side hall reverberated in his mind. The terrible sword light whistled past like a violent storm, worthy of the true meaning of the legendary Storm Sword Saint. If he had not kept the blood drop of the evil god trump card, used the power of the evil god, and used the fusion of the bottom of the box internal force and fighting spirit, he would have been able to stop it. Although this battle exposed important trump cards, the gains were not small. First of all, Sunburner understood the level of his strength, and he could fully crush the masters of the same level and fight against the weak saints. If he used the power of the evil god, facing the general old saints, even if he couldn't beat them, he could still escape. The blood drop of the evil god condensed by the second heart contains a weak power of the evil god, which is naturally incomparable to the divine power exerted by the new moon and the Lord of Buried Shadows. The origin is the same, but the energy is diluted by a few %. But overall it is also the power of the gods. Sunburner frowned. Even the energy released from the blood drop of the evil god has caused a considerable impact on my body. If it weren't for my golden muscles and jade bones, and the explosive power of my divine power, it would probably cause permanent damage. Although Sunburner's body is far superior to that of the masters of the same level, and is no worse than that of ordinary saints, the hard skills of tempering the body with national martial arts, horizontal training of external skills, golden bell cover, iron cloth shirt, etc., all require a strong body to practice. But the level of divine power is too high, and he must find a way to use the divine power on himself at a deeper level. Chapter 67. However, the level of divine power is too high, exceeding Sunburner's own realm by several realms. Even after a large dilution, through the Danchi cyclone, mixed with a large amount of internal force suppression, it cannot prevent the rapid explosive power from damaging the body. In other words, frequently releasing the blood drops of the evil god, and using the power of the evil god, will cause a huge burden on the body. Sunburner considered different solutions, such as the horizontal training of external martial arts in national martial arts, training the body, and strengthening the body. He thought about it one by one and finally made the most effective and appropriate solution. His mind was as clear as a mirror. The opponents he would encounter in the future would probably become stronger and stronger, including powerful saints, terrifying legendary professionals, and even terrifying demigods. If he did not prepare early, he would suffer great harm in the future. After opening the door for a day, it was closed again. Sunburner was in seclusion again. The outside world was talking about his promotion to the highest commander of the Dragon Guard. The most widely held view was that a werewolf had no right to lead the reserve team of the Imperial Dragon Knights. The secrets of the Empire were involved, but it was exposed to a foreigner. Moreover, the Dragon Knights were the symbol of the Empire, and the Dragon Guard of the reserve team also represented the honor of the Empire. Was it a harm to the honor of the Empire to rashly use a werewolf as the highest commander? This kind of discussion became more and more intense, and quickly spread from the palace to most of the imperial capital. Many nobles were discussing this matter, and most of them felt that Her Royal Highness Princess Antina was unfair and lacked consideration in the decision. They all submitted memorials, asking His Majesty the Emperor to cancel the decision made by Her Royal Highness the Princess this time. At the same time, the family of the horse-faced man took advantage of the pressure of public opinion, and united with several close families to jointly submit a memorial to the emperor, demanding severe punishment for the werewolf murderer. The memorials expressing dissatisfaction and suing Sunburner almost filled up half of the table. Almost everyone felt that with so many nobles expressing dissatisfaction, His Majesty the Emperor should follow public opinion and remove the appointment of the highest commander of the Werewolf Dragon Guard team. On the third day of Sunburner's retreat, an edict came from the palace. His Majesty the Emperor supported the decision of His Royal Highness the Princess, and the decision on the appointment would not change. As for the murderer, the edict stated that it was just an accident in the competition, and both parties could not continue to pursue it, otherwise they would be severely punished. As soon as this edict was issued, the voices in the empire that were discussing it suddenly stopped. Even the noble who lost an excellent junior and suffered a great loss instantly stopped and put away all the various revenge methods he had prepared. All the nobles understood that this werewolf was not only appreciated by His Royal Highness the Princess, but also very favored by His Majesty the Emperor. He became a celebrity in the empire and his status suddenly became noble. Some flexible nobles took the initiative to make a move, hoping to establish a good relationship with the werewolf who was appreciated by the emperor, take care of him in the future, and arrange for a few of his children to join the dragon guarding team. It was not something that the other party could do with just one word. Unfortunately, when they came with gifts, they found that the door was locked. After a little inquiry, they found that the last retreat lasted for more than 2 months, and they all backed out. Even Sunburner didn't know that this retreat had avoided a big storm. Hua la la. The clear water flowed in the meridians, without the previous reckless and surging momentum, but instead revealed the tranquility of mountain streams. The fighting spirit that gently flowed along the meridians and bones, running the whole body. Every muscle, every meridian, and every cell was like a plant being irrigated by water. At the same time, the Danchi wheel began to move, and the energy of heaven and earth swallowed was transformed into a soft internal force, which passed through the blood vessels and flowed into the blood. Along with the blood vessels throughout the body, it nourished the 5 internal organs and the 8 extraordinary meridians. Wu Qingxi, Xingyi Chen, Barmen Body Refining Technique. Various national martial arts body refining techniques have been uniformly planned and differentiated, and many of them have been personally tested by Sunburner. For example, the Barmen body refining technique divides the body into 8 stages according to the Qiankun Bagua. Open the 8 gates at a time, and each time you open a gate, you will open up a part of your potential, until the gate of life and the gate of death are opened, and then you will practice to the highest level. The 8 gates of heaven and earth, the harmony of yin and yang, predict good and bad luck, and belong to the Qi Men Dun Jia. Among them, the 8 gates are divided into 3 auspicious gates, open, rest, and life, corresponding to the 3 evil gates, death, shock, and injury, and Demen and Jingmen are ordinary gates. The Barmen body refining technique is to compare the human body to heaven and earth, distinguish yin and yang, open the 8 gates, take the big trend for yourself, swallow the heaven and earth as your own body, call clouds and spit out fog, and be immortal. The theory of this national martial arts secret book is extremely crazy. Even if the body is a great treasure, it cannot be transformed into heaven and earth, not to mention that the 8 gates are suddenly opened, and life and death are impermanent. In fact, the master of this martial arts, who created this martial arts, was a martial arts fanatic himself. He was even worse than Sunburner. He directly practiced himself to death. When he was dying, he only opened 6 gates. It was just his speculation that his body would not decay for 1,000 years. Since him, there have been very few practitioners. The few who have not survived the opening of 4 gates. This martial art was given to Sunburner by a good friend. This friend came from a hermit family that had been passed down for 1,000 years. This martial art had been shelved. Knowing that Sunburner was a martial arts fanatic and pursued multiplied by tyranny, he gave it to him. Sunburner never practiced it after getting it, not because he was afraid, but because it mentioned the foundation of practice. You must advance to the Dan Bao before you can practice it. As a result, he died of electric shock and nothing happened. Now, Sunburner feels that the time has come. After 3 days of adjustment, Sunburner's spirit and energy have reached the peak. When he opened his eyes, there was lightning in his heart, and the light was dazzling, like stars breaking through the night sky, heading towards the deep and endless depths of the universe, making people unable to extricate themselves from silence. It's time to start. A red light rose from the second heart, passing through the internal organs, muscles, skin, bones, and blood vessels, and hung above the head. Looking up, it was actually a red sun. The red sun was hanging above the head. The light was soft and sacred, bright red like blood, breaking the calm and quiet pool, and falling down. As it slowly rose, it illuminated Sunburner with extraordinary magic. The faith crystal, with the polishing of time, became more and more integrated with the body, especially through the continuous baptism of the second heart transformed by the evil god seed. The luster became more and more sacred and long, releasing the power of the evil god bit by bit. The red sun rotated and moved around the body, and the red light spread down and slowly penetrated into the body. At this moment, Sunburner's pores opened up, and each pore was almost greedily absorbing the red light. Each strand of red light represented a power of the evil god, swallowing the divine light, surrounded by the internal divine light, sitting there, like a solemn god. Chapter 68. His whole body was gushing with divine light, and each strand of red light turned into light spots, densely packed. The distant sound of the treasure temple rang out in the side hall, like the sound of Sanskrit chanting, surrounded by divine light, illuminating the entire space, and the air was rendered red little by little, spreading outward continuously until it filled every inch of the world. Looking inside the body, along the pores, the light spots converged, illuminating the internal organs, limbs, and bones. At first glance, Sunburner seemed like a transparent man, and every inch of his skin exuded a bright divine light like jade, and dots of light shone outward. Boom boom. It seemed that there was a ferocious beast hidden in his body, rushing around in his body, struggling more violently, colliding madly, and making bursts of roaring sounds, trembling like thunder, which made people shudder. The light spot was crushed in the collision and turned into finer dust, which entered the bone meridians and gradually settled down. The loud roar passed through the closed heavy door and spread in the air. Many people were attracted by the terrible thunder and looked at the closed door with complicated eyes. Above the side hall, dark clouds surged, dark clouds covered the sun, and the mighty momentum suppressed it. It was as if a heavy mountain fell within a radius of 100 meters. The air was compressed. Even the sky knights felt heavy pressure and retreated far away. No one knew what happened inside the closed door. Shocked by Sunburner's majesty, no one dared to disturb him. They just watched from a distance and used their brains to guess. Boom! As the days passed, the roar from behind the closed door not only did not disappear, but became louder and crazier. However, people who came and went were not surprised and turned a blind eye. Habit is indeed a terrible thing. In the hall, Sunburner's whole body was red, like a red-hot shrimp. The red sun above his head seemed to have released all its energy, and there was little left. The light had dimmed. For 9 consecutive days, the red sun finally fell completely silent, as if it had lost its power and fell down, flowing back into the second heart. There, the Dan-holding cyclone was running at a very fast speed. The compressed internal force and fighting spirit merged with each other, compressed to the extreme, and gushed into the second heart. After repeated tempering, it was refined into a tiny evil god's power and entered the faith crystal, and then it slightly recovered a little momentum. Puff! Suddenly, his body trembled, his face turned pale, and Sunburner closed his eyes tightly and spit out a mouthful of dirty blood, which was the impurities in his internal organs. At the same time, the pores of his skin opened, and a black mist spurted out with a hiss, spewing out the remaining impurities and toxins in his body. The whole process took only a dozen seconds, and a total of 4 or 5 mouthfuls of dirty blood and several air currents were spurted out. In the end, the black mist turned into white smoke, and the color quickly faded, almost catching up with the color of the air. It can be seen that Sunburner's body is pure after repeated tempering, and there are not too many impurities in his body. Of course, the simple horizontal refining outer door technique can only temper the external body, and it is difficult to involve the tempering of the internal organs. This time is undoubtedly the most thorough. If the master of national martial arts sees it, he will definitely exclaim, "Washing the marrow." National martial arts compares the body to a huge treasure, which is rich and has inexhaustible potential. The body of a newborn baby is the purest and closest to the nature of heaven and earth. Starting to practice at this time is definitely twice the result with half the effort. It's a pity that he is ignorant, mentally weak, and still observing the strange time, so it is impossible to practice. With the increase of age, a lot of impurities and dirt are gradually deposited, and the body's reaction becomes sluggish. This change becomes more and more obvious with age. There is a saying in national martial arts that learn martial arts as early as possible, and it is rare for people to start practicing in their 20s or 30s, and become a generation of national martial arts masters. Therefore, there is a saying in national martial arts that washing the marrow and Yijing can wash away all the impurities and dirt in the body and make it as pure as a baby. In this way, one can have a faster cultivation speed and a stronger talent. However, the statement is correct. Even if one uses the treasures of heaven and earth to nourish the body and uses various precious medicinal materials to wash, the impurities and dirt that are discharged are only on the surface. The real hidden dirt and impurities cannot be eliminated at all. For example, the internal organs and organs that lack protection are difficult to withstand the results of quenching. All of this flows with the power of the evil god, thoroughly washing the whole body, not giving up every place and corner, and the divine power spreads to every cell, making the marrow washing thorough. Multiplied by extremely powerful, looking inside, you can see that the internal organs and organs are crystal clear, and the bones are translucent. All of them have been re-quenched. The divine light flashes, the flesh and blood are united, and it turns into a divine brilliance. The combination of internal force and fighting spirit is closer and indistinguishable. There are spots of light on every inch of flesh and blood, and in every cell. The divine brilliance flashes, weaving into a large net, constantly devouring the energy of heaven and earth and introducing it into the body. After re-quenching, the total amount of internal force and fighting spirit that can be accommodated has increased significantly. It was like a pool. The length and width remained the same, but after digging, it became deeper, and of course the volume increased a lot. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the extremely bright light shot out. Sunburner's eyes were like the 2 brightest stars in the starry sky, cutting through the night sky and spreading to the deepest part of the deep, broad, and boundless universe. The light dissipated, his eyes returned to normal, the crystal light converged, and the transparent skin became silent. In a flash, Sunburner turned back to his previous appearance, but there was an invisible momentum on his body, swallowing the world, magnificent like a pillar. When the divine light merged into the cells, he reached the peak of the mortal body, directly stepped over the level of the holy power, and was comparable to the height of the legendary professional. Sunburner seemed to be reborn, and the cells in his body seemed to have transformed once, storing energy that was several times larger than the original, and the power was unprecedentedly terrifying. Based on the physical attack power alone, he felt that his current state was only a few points inferior to the first holy power Campbell. Of course, it was only the power of the first level, and if the domain was used, there would still be some gap. It feels like I've been reborn. This state is better than ever before. Sunburner stretched out his hands, sparkling with crystal luster, his palms like jade. A golden dragon shuttled between his hands, whistling and surging, as flexible as a living thing. The fine scales seemed to be cast in gold, revealing bright and dazzling golden light. The small head looked even more lovely, the golden dragon whiskers fluttered in the wind, the small body turned easily, wrapped around the arm, and a little light bloomed from the eyes. This is a new secret he has cultivated. Chapter 69. This golden dragon is not a living thing, but a product of the perfect combination of internal force and fighting spirit, which is basically energy. Sunburner is like the creator, as if he has given it life, opened the light of wisdom, and swam on his arms. 18 palms of the dragon subduing. This is a new creation of his 13 secret skills, with the help of the special properties of the external release of fighting spirit and the operation of internal force. It can be said that it is the peak of his martial arts at this stage. It is a combination of his previous decades of national martial arts cultivation and the operation of fighting spirit in this world. Under the bonding of the high-level power of divine power, it is a unique and terrible attack skill. His body shook, and the pores of his body opened, spewing out strong golden light, cross-fused, and golden dragons flew out, wandering and flying. Wherever they passed, golden channels were left in the air. Soon the golden light rendered this space, and the whole hall exuded bright gold. Don't underestimate these golden dragons. They don't seem to be powerful. In fact, they are the result of Sunburner's suppression. Their bodies are based on the power of the evil god, and their bodies are reshaped by internal force and fighting spirit. Each one released is equivalent to a blow from a holy power. There are more than a dozen golden dragons wandering around Sunburner. Once all of them fall on the enemy, I don't know how terrible the destructive power will be. After a night of familiarity, the sun broke through the horizon, the tightly closed door opened, and Sunburner walked out. Half a month has passed. It's time to check on what Princess Amtina told me to do. Sunburner muttered to himself in the sunshine. After 1,000 years of expansion, the St. Luce Empire has expanded its territory dozens of times. It has developed from a small principality with a radius of 100 miles to one of the most prosperous empires on the main material plane. The empire has gone through 1,000 years of history and the rule of several wise monarchs. It is divided into 33 provinces and 275 territories. It has a vast territory, rich resources, a population of billions, tens of millions of regular troops, and many strong men. The 33 provinces vary in size and are clearly divided into strong and weak. Take the imperial capital province as an example. It gathers at least 3 levels of strong men in the empire and 1 million elite troops. As the political and economic core of the entire empire, it is garrisoned by the Mage Corps and the Dragon Knights, which are known as the 2 sharpest knives of the empire. As for the strong ones, there are 3 legendary magicians, 2 legendary commanders, and a legendary prince. Not to mention that this is just the strength shown, there are far more than these 6 legendary professionals stationed here secretly. The imperial capital province covers the largest area among the 33 mines. Not only does it include the imperial capital, but nearly 3 million square kilometers of land are included in the province. Millions of elite troops and many strong people guard the province. Among them, 50 miles west of the imperial capital, in a jungle-covered mountain range, there is a team stationed. The Dragon Guard team. As the Dragon Knights alternate team, after a series of rigorous training, various strict examinations, and members of the Dragon Guard team who have reached certain requirements in strength, and then pass the test, can be added to the Dragon Knights and become formal alternate knights. However, as the empire became more and more powerful, it became one of the most powerful forces on the main material plane. It had the most elite legions and many top masters. No one dared to provoke it. On the contrary, in recent decades, the empire stopped expanding outward, the atmosphere of war became increasingly thin, and the empire became stable. Without external urgency, many people began to enjoy a rich and luxurious life, especially the generation of noble children who had not experienced war. The blood and fire war had never appeared in their lives. For them, hard training and honing combat power were far less comfortable than enjoying life. Of course, the empire could not feed waste. These noble children were unwilling to work hard, but became mercenary and partial to corruption. The Dragon Guard team could not help but become a treasure in their eyes. They did not join the Dragon Knights, nor did they serve the empire, but just to put on a glorious coat and gain status and wealth in an unearned way. In the early morning, before the sun rose completely, the light of pale gold shone in the forest. The white mist covered the sparsely populated mountain, as if a layer of white cloth was covering it, and it was unclear what was hidden inside. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar broke through the dense fog, and the howling wind pushed open the thick blockade. A huge monster rushed out of the forest, and its white scales reflected the metallic luster in the sun. The huge dragon head poked out of the clouds and mist, with ferocious eyes and sharp teeth. A terrible storm swept up, and the fierce and domineering momentum shook the forest. As the first dragon flew up, the second, the third. In a few breaths, dozens of huge shadows enveloped the forest, like the heavy pressure of Mount Tai, forming terrible waves, slapping the earth fiercely, shaking the trees, and the forest was silent. The beasts living in the forest had long been shocked and disturbed by the terrible dragon's might, and the group fled from this terrible place. There were no living creatures in this forest, and no animals were seen. Only the roar of dragons in the sky resounded through the sky and echoed through the mountains. Flapping their huge dragon wings, rolling up surging waves of air, one dragon after another soared into the sky, like lightning rushing up to a height of 10,000 meters, and turned into a black dot. The strong wind blew away the clouds and mist in the forest, and a large camp appeared in sight. Looking down from the sky, this camp was extremely huge, like a city, and people like ants were busy in it. In a corner of the camp, close to the tall cliff, there appeared a huge nest on it. This was the dragon's nest with the breath of the dragon. However, if you look closely, you will find that these seemingly ferocious and terrifying behemoths, although they are powerful, are not strong. Simply put, the momentum exuded by these dragons is probably not enough to deter even the Sky Knights, and it is only effective against the Golden Warriors. In fact, the Dragon Guards were originally the backup force of the Dragon Knights, and their members were basically at the level of Sky Knights. This could be seen from the performance of the Frost Dragon Knights. It was impossible to have real dragons here. What they had were only sub-dragons, the offspring of dragons and some powerful creatures. The sub-dragon that just soared into the sky was really called the Jungle Bipedal Sub-Dragon. Adult sub-dragons were only at the level of Sky Knights, and they were completely incomparable to the young dragons, which were just holy power masters. The difference was huge. Chapter 70. At the door of the barracks, several guards holding swords and spears, breathing with their mouths wide open, stared at the sub-dragons that had turned into black spots and disappeared in the sky, and said with extreme dissatisfaction, "You really think of yourself as a dragon knight, just driving a few sub-dragons? It's really inexplicable. Damn Goth, if it weren't for that guy, I would be galloping in the sky now." The seemingly complaining words were said sourly, and his expression revealed a breath of desire, which was completely different from the indifference he said. Every man yearns for the vast sky. Even if the Sky Knight can fly across the sky, the flying height and distance are completely incomparable to the dragons who dominate the sky. Who doesn't want to control a giant dragon? Even if it is a sub-dragon, it is an honor to ride freely in the sky. Carmore, it's useless for you to complain here. It's because Goth has a strong background. His grandfather is an imperial minister, and he is surrounded by flatterers. We are lucky. We are just pulled out to guard the gate. At least, we are still in the Dragon Guard. After 2 or 3 years, we will be members of the Dragon Guard. Imagine the other brothers who were not only severely punished, but also thrown out of the barracks. That's miserable. The companion next to him comforted him. We are so unlucky. We followed that idiot Saudi and insisted on competing for the boss. As a result, not only did he not become the boss, but he also implicated us. It's really depressing. Before he finished speaking, several companions next to him sighed, and their dissatisfied tone was overflowing, expressing their grievances. It can be seen that the Dragon Guard team is really deep. They form gangs, fight for power, and oppress each other. The forces representing different interests are constantly fighting. The Dragon Guard team has made it so chaotic that the Emperor of the Empire and Princess Antina are determined to deal with it severely. After complaining a few times, it was useless. Soon the discussion calmed down. Suddenly someone said, "Have you heard about it? Recently, there has been a lot of talk in the imperial capital. Her Royal Highness Princess Antina actually selected a werewolf as the highest commander for our Dragon Guard team. I really can't figure out how strong that werewolf is. If he is really that strong, the grassland wolf tribe would not have been hiding in the Arlamor grassland and dared not to go out. Seeing a small part can be seen as a leopard. I really can't understand why such an order would be issued. It is said that this werewolf is really very strong. Do you know the team of the Frost Dragon? I don't know how they became enemies with that werewolf. Not only were they all knocked down, but one of their brothers was also disabled. The matter has even been reported to His Majesty," said a companion who may know more secrets. "Of course, His Majesty will definitely order severe punishment for that werewolf. You think too much. The werewolf didn't lose a single hair. Instead, the noble family was severely reprimanded and fined a large sum of money. All the guards gathered and listened with interest. This matter caused quite a stir, but the specific situation was only communicated among the nobles. Many people knew a little, but knew very little about the specific process. Don't take yourself seriously in front of that werewolf. There are two great gods standing behind him. You and I dare not provoke them. I advise you to be tolerant in everything. Even if you are hit in the face, you must smile. Otherwise, if a conflict really occurs, I am afraid that even your family will be implicated. Think about the buddy who was abandoned. Didn't he bring trouble upon himself because of his bad mouth?" A group of noble children gathered together to discuss. In fact, although the nobles' children were arrogant and flamboyant, they knew how to judge the situation and act within their capabilities. They knew very well that the source of their arrogance came from their family. Without their family, they were useless. Therefore, facing the mountain that could not be moved, they still showed an extremely cautious attitude. Roar! A gust of wind blew over their heads, and the tall trees were bent and a sandstorm was stirred up. Bah, those grandsons did it on purpose. They fucking messed with us when they found a chance. Don't let me have a chance to turn over. It might make them look bad. I really hope that the highest commander will show up earlier and deal with those damn guys. I hope they run into the muzzle of the gun, and I will send them out here." A sandstorm blew outside the gate of the military camp. The guards who were caught off guard pointed at the sky and cursed. It can be seen that they were just fierce on the outside but weak on the inside, and there was no realistic revenge at all. One by one, the jungle bipedal sub-dragons landed on the open space of the camp. The ground kept jumping, as if there was an earthquake. Standing on it, I felt my body shaking. A group of knights turned over and got off the dragons, and comforted them. The dragons flapped their wings and flew back to their nests. The leading young man had bright eyes, a wide mouth and nose, a burly figure, a restrained divine light, and a majestic aura. The close-fitting leather armor made his body look more explosive. The slightly raised muscles did not look bloated, and his figure was slender. As he spoke, a gleam of light shot out from his eyes from time to time. Mages God grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Although his ancestors were founding emperors who fought all over the world, they were ministers of the dragon. His grandfather is currently the minister of the empire, and his father is the highest officer in charge of a province. His two uncles work in the army, with more than 300,000 elite soldiers and generals under their command. They are powerful and are also one of the best families in the imperial city. Gott began to practice at the age of 6. He took various precious elixirs since he was a child and ate various animal meats containing a lot of blood all year round. He was born with fighting spirit at the age of 8. He joined the Dragon Guard team for 3 years and mastered more than 70% of the team's power. His own cultivation reached the level of Sky Knight. He had planned to get the position of the highest commander step by step and lead the Dragon Guard team in a legitimate way, but he was in a bad mood these days. Princess Untina unexpectedly sent a highest commander, and according to the information he inquired, this werewolf was very powerful and difficult to deal with, and he also had the support of His Majesty the Emperor and Her Royal Highness the Princess. Even his grandfather sent someone to issue an order, which only had one sentence. Don't ask for trouble. On the surface, this sentence was not serious, but Goth knew that his grandfather must have felt the difficulty of the matter to say such a thing. Of course, he was unwilling to let another person sit in his position, but he would not rashly confront the highest commander head-on. Sir, I really can't understand what qualifications that werewolf has to sit in the position of the highest commander. I think only you are the most suitable person for this position. Several highest commanders have been replaced, and only you can suppress the Dragon Guard team single-handedly. Only you have the courage to do so. Hearing the news that Sunburner walked out of the hall, they hurried back to the base to discuss Chapter 71. I don't think there is any need to worry at all. Several highest commanders have been taken away by us. Do you think you are afraid of a werewolf? We will show you some color when the time comes. If you know what's good for you, leave obediently, otherwise. Someone below said self-righteously, but he didn't notice that the person next to him looked at him with obvious contempt. Before he finished speaking, there was a loud bang from the upper seat. Gott said calmly, Lady Linar has been defeated. Don't you think that you are asking for trouble? Don't you dare to disobey Princess Atinar's order? The voice was not loud, but it made the stunned guy look terrified. His heart was cold, his lips trembled, and he was so nervous that he couldn't speak. Go out, you are not qualified to sit here. A simple sentence in a faint voice determined a person's fate. The man's face was pale and he walked out in despair. There was silence in the hall, and the air seemed a little oppressive. My lord, what he said just now is not completely wrong. First of all, the highest commander is a werewolf. I don't think the people of the Dragon Guard can get along with him. When this sentence came out, many people looked different. Although all the races on this main material plane have the same origin, all of them are ancient orcs, it is only after a long period of evolution and the influence of different environments that they have gradually differentiated into different ethnic groups. Among them, the ancestors of the human race evolved from a branch of apes that split from the ancient orcs, while the Dals wolf tribe still maintains the traditions of their ancestors and their appearance has not changed much. It is no exaggeration to say that the Dals wolf tribe and the human race come from the same ancestors. However, although the human race does not deny that their ancestors evolved from a branch of apes that split from the ancient orcs, they think that the human race is the most evolved race, a civilized race, and is completely different from the orcs of various races. Go on. Gott waved his hand to stop the discussion and asked seriously. If the Supreme Commander cannot control the power of the team, his orders will certainly not be passed on. When the time comes, Her Royal Highness the Princess blames us, it has nothing to do with us. When the time comes, as long as the adults control the team, they will definitely be appreciated by the Princess and Her Majesty. These words made the atmosphere in the hall relaxed, and even Gott's mouth curled up involuntarily. Don't you remember the inauguration ceremony of the Supreme Commander? The man threw a bomb again, which immediately made the atmosphere heated up. Yes, it seems that there really is an induction ceremony for the new chief officer. This is the tradition of the Dragon Guard. All the previous chief officers must pass this test before they can take office. If the werewolf can't pass it, then... You know what, this is definitely a great idea. Let the werewolf go on the first day of his appointment. It feels good to think about it. That's right. We will cheer him up when the time comes, haha. The Dragon Guard trains reserve dragon knights, who will be the strong ones who will control the dragons in the future. Everyone who enters the barracks is a genius. Therefore, in order to teach these geniuses, you need a strong enough force to deter them, and also a responsible attitude. The first chief officer of the Dragon Guard formulated the rules, which have been passed down since then. It's just that in the past 10 years, the Dragon Guard has begun to deteriorate, and no one cares about the rules, so it has been habitually ignored. When someone proposed this rule, he suddenly became excited. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Very well prepared? These noble children are more difficult to deal with than I thought. One day later, Sunburner came to the military camp of the Dragon Guard. He looked at the energetic and focused guards, the dragon knights whizzing across the sky, and the huge two-legged flying dragons, controlled by the knights, neatly and flexibly combined in various formations, launching dazzling attacks. Seeing and hearing a completely different scene, Sunburner quickly figured out something in his heart. He looked at the group of knights approaching with a calm gaze, and raised his eyebrows quietly. The arrival of the highest commander makes us very happy. The adults appointed by Her Royal Highness the Princess will definitely revitalize the Dragon Guard. At the front of the welcoming crowd, there was a tall young man with golden eyes and a vigorous pace, but he was in armor with a cold luster. Just like his face, he could not see any smile. It sounded like a welcome, but the words he said were not humble or respectful. On the contrary, the full set of armor was particularly obvious, and he could not salute with armor on his body. The crowd behind him formed the sharpest contrast with the empty space behind Sunburner. It was more of a demonstration than a welcome. Enter the camp. Sunburner looked at the young man blocking the door of the barracks calmly, walked past him and went directly into the barracks. Pairs of eyes looked at the back of the man who walked into the camp gate, and the noisy welcoming team fell silent. The atmosphere was very awkward. Who would have thought that the highest commander of the Dragon Guard appointed by Her Royal Highness the Princess would be so strong and not give anyone face? Goth's face was gloomy, looking at the back of the man who disappeared behind the gate, but he was helpless. In terms of family status, his grandfather was a minister of the empire, his father was the highest official of the province, and other members of the clan also held high positions. They were also among the most powerful nobles in the empire. No matter how many people shook their heads and wagged their tails, he ignored them and never thought about this situation. Do you really think that you have everything ready with the support of the princess? You will soon understand that the threshold of the Dragon Guard is not so easy to step into. It must be said that the thinking angles of both parties are completely different. What God relies on is also not worth mentioning in the eyes of Sunburner. First of all, Sunburner is not a Saint Luce, so he doesn't need to rely on him. Moreover, secular power has no attraction. If his heart is covered with dust, how can he reach the peaceful state now? God's expression calmed down again, and he said, "The Supreme Commander doesn't like the welcome ceremony, so all of them should be withdrawn." The mighty team followed God into the camp, but did not see Sunburner. They sent people to look for him. Someone reported that the Supreme Commander was in the hall of the official residence. After a circle, when God walked into the hall, he looked up. Sunburner sat at the highest position, his calm eyes were like the vast and endless ocean, looking down at him. Anyone could see the strength of this top commander, who sat at the highest position without hesitation, looking down at everyone. An invisible pressure surged in the hall, and the faces of the people following Goth also changed slightly. From the moment they entered the barracks, everyone saw clearly that this top commander was a strong man. God led the Dragon Guardians and went up to chapter 72. Sunburner waved his hand and said, "These etiquettes are meaningless. I am now the highest commander of the Dragon Guardians. You should all understand why I am here. Her Royal Highness the Princess gave me the order to build a strong and united team. So now I can tell you that all my orders must be completed without compromise. If anyone is lazy and deliberately creates trouble, don't blame me for being cruel. I will kick them out of this military camp." The calm voice was like a storm sweeping through the hall. The surging momentum brought up surging waves, whistling down, and weighed heavily on everyone. Many people turned pale and almost vomited blood in depression. The hall was quiet, as if there were huge rocks in the sky pressing down on them, and the oppressive feeling was almost suffocating. Supreme Commander, you are a strong man appointed by Her Royal Highness the Princess. We don't question your meaning. It is the tradition of the Dragon Guardians. Every Supreme Commander must tame a war dragon before he can be justified and qualified to sit on it. Suddenly, God took a step forward and said. As soon as these words came out, the hall fell silent, and all eyes looked up at Sunburner, who was sitting above. God put the contradiction on the table, because he found that this werewolf series of seemingly meaningless methods, but firmly grasped the initiative. Originally, God was going to use this killer later, but the reality forced him to start early and drive the werewolf out early, so that he could feel at ease. In any case, he would not let go of the position of the highest commander of the Dragon Guard. He also wanted to select useful talents from them to reserve his own power for his future rise. The children of the nobles are not fools, especially the great nobles like God, who can recognize the situation clearly. If you don't use the power of the family to cultivate your own team now, it may be too late in the future. In many cases, it is more reassuring to use the power you control. After all, using the power of the family is not your own. A person walked into the door of the hall, walked behind Got, and whispered a few words in his ear. Got said, "Sir, the ceremony is about to begin. The dragon is ready. Can you move and see what the dragon you are going to conquer is like?" Interesting. Sunburner stood up slowly and said. He came to the Dragon Guard for the sake of his own resources, status, and rights in the future, and to repay Autinar's favor. Since he had promised to do something, he had to complete it. He was just a great noble, so he didn't take it too seriously. The mighty army passed through the barracks and walked towards the back mountain. The Dragon Guard had hundreds of sub-dragons, including both two-legged flying dragons and one-horned flying dragons. These dragons were also habitually called dragons, but they were only sub-dragon bloodlines, the hybrid descendants of dragons and other races that had been hybridized for more than 10 generations. Their strength was too weak and they were not recognized by the dragons. Real dragons are proud and powerful. They do not recognize any non-purebred dragons. Each dragon is of holy power level. There are only a few in the entire empire. The Dragon Guards are all subspecies flying dragons, mostly silver level, but even so, it is already very remarkable. After all, they are air cavalry, and sub-dragon flying cavalry. The guards in the back mountain are much stricter than those in the front. Teams of heavily armored warriors patrol without leaving any loopholes. The back mountain is also called Dragon Cliff, which is where the dragons of the Dragon Guard team live. On the four walls of the tall cliff, there are huge dragon nests. Walking in the mountains, you can clearly hear the sound of dragon roars and long chants that shake the dragons. The surging and terrifying dragon power is overwhelming. The higher you go, the more you can feel the terrible momentum suppressing your body, making it difficult for you to walk and unable to go up. Where are we going? I often come to Longya, but I only go halfway up the mountain. If we want to summon war dragons, aren't the two most powerful flying dragons? We don't need to come here at all. We can just summon them in the barracks and they will fly over. Why do we have to come here? Someone in the team was talking in a low voice. That werewolf can even defeat Lady Lina, so his strength is terrifying. Think about how Goth has been suppressing his anger. If he could defeat this werewolf, would Goth be so patient? I'm afraid he would have challenged him long ago. He could just defeat the werewolf and drive him away. Why bother so much? Even if this werewolf was appointed by Her Royal Highness the Princess, he can't become the highest commander if he doesn't have enough power. What you said just now is right. War dragons only need to be summoned and they will come. But what if they are not war dragons? The more the man listened, the more shocked he became. Especially when he heard the last sentence, he was shocked and said, "Are you talking about?" The low voices in the team did not escape Sunburner's ears. The Dragon Guard team actually has a real pure-blooded, powerful dragon. It's just that it can't be tamed. Sunburner certainly couldn't be unprepared when he came to the Dragon Guard team, and he learned some of the situation. He knew that the team was full of dragon beasts of the sub-dragon system, and the flying dragon was certainly not weak. It was a very powerful magic beast, but compared to the real dragon, it was a scum. However, after hearing the discussion, he realized that the Dragon Guard team did not have no dragons, but that no one could tame the dragons. When stepping onto the cliff hundreds of feet high, the air was already very oppressive. The surging dragon power came like waves, and many people were swayed left and right, and they could hardly stabilize their bodies. In the end, less than 10 people walked up, and the others stood far away and looked over here. Dragon Cliff, also known as the Dragon Nest Cliff. A forbidden area on the back mountain of the camp, where many ferocious beasts and birds of prey are raised, roaring in unison, and the fierceness is soaring into the sky, shaking the sun and the moon. Especially with dragon beasts, there are also flying dragons soaring in the sky. The dragon power is shocking, and the world is surging with great majesty. As one of the reserve bases of the Sky Knights, it raises a wide variety of dragon beasts and flying dragons in astonishing numbers. For example, the saber-toothed dragon beast that can crush steel with one bite, the ramming dragon beast with sharp horns on its head that can pierce through rocks and huge trees, the armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, one of the overlords of the land, and the swift dragon beast that can scout flexibly. After entering the Dragon Cliff, Sunburner felt like he was walking into a dragon beast paradise. There were different types and sizes, but they were all covered with dragon scales and armor. The ferocious dragon beasts were looming in the mountains and forests, and their roars were fierce and one after another. Looking up at the sky, it was like a huge shadow, like a piece of black cloud, covering the ground. The dragon was majestic and imposing, as if huge rocks fell from the sky, suppressing the heart. The body was heavy, and it was difficult to walk. In order to maintain the ferocity of the dragon beasts, the St. Luce Empire used a free-range method, which did not restrict their activities, allowing them to hunt freely, travel through the earth, and soar in the sky, thus maintaining the original survival form of the dragon beasts, killing fiercely and being bloodthirsty and terrible. I've heard that Longya is full of ferocious spirits and dragon beasts. This is my first time here, and I feel it myself, which is even more terrifying than the rumors. Chapter 73. I've only climbed halfway up the mountain, and I've seen nearly 100 kinds of ferocious beasts, dragon beasts, birds of prey, and flying dragons. The aura on their bodies has evolved into thick fog, which has enveloped the mountain peaks. It's so dense and horrible. Longya Mountain was originally a forbidden area, and outsiders were not allowed to set foot there. Even the members of the dragon guarding team were rarely qualified to come in. On weekdays, they summoned dragon beasts with a dragon flute. Being stared at by a pair of ferocious and bloodthirsty eyes, I felt like a thorn in my back, and I was terrified. I was really afraid that they would suddenly go crazy and pounce on me and treat me as a snack. Got brought a small number of people, all of them were elite soldiers with extraordinary strength. However, as they walked through the mountains and forests, they were stared at by pairs of icy, bloodthirsty and cruel eyes, which made them feel a little creepy. The murderous aura emitted by a ferocious dragon beast may not be strong, but in the densely packed forest, hideous heads and pairs of cold eyes poked out, turning the forest into a terrible ferocious mountain. Gusts of cold wind, fierce light like tides, and cold mist descended on the body, making people uneasy, their hair trembling, and fear hitting their hearts like a tide. Clang! Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and God had a crystal clear and bright horn like a gem in his hand. The surface was as bright as jade, and flowing with a pure luster like water, slowly outward, covering everyone. Was it intentional, but Sunburner was missed alone? Is this a piece of the horn of the holy dragon? With the breath and brilliance of a real pure-blooded holy dragon, and the dragon's might is like a tide, Goth actually brought such a good thing. No wonder he dared to go up to Dragon Cliff and break through the many fierce beasts and dragon beasts. The warm luster and sacred majesty shone in the eyes of those fierce beasts and dragon beasts, and their blood trembled, fear surged, and the fierce light moved away, not daring to look directly. Those people suddenly felt relaxed, and the fierce pressure faded like a tide, becoming relaxed, and everyone was secretly surprised. The dragon bloodline is important, and these fierce beasts and dragon beasts that contain more or less dragon bloodline, in the more powerful blood under the pressure of the pulse, he dared not move rashly. The might of the holy dragon was fierce, and it was a pass on the dragon cliff. The ferocious and bloodthirsty pressure all fell on Sunburner, the only one who was not protected by the glory. After the fierce energy was superimposed, it was as heavy as a mountain, as terrible as an abyss, and the fierce light was like a tide. The air vibrated and slapped him on the body. The sound of bang bang echoed on the mountainside. All the members of the dragon guarding team looked at Sunburner. The fierce energy of all beasts was added to their bodies, and the terrifying momentum suppressed them. Goth obviously missed him on purpose to let him retreat. Roar! The whole mountain was filled with the roaring of ferocious beasts and dragon beasts. Their ferocity was even stronger and the fog was thicker, rolling over like a surging tide. The light released from the holy dragon's horns was trembling slightly, showing that they were very ferocious and terrifying. The fierce wind slapped on his body, but it could not stop Sunburner's steps. He stood still, and the sound of blood flowing rang out. The torrent was rampant and gushed out from his body. A dragon roared into the sky from his body, as if a real dragon beast was bred in his body, roaring in the mountains and forests, shaking the ferocity. The fog spread, shaking the world, and pushing out. Countless ferocious beasts and dragon beasts were horrified and frightened. The ferocious light in their eyes disappeared, and they were extremely frightened. They fled in a panic and fell into great chaos. All the beasts were defeated, the earth shook, the air was silent, the mountains and forests were silent, and there was nothing. Not a single ferocious beast was seen. The changes happened in a moment, which was extremely weird and shocking, as if the ferocious beasts and the hideous dragon beasts just now were just illusions. What happened? Everyone was in an uproar. In astonishment, they looked up at the highest commander who was striding upwards through the mountains and forests with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. Their eyes flickered and their spirits were shocked. That aura on him. God's expression was stiff. The brilliance emitted by the crystal horn of the holy dragon in his hand made God's eyes gloomy and uncertain. Follow him? Someone reminded Sunburner as his back went away. He regretted it as soon as he said it. Humph. God ignored him coldly and walked up without saying a word. The people behind him looked at the speaker with sympathy, and even gloated a little, and followed him. You're so mean. He slapped himself in regret, but did not dare to stay alone in the forest surrounded by ferocious beasts and dragon beasts, and hurried to chase. Cry. Roar. The sharp cries were like a sword cutting through the sky and piercing into the heart, sharp and unstoppable, as if the mind was about to be cut in half. The roar was shocking, but it was like a huge rock suppressing the soul, the mind was agitated, and it was difficult to calm down. Near the top of the mountain, the sky was blue, huge wings were soaring, dragon wings were breaking through the air, and one after another huge birds and pterosaurs turned into terrible dark clouds passing over the head. The terrible pressure shook the air, like a mountain suppressing the heart, breathing rapidly, depressed and wanting to vomit blood. How did we get here? On Loya Mountain, in the Holy Dragon's lair, live the most powerful pure-blooded holy dragons in the entire imperial capital. For decades, no one in the dragon guarding team can control the holy dragon, except for the last time Princess Antina went out, and the Emperor issued an order and rewarded them with many things, so they were dispatched. Could it be that Goth asked them to move? That would be too scary. The higher they climbed, the closer they got to the top of Dragon Cliff. Many people felt that something was wrong and could not help but speculate. They looked at Goth in surprise. They did not expect that he would actually ask the holy dragon to move. Goth was very shrewd, with a calm face. He raised the crystal dragon horn and shone the light on his face, which gave off a lustrous luster. He strode up the steps and stepped onto a wide and huge square, speaking in a loud voice. Lord Holy Dragon, Magister Goth comes to see you with the Holy Dragon Order. dragon cliff was empty, and the loud voice quickly spread throughout the top of the mountain. Sunburner's eyes shrank, and he suddenly felt several terrible dragon powers quietly descending. The world was silent, and a dark cloud inexplicably surged up, covering the sky above Dragon Cliff tightly. The air was silent, oppressive and terrible, and there was a feeling of impending storm. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, many flying dragons and birds of prey descended from the sky, flapping their wings, swooping down, shuttling through the dark clouds, floating in the air, and their surging roars caused the space to shake violently. A violent tide rose from the horizon, and they slapped down one after another. The huge power contained in it made it difficult for people to stand firmly, and the impact on the chest was like a sledgehammer hitting them, making them dizzy and dried, their hearts restless and a little awed. The flapping of huge wings rolled up a terrible hurricane on the top of the mountain, surging and fierce, making it almost impossible to stand still, and their hearts trembled. Many people were pale and came here later. The light emanated from the dragon's horns, like a layer of battle clothes covered by the bright moonlight on his body. Feeling the power of the holy dragon, those birds of prey and flying dragons had no intention of targeting him. Although he was in the center of the storm, Goth was wearing a glorious battle suit, like a god in the sky, standing still, with great momentum. I don't believe you can still remain calm under such terrible dragon power. Goth's heart moved, a bright divine light surged out, and he looked at the figure not far away. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. The figure was mysterious. The surging tide and the howling hurricane were resolved before they got close, and he stood there calmly. Chapter 74. Sunburner was fully focused, his eyes were bright and deep, staring into the space, as if he saw a pair of huge and terrifying eyes, and the terrifying divine light made his stable heart ripple. Roar! A dragon roar shook the world, the mountains shook, the earth shook, and it covered the roars of the birds of prey and dragon beasts in the world, like an emperor. The mixed sounds stopped in an instant, all the beasts were silent, the roars stopped, and Lawyer suddenly fell silent. The power of the holy dragon. Bang bang. The dragon knight who followed Got felt a sharp pain in his chest, his body was severely injured, his feet retreated, his face was horrified, and his eyes were full of panic. The bright light on Goth's body kept shaking, and the dragon horn was brighter, like a dazzling silver moon, reflecting the dragon's might rising from the top of the mountain. The dragon's might was pervasive. Although his mind was shaken, Goth's eyes were bright and his face was surprised. He held the dragon horn and raised it above his head. The vision of the holy dragon horn showed that it was reflected by the frost holy dragon. As the most terrifying dragon on the dragon cliff, Goth was happy in his heart. The matter was half successful. In his mind, the dragon's roar turned into an obscure sound. Goth's spirit was shaken, and he used secret words to communicate with the frost dragon with the help of the holy dragon horn. At the top of the wide dragon cliff, the sound was silent, the dark clouds suppressed, and the invisible dragon's might enveloped it, just like a mountain after another falling down, sealing the ground, and the boundless pressure surged down. Even the terrible raptors and flying dragons could not bear this terrible pressure, and they flapped their wings and flew high. Only one person stood on the dragon cliff, seemingly unaffected by anything. Sunburner was stable, and the wind blew up his clothes and his long hair flew. After a long while, the dragon's might receded like a tide, the dark clouds dissipated, and the oppression collapsed. The members of the dragon guard were like fish that fell on the shore, breathing heavily, sweating all over their heads, and their clothes were wet with sweat, as if they had just crawled out of the water. Putting away the dragon horn, God stared coldly and said, "Lord Long said that the ceremony will begin in the arena 3 days later." As soon as the voice fell, he turned around and left. Without hesitation, everyone followed him and fled from this terrible forbidden area. Sunburner looked at the back of the departing figure. The obscure gloating look in Goth's eyes made him ponder for a moment, then suddenly looked up and looked at the vast space, with a flash of light. The news spread quickly, and countless people were agitated when they heard it. A terrible storm was rolled up in the imperial capital, and it spread quickly. The highest commander of the Dragon Guard challenged the Holy Dragon ceremony. The one who had just caused a storm not long ago. The rumors about him in the aristocratic circle had already spread all over the city. A werewolf with unfathomable strength defeated the Frost Dragon Guardian team and the Storm Sword Saints descendant Lena in succession. He was also valued by Her Royal Highness, the Princess, and appointed as the highest commander of the Dragon Guardian team. At the beginning, many nobles opposed this appointment, but were reprimanded by Her Majesty, which made the werewolf's identity even more confusing. No one in the entire imperial capital knew the true identity of this werewolf. They only knew that he was brought back from the far north plain by Princess Antina. According to rumors, his combat power is comparable to that of a saint. However, it was just a rumor, and many people chose not to believe it. It is so rare for a saint to open his domain. Now, the inauguration ceremony of the highest commander of the Dragon Guardian team, which has not been held for decades, was suddenly held, and it was also held in the arena. The werewolf fought against the dragon ceremony. The news had to be said to be very shocking, attracting countless eyes. In fact, it is easy to see that there is a black hand behind this news, pushing it to spread quickly. The news came from the princess' bedroom, and Princess Antina did not move. Once it spread in the aristocratic circle, it aroused a lot of reverie and speculation. In the secret hall, the news has spread to most of the imperial capital. Now, everyone on the street talks about this matter. This ceremony will definitely make the werewolf lose face. Well done, keep spreading it and let everyone know the news, the back figure said. However, the news has spread from the palace, and Princess Antina seems to have known about it. I am afraid that once these things are investigated, we will be involved. What do you think? The back figure waved his hand. Don't worry, the news has spread, and it is not something the princess can suppress. As long as the werewolf is defeated, the princess will have no excuse. You continue to spread the news, and don't make any mistakes. Yes. After several people left the hall, the back figure turned around, revealing his true appearance, which was very familiar. Magister Gott. It was he who used a lot of manpower and financial resources to promote the development of the matter, deliberately making the matter big and known to everyone, in order to make the werewolf lose face and have no face to stay in the Dragon Guard team, or even the qualifications to stay in the imperial capital. There are rumors that you have the fighting power of a Saint Power Master, so I will send a Saint-level dragon to fight you. Everything has been considered carefully, leaving no loopholes. Let's see how you can turn over. Gott sneered. In order to deal with Sunburner, considering the rumors that he could fight against the Saint Power Master, in order to ensure that everything was foolproof, Gott spent a lot of effort and sent a lot of treasures to invite the Saint-level dragon to take action. On the Dragon Cliff, it seemed that Gott was asking for the dragon's opinion, but in fact he had already invited the power of the family and spent a lot of money. The dragon race likes treasures, which is its nature. The family also spent a lot of treasures to move the Saint-level dragon to take action. Gott's family can be among the best in the empire, and its power and foundation are naturally not to be underestimated. The Holy Dragon is a special existence on the Dragon Cliff. They naturally have channels to contact these monsters who are greedy for treasures. This is actually a transaction, but the two parties in the transaction are humans and dragons, and the previous behavior is just a formality. Otherwise, how can the dragon on the Dragon Cliff be so easy to invite? It would be better for those greedy dragons to sleep soundly in the Dragon Cliff's nest while the ceremony is being held. Dragons are not wild beasts. They are born with strong bodies, powerful strength, and terrifying strength. They also possess tyrannical wisdom, especially holy dragons, which can speak human language and communicate with intelligent races on an equal footing. In fact, Goth can communicate with words without using secret techniques, just to cover up his actions and prevent outsiders from knowing. In Goth's opinion, Sunburner has no chance of winning if a holy dragon takes action. Dragons are much stronger than human holy power holders. In comparisons of the same level, few races can fight against the dragon race. Moreover, the blood power of holy dragons begins to emerge, which is even more powerful and terrifying. It is not easy to suppress the werewolves who cannot be holy power holders. Almost everyone thinks that this is a losing game, and Sunburner has no chance at all. Chapter 75. 3 days later, the arena in the western district of the imperial capital. The surging crowd, like thousands of rivers, gathered from all directions, with noisy voices and huge crowds. After a few days of fermentation, the news of the new chief of the dragon guarding team's anti-dragon ceremony spread to every corner of the imperial capital. Stepping into the arena, the hot and noisy atmosphere hit me. 100,000 spectators gathered, with fiery emotions and hot air waves, as if they had ignited this space. Someone opened a handicap to bet on who would win, which pushed the already heated atmosphere to another level. The odds of the werewolf are 120, and the odds of the dragon are 1-1. Is there anyone else betting? Is there anyone else? People in uniform, holding wooden signs, shuttled through the stands, shouting from time to time. Wasn't the odds of the werewolf 115 just now? Why did it increase so much all of a sudden? Someone said. The one-sided betting on the dragon, naturally, pushed up the odds of the werewolf. The companion explained with some pain, with such a high odds, if you bet on it, it will definitely be a huge sum of money. Unfortunately, it's just a bright moon in the well, and in the end, it's nothing. The dragon is too strong. Not to mention the werewolf, even the saint has no confidence in winning. Things have been doomed from the beginning. The werewolf odds have been raised to 30-1. Is there anyone betting on the werewolf? Not far away, there was another shout. Such high odds tempted many people, and they resisted betting. Knowing that it was a meat bun beating a dog, there would be no return, so naturally, they would not waste money in vain. Many nobles spent a lot of money and placed heavy bets on the dragon side, which continued to lower the odds. Seeing that there was not much profit in betting on the dragon, few people bet on the werewolf. In the arena, the roar was shocking and the sound was as sharp as thunder. The two beasts fought. The golden snake-tailed leopard leapt high and pounced on the wild rhinoceros, biting its throat with its bloody mouth, and stabbed with its sharp teeth. Blood gushed out like a spring. After struggling for a few times, it could not move. The strong smell of blood filled the stands. The exciting and cruel battle did not attract too many people's attention, but instead focused on the boxes belonging to the big shots above. Just now, someone saw a prince walk into that box, and the one next to it, in which sat the eldest son of the Skinner family. The box 3 blocks apart belonged to the Burles family. I heard that even the prince and princess came, and the great nobles of the imperial capital came out. It was simply a grand event. It must be said that God's ability was really strong. The news spread widely, stirring up the deep waters of the imperial capital and attracting everyone's attention. At noon, the huge arena was overcrowded, and the noisy atmosphere reached its peak. While anxiously waiting to appear, news came that the werewolf had appeared. I heard that there are several huge bets on the werewolf, and I heard that the werewolf personally showed up to buy the heavy bets and bet on himself. He is just cheering himself up. In the end, he lost both his money and his life. What's the point? Has the situation changed? Several huge bets were placed on the werewolf. Does the werewolf have something to rely on and is not afraid of the dragon? Why do you care so much? I came here today to watch a wonderful battle. I don't care who lives and who dies. I spend money just to have fun. Different news came together, and there was a commotion in the stands, which also made many people fall into deep thought. A few screams of the fighting beasts before their death, and another fight ended with both sides perishing. Soon, the bodies were carried away, and the ground was hastily cleaned. Next was the final battle. Roar. You must not have had enough fun in the previous fights, but it doesn't matter. You must have been waiting for the next battle for a long time. Scream, let's welcome the newly appointed Supreme Commander of the Dragon Guard, Sunburner, the Werewolf of Dals. With a shocking scream, the entire arena fell strangely quiet, and everyone stretched their necks and stared at the open door. I have heard of the name of that werewolf for a long time, but I have never seen him. I really don't know what he looks like. An expectant voice came from a box. Look, it's out. Crack. The heavy door slowly opened, and everyone stared with wide eyes, holding their breath and staring. But a figure with white hair came out, with no expression on his face. He stood in the arena, with white hair fluttering, and his steps contained a certain charm. What's going on? I thought he was a ferocious man with a height of 9 feet, but he was just such a weak chicken. It's really disappointing. He is not as good as the lion servant in my house. Can he do it? A burst of contempt came from the box. Ah, that long hair is too dazzling. A certain noble lady's eyes were blurred, her face was delicate, she panted softly, her eyes were full of tears. It can't be that dandy boy's prank, look at his fragile body, let alone the dragon, I can beat 3 of them alone. A strong man stood up and shouted in dissatisfaction. In the stands, there was a boom like an explosion, and the boos and discussions in the sky shook the whole field. The sound was like thunder, and it shocked the world. Sunburner stood still, his expression calm, the bloody air around him was tangled, and the surging murderous aura could not shake him at all. The next second, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes were like lightning, and shot straight into the sky. It seems that everyone's enthusiasm is completely ignited, and they can't help but want to watch this exciting battle. The host quietly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, raised his voice, and announced loudly over the commotion in the arena. Please welcome his opponent, the great dragon. Roar! The sky darkened, and the earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly swooped down from the sky, and the strong wind gushed down, and the surging wind waves hid the stands. In an instant, the sound disappeared, leaving only the whistling wind, echoing over the arena. A dark cloud covered the sky, and with it came the terrible dragon's might. The invisible pressure was like a substance, and everyone's chest was weighed down by a huge stone. Many of them stared with frightened eyes and collapsed on their chairs, like fish jumping onto the shore, with their mouths open, unable to make a sound. Is this the challenge you issued to the great dragon Lord Bola? Humble werewolf, do you now understand how wrong your choice was? A terrible voice came down from the sky. Sunburner squinted his eyes and looked at the black shadow hovering in the sky, covering a large area. It was a black dragon with a length of 30 meters. He said, it's just a ceremony. Besides, I have never fought with a dragon. This is a good opportunity. As if angered by the calm voice, he roared again, retracted his dragon wings, and the black dragon named Bola fell to the ground like a mountain. The arena jumped several times. Chapter 76. Humble werewolf, the great dragon is not in existence for you to test your moves. Are you trying to provoke the great black dragon Lord Bola? A majestic voice sounded, and the huge eyes were like sharp swords, like cold light, and thousands of swords burst out, suffocating. In a box, Got was watching silently and sneered, you don't know how terrible the dragon is. Of course, he would not be absent at such an important moment. Can we start? Sunburner suddenly said, looking at the host. There was an uproar in the stands. They had never expected the werewolf to be so calm. The host was also shocked and stammered, yes. Yes. Humble werewolf, you really angered the great black dragon Bolag. I want to eat you. The black dragon roared, the air shook, and the surging dragon power was like a storm sweeping across the world, surging in. An invisible wave of air blocked this space, and pressure attacked from all directions, as if to suppress him. Dragon power? I have it too. As Sunburner took a step forward, the world roared, the loud noise soared into the sky, the golden flames burned, and the golden light sprayed out from the open pores, and the roars resounded through the space and echoed over the arena. Roar! Sunburner stood there, and a dragon roar that shook the world came from his body. The golden dragon head rushed out from his chest, and the long body was shining with golden light, covered with golden scales, and the divine light was beating. The 5 claws under his body were ferocious, squatting and standing, as if dissipating. The eyes were like gold, shining with divine light, and the body was 10 feet long, like a python or a snake, entwined on Sunburner's body, as if it were a living thing, with scales and claws visible. It was incomparable to the black dragon that was several dozen meters long, but the dragon's might was surging, not inferior in the slightest. What? What did he release? It seemed to be a mixture of a golden giant snake and a holy dragon. How could it have a unique sense of power and beauty, and seem to be more noble than the holy dragon? I actually felt the dragon's might from it. How could it be so strong? Many spectators in the arena, especially some bigwigs sitting in the upper boxes, stood up from their seats. You dare to blaspheme the dragon, the great black dragon Bolag is angry. The black dragon was furious, thinking that Sun Boner deliberately humiliated the dragon, and opened his mouth to spit out the hot dragon's breath and anger, crashing into the space, like a torrent, destroying everything. The big lizard also knows the glory of the dragon. Sun Boner sneered in his heart, his expression did not move, and his fingers moved. 18 palms of the dragon subduing. The flying dragon is in the sky. The 5-clawed golden dragon, which was only 10 feet long and looked like it was made of gold, with scales and claws all over its body, rose from his body, as if it had some kind of spirituality, flying through the sky. Its body was spread out, like golden lightning, crossing the sky, and the dazzling golden light was connected into one, colliding with the hot dragon breath torrent. The dragon flames erupted and engulfed the air. The 5-clawed golden dragon seemed to be flying through the sky, and was instantly submerged and disappeared. The flames flew to the stands, causing exclamations. The arena had already raised a light shield to block the hot dragon breath. Without touching it, one could feel the heat wave coming towards him. It was hard to imagine how terrible it would be if the dragon flames fell on him. The dragon flame of the great black dragon Bolag can melt gold and iron. If you dare to blaspheme the dragon, you will be melted in the dragon flame. The black dragon Bolag spoke with a voice like a bell, looking coldly over. Before he finished speaking, the scene changed drastically. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "What?" It rushed out. A golden light flashed, and a ray of light came quickly and expanded rapidly. In an instant, it expanded from a length of 10 feet to a behemoth of more than 20 meters. In an instant, it was like a golden hill. The dragon's tail swung, and the dragon's breath broke into pieces. The broken flames fell on the ground, burning large pits. Everyone in the stands changed color and leaned back in shock. The dragon roared, and a 5-clawed golden dragon's body like a golden hill appeared in the original place, exuding a noble and domineering aura. The dragon's tail was raised high and suddenly fell down. The world shook, and the golden light surged, hitting the huge dragon body of the black dragon Bolag. "I don't like something staying on my head." Sunburner's voice spread throughout the arena. At the moment he finished speaking, a loud boom sound shook the whole arena violently. 100,000 people exclaimed, their hearts trembled, and they opened their eyes wide, looking at the dark cloud whistling down in shock, breaking a huge wall, thunder roared, and dust and fog covered everything in the arena. "Oh my God, what happened? The pure-blooded holy dragon was shot down. How is it possible? This is not the giant dragon that we imagined before, but a duel between real holy power users." In the stands, there was a noisy chaos. Everyone looked at the field in disbelief. Everything that happened suddenly made them horrified, and their brains went blank subconsciously. That was a holy dragon. It was a top creature that was more powerful than the holy power users. It was dozens of meters long, and its scales were difficult to damage even by divine weapons. The dragon flame could melt gold and iron, and it was naturally resistant to magic. Once a pure-blooded dragon reached adulthood, it would become a holy-level creature, known as a holy dragon. Ordinary holy power users could hardly compete with it. But what happened now? The scene in front of them was completely opposite to what they expected. This strong and incomparable contrast was moving. Many people in the audience of the arena couldn't help but exclaimed and blurted out, unable to control themselves. "This is not true." With a whoosh, God grabbed the railing with both hands, and the railing twisted directly. No one told him that this guy could actually compete with the holy power users. It cost a lot to mobilize the holy dragon in the Dragon Cliff's lair. For this, he even contacted his father and grandfather and mobilized part of the family's power. God's plan was not small, or his family had been planning for a long time, wanting to use the Dragon Guardian team for their own use, control the Sky Knights reserve base, and recruit elites to serve the family. For this reason, the Magi's family did not stop God's behavior. However, now, God can only look at the chaos shrouded in smoke and dust with fear. He knows that after today, he may become a discarded child. In this world, no matter how powerful a family is, they are unwilling to make enemies with a holy power person. The price they suffer is too high. Roar. Humble werewolf, you have angered the great black dragon Bolaga. In the name of the holy dragon, I will eat you. A strong wind blew away the dust and mist, and a huge monster with a body length of dozens of meters and covered with black scales rushed out. Its huge claws, like the size of a roof, trampled on the ground, and the earth shook, as if a black mountain collapsed and was about to suppress Sunburner. Chapter 77. The dragon's might was fierce, and the terrible momentum turned into a fierce wind. Whistling and rolling up high air waves, hitting down heavily. Sunburner was blown by the wind in front, his body motionless, and his white hair blew up. Bang! Facing the violent hurricane, Sunburner raised his eyebrows. Dragon catching hand. His eyes were shining, shooting straight into the sky. Sunburner's right hand stretched out like lightning, surrounded by golden light, and a big hand reached down from the sky, magnificent like thunder, with a roaring sound, shocking the world. The earth was startled, the arena was trembling, and golden light was gushing out, like a golden sun, majestic and vast, with divine power soaring into the sky, invincible. Boom! 2 steps were taken, and the world shook, and the golden light was like a volcanic eruption, and the surging momentum collided with the dragon's might. It was like 2 huge millstones, crushing each other, crushing the air, and cracking the earth. There were bursts of exclamations in the stands, and everyone was shocked and collapsed in their seats, their eyes were dull, and their hearts were filled with fear. Boom! The thunder and lightning spread, shaking the world. The earth-shaking roar penetrated the eardrums. Many people in the arena covered their ears, and some strong men stood up in surprise, their eyes blazing, and looked at the arena. What kind of fighting skill is this? We have never seen it before. It can generate gravity out of thin air, attack from a distance, and capture objects out of thin air. This kind of martial arts is enough to be listed on the Fighting Classics list. Under the horrified gaze of many people, a golden hand fell from the sky, hurricanes rose one after another, and the dazzling light seemed to imprison the sky. The black dragon roared, and the arena between heaven and earth emitted earth-shaking dragon roars. The surface of the huge body of the black dragon Bolag surged with cloud-like luster, like a pure stream of water, upstream, washing away the gold, turning into a rain of arrows, whizzing past, and hitting the golden hand, trying to penetrate it. The dragon wings, which were comparable to the sword light, struggled to separate, leaving deep cracks and large pits, and the destruction was a mess. However, the golden hand was like a solid golden mountain, motionless, allowing the stream of light to wash and the arrows to attack, shining brightly, and suddenly moved downwards. The dragon roared across, and the huge black dragon crashed into the earth. The golden hand grasped down, grabbed the huge body of the black dragon, and pressed down, and the ground shook, like a spider web splitting outwards. Smoke and dust rose, and a huge pit appeared on the ground, almost burying the black dragon Bolag. Everyone in the arena was shocked and horrified. The dragon is one of the most powerful, magical creatures. It is extremely powerful and has a strong body, comparable to steel. It is covered with scales and cannot be cut by sharp blades. I never thought that this black dragon would be captured and thrown into the ground by someone in the air, drowning itself. What a fighting skill this is, it is extremely terrifying. It is indeed, as the person said before, it is enough to be listed as a peerless skill on the Fighting Chi secret book list. There are many types of dragons, and the body is strong, but the black dragon is the best. Because of the bloodline, the black dragon inheritance lacks dragon language spells, but it can devour Cherbao treasures, various precious treasure mines and divine medicines, strengthen the body, nourish the flesh and blood, and strengthen the dragon scales, which cannot be broken by external forces. In terms of the solidity and strength of the body, only the behemoth, the golden white elephant, the blue blood sky armor rhino. A few creatures can compare with it on the main material plane. So this is even more terrifying. Why did this happen? This monster? Gott's face was pale, his expression was trance, and he was horrified and muttered to himself, unable to calm down. He couldn't understand why things turned out like this, but he knew that if he failed this time, he would no longer be able to stay in the Dragon Guard. Roar, humble werewolf, you have completely angered Bola. The roar of anger rang out from the pit, resounding through the sky. The black dragon Bola was furious. He had never been humiliated like this before. The stream of light gushed out, illuminating the black scales on the surface that looked like steel, and the dragon's might became even stronger. With its wings spread out, the arena was immediately shrouded in a huge shadow. Its body of dozens of meters stretched across the sky, its wings spread out, rushing across the sky, and its eyes looked down, as if it was spitting fire. Gott was in the stands, breathing heavily. Look, the black dragon seems to be injured. How is that possible? The scales are actually broken, and dragon blood is seeping out. No wonder the black dragon Bola is furious. There were many sharp-eyed people who couldn't help but gasp when they saw the bright red blood stains on the crystal luster of the huge and majestic dragon body in the sky. Many people were shocked. Before he could think clearly, the piercing sound of the wind stimulated his eardrums. The black dragon Bolag was like a black lightning, cutting through the air and shooting down. The power of 1,000,000 kilograms covered the sky and earth, setting off a thunderous roar. The overwhelming momentum was terrifying, like a mountain suppressing it. The earth-shaking momentum was so great that even the holy power holders had to avoid it. Is it the inherited secret skill of the dragon clan? It looks more like a martial art with 1,000-pound weight. Sunburner looked up and looked at the terrifying hurricane rushing down like a mountain, but he did not move. The strong wind blew all his hair up, and his sleeves were pulled back. Then, at this moment, he gently raised his hands. Then, no one noticed that the surface of his raised palms was shining with golden light. Gradually, everyone felt that a solemn aura was rising and gradually permeated the air of the arena. Then, his arms turned golden, as if they were made of gold. 18 palms of the dragon. He used this name to reversely deduce, integrating his own martial arts foundation, internal martial arts with the secret book of fighting spirit in this world, and reversely deduced 18 moves of the dragon subduing palm, reenacting this mysterious and extremely strong and domineering martial arts. Of course, no one in this world knows it, but he himself can be sure that his technique is actually infinitely close to the meaning of the name of this technique. If there is really a set of palm techniques called the 18 dragon subduing palms in this world, then it is his self-created martial arts, which is extremely strong, fierce and domineering, relying on the energy and intention in his heart. It is a palm technique that combines the strengths of internal force and mountain giant fighting spirit. The air vibrated, the dragon roared, and the gold illuminated the sky. In the golden sky, 2 golden 5-clawed dragons rose from Sunburner's arms and lingered, then rushed out and expanded rapidly. In an instant, they expanded by more than 10 meters, soaring straight up and rushing into the clouds of the sky. The 18 dragon subduing palms, the 5-clawed golden dragon. These 5-clawed golden dragons were originally transformed from their own energy, which contained supreme divine power, divine nature, and bright eyes. They were not ordinary shadows transformed by fighting spirit, but real dragon phantoms. The dragon's might and divinity were combined, and each 5-clawed golden dragon had the power of a holy power. The black dragon roared, and its black dragon wings extended to more than 30 meters, but 3 slightly smaller golden 5-clawed golden dragons were entangled around it. The dragon roared and groaned, and the dragon's might collided, and the divinity shone. The huge collision sound continued to sound, setting off a violent hurricane. Chapter 78. In the sky, the black dragon Bola roared continuously, but was entangled by 3 5-clawed golden dragon phantoms, killing the world upside down, and the air set off a hurricane, but it could not break free. The force swept across the bottom, causing the array light to shake constantly. Although the battle in the sky was refreshing and could not be taken away, it would be a disaster if the array light protection was torn. The big man behind the arena urgently dispatched a saint-level mage to come to consolidate the array and prevent collapse. It's still that power. What is the god behind this plotting? In the palace hall, behind the dragon book and golden case, a golden figure sat. On the Arctic ice field, the sacred fire of the new moon and buried Shadow Lord was shattered, suspected to have been destroyed by the ancient Titan ancestor. Now another divine messenger has appeared, also from there, and there are many doubts. The majestic voice echoed in the hall, but it was isolated from the outside, and not a single bit leaked out. At first, this fight was widely spread throughout the imperial capital, but it did not attract the attention of big figures and strong people. However, now Sunburner looked at the vast sky, where there were pairs of deep and terrifying eyes, all paying attention to this place. It is worthy of being the capital of a country. There are as many strong people as clouds, and there are as many as 10 holy power people. Sunburner muttered in his heart. His divine sense was so powerful that he could keenly detect the prying eyes, but his expression did not move, and he was calm. That's good. It will be much easier to do things in the future. Sunburner thought clearly. He believed that after the battle on the battlefield, at least in the dragon guarding team, no one would dare to question his decision. At the same time, 3 5-clawed golden dragons with dazzling golden light soared and leapt, circling in the sky, making loud dragon roars. Their bodies were as fast as lightning, and their claws were sharp. They scratched the body of the black dragon Bolag, and blood suddenly appeared. Several wounds on the thick black scales were bloody and clearly visible. The black dragon Bolag let out a roar that shook the world, stretched out its wings with thick black scales, and cast a large shadow on the arena. It flew backwards, and the dragon scales on its abdomen exploded, blood and flesh flew everywhere, which was quite miserable. What kind of evil magic is this? The black dragon Bolag flew high into the sky, roaring, but did not dare to land easily. It seemed that his eyes were filled with palpitations, and he flapped his wings high. The arena was in an uproar. The holy black dragon was defeated, floating in the sky, not daring to land. It was like an earthquake, causing the huge arena to be filled with people, each with a face full of shock. Who could have thought that the powerful holy black dragon would be defeated, and defeated so thoroughly that it did not even dare to land on the ground and attack again? This really damaged the reputation of the holy dragon. The holy black dragon, Bolaga, was defeated. It is now afraid and dare not approach. Its momentum has long been at a disadvantage. On the high platform, an unfathomable person commented, "This werewolf. No one knows that its strength is so terrible, and it is so deep in hiding. It is really terrible." Before the war, almost everyone believed that the black dragon Bolaga was invincible. The strength of the dragon clan has been tested by a long time. From ancient times to the present, one dragon-slaying battle after another, endless blood, mountains of corpses and bones, all proved the tyranny and terror of the dragon clan. They have swept through hundreds of clans and stood on the main material plane until now, which has long proved their talent and strength. But now they are defeated. At least the black dragon Bolag is now at a disadvantage, especially in terms of momentum. This is something that anyone without eyesight in the arena can see. The arena was noisy and everyone looked at the werewolf standing in the arena. Sunburner's face was calm, and his aura became calmer, more like an ordinary person. Of course, no one in the arena dared to treat him as an ordinary person. Have you ever seen an ordinary person who dared not to come down after being beaten by a black dragon? Got inexplicably felt a trace of regret in his heart. Why did he, such a fool, provoke this werewolf? Roar. At this time, the atmosphere in the arena had stagnated to the extreme. When all the people in it felt a little difficult to breathe, a dragon roared in the distance, across the sky, and a dark cloud of lightning roared in. Everyone looked up at the sky, and a huge shadow appeared again in the distance, rushing over. It was another black dragon. A more terrifying and more powerful black dragon. In the blink of an eye, the huge shadow hovered in the sky, even bigger than the first black dragon. Its wings flapped, rolling up dark clouds that covered the sky, like a mountain pressing down on the top, covering the sky. Obviously discovering the scars on Bolag, the huge shadow let out an angry roar, and the roaring dragon roar boiled most of the imperial capital. Countless people followed the reputation, but saw an extremely terrifying scene. Oh my god, a second black dragon appeared. The overwhelming dragon power suppressed the noisy air, and the arena fell silent in an instant. Looking at the huge body of the second black dragon, someone murmured. In fact, among the dragons, the most powerful is not the male dragon, but the female dragon responsible for reproduction. They are larger in size, more powerful, and more powerful. If the black dragon Bolag is stronger than ordinary holy power people, then the newly arrived female dragon is second only to the sword saint, and even has a higher level of defense. Sunburner looked up at the shocking scene in the sky with deep eyes. Two black dragons alternately circled above the arena. The loud and powerful dragon roars continued to sound. The huge shadow cast down covered the entire arena, making the arena dim and the atmosphere more condensed. Hua La Sunburner stood in the center of the arena, surrounded by 100,000 spectators. He stood there, and there was no movement on the surface, but in his body, the boiling fighting spirit like running water passed through the meridians and flowed into the Danchi cyclone, compressed and purified, and gradually merged into the second heart. Like a blown balloon, the second heart expanded, energy accumulated, and gradually stained with the luster of divinity. The internal force washed the body, the pores of the whole body opened, and the crystal light shield gushed out from it, the bells sounded in unison, and the drums echoed. The muscles and bones of the whole body vibrated slightly, like a heart-shaking high-pitched leap. Sunburner's momentum was deeper, and bursts of dull sounds came out of his body. The dragon roars were louder and louder, and waves of dragon power were rising and shaking, sweeping the arena. The ground sank, the barrier walls broke, the air was chaotic, and the wind was strong. The bright surface of the arena was shaking like water ripples, surging around, and it had not yet broken, but it made people feel urgent. Chapter 79, Increase the energy output, increase the power when necessary, and don't let the light shield break. The person in charge of the arena had a grim expression on his face. He almost ordered the highest level of shield strength to be activated. It consumed a lot of energy every moment, but he had to give the order. Many nobles gathered in the stands. If something really happened, it would definitely be a big trouble. In the stands, Goth's eyes were excited and he clenched his fists. Werewolf. Remember, I am Delace. The even bigger black dragon hovered over the arena, calling out the name of Delace. The dragon's roar shook the entire arena. Looking at the scars left on its partner, the luster of its dragon horns spread, and the light became more dazzling, like the brilliance of a gem, making it look even more powerful. Delacy, be careful, I was injured by his strange fighting skills. Delacy's ferocious head suddenly fell down, his wings fluttered, and he crashed down like a meteor. The sharp sound almost ignited the air, and the red light that emerged was like a burning flame, with an extremely fast speed. The cold vertical pupils revealed a suffocating murderous aura, and the surging dragon power fell down with a bang, and the earth shook violently. The dragon power was fierce. The long white hair was blown back high by the airflow, and the corners of his clothes were also lifted. Sunburner was not afraid of danger. A trace of energy spread along the pores in all directions. Roar! The strong wind was coming, and the sharp dragon claws flashed a cold light in the sun, like a mountain, covering him, only 2 meters away from his head. Sunburner opened his eyes, and bursts of dragon roars came from his body. The air exploded, and the surging air waves covered the sky and the sun, and the ground under his feet shook violently. The 18 palms of the dragon subduing, the dragon has regrets. He sent out 2 consecutive palms, and bright golden light spurted out from his palms. In the light curtain, the loud dragon roars came from his body, one after another. The 5-clawed golden dragons with bright golden light and claws rushed out continuously, turning into a golden surging wave that rushed straight to the sky, shot out, and hit the dragon claws. The unexpected terrible power exploded with a loud bang, and the loud sound echoed, and the power was even stronger. Sunburner's feet sank, and the area around him collapsed directly into a huge circular depression, and the entire arena shook. Sunburner took a few steps back, stood firm, and exclaimed in his heart, "This black dragon is much more powerful than the first one, and its pure physical strength is even stronger than that of the Storm Sword Saint. Both are holy level and of the same race, but the strength of the two black dragons is very different. The female dragon that appeared later is enough to crush the first black dragon. Even though Sunburner's body is solid, his muscles are golden, and his body treasures are opened, he already feels numbness in his palms and a slight pain in his finger bones." Of course, the attacking black dragon Drasai did not take advantage. It was also lifted up by the power of the explosion and thrown into the air. The scales on the surface of the hard dragon claws broke, and some blood oozed out slightly. The black dragon Drasai is the most powerful existence that Sunburner is fighting against now, second only to the Storm Sword Saint. Of course, it is far less terrible than the female Sword Saint, but the dragon has an absolute advantage in physical strength itself, which is difficult for most races to match. Sunburner's internal strength and fighting spirit are further integrated, and after being tempered by divine power, a new round of flesh and blood treasures is opened. The black dragon Drasai flapped its wings vigorously to stabilize its body. It roared to the sky, and its sharp vertical pupils became more solemn. Sunburner was a little shocked by the strength he showed. "Drasai, let's join forces." The black dragon Bolag flew over and roared. "I will deal with those mysterious and terrifying shape-shifting creatures, and you go deal with the werewolves." The black dragon Drasai was undoubtedly much more stable. With a long howl, the dragon's might shook, and the brilliance surged from under the scales, covering the original black color, and the momentum became even stronger. With a flap of its wings, it dived again to meet the phantoms of the 5-clawed golden dragons. Each 5-clawed golden dragon was like a gold casting, with 5 claws swimming and scales showing, exuding a dragon's might that was different from the black dragon, but it was more domineering and more intolerant of everything. It all exuded divinity and resisted the dragon's might. Although it could not suppress the black dragon Drasai, the 5-clawed golden dragons cooperated with each other and attacked crosswise, blocking the terrible black dragon in midair. In the sky, Drasai's angry roars continued to ring out loudly, and the dragon's might was shaking, but it could not break through the entanglement of the 5-clawed golden dragons. The dragon's might kept colliding, almost turning into a hurricane of gold and black, and the resulting strong winds raged in the arena, giving people a dazzling and wonderful feeling. Under Sunburner's calm face, his dark eyes turned golden at some point, which was a sign that his power had accumulated to the extreme. The dragon is worthy of being one of the most powerful races in the material level. Sunburner didn't know that when he was surprised by the terrible fighting power of the dragon clan, the black mother dragon Drasai was also extremely horrified. No Sky Knight had ever been able to block one of its claws. Basically, relying on the powerful physical power of the black dragon, one claw would beat it into meat paste. A human, whether it was a city-state person evolved from an ape, or an orc like a werewolf or a lion man, was not enough to fight against an adult dragon without becoming a holy power. Swish! A gust of wind rushed over, like a sharp arrow. The black dragon Bolag quietly came up from behind, preparing to attack, and had been restraining his breath until now, intending to hit the target with one strike. "I'm waiting for you." Sunburner suddenly turned around, and struck out with both palms at the same time. The dragon roar in his body sounded again, and the secret skills of the 18 dragon subduing palms were fully activated. 2 dazzling 5-clawed golden dragons attacked ferociously, flipping, and roaring out of the dragon mouth. The huge shock wave that rose up directly lifted the black dragon Bolag into the air, and dragon blood splashed down. The 2 dragons followed closely behind, rushing straight into the sky and rushing up. After hitting the target with one strike, the black dragon bowlag was injured more seriously. Sunburner didn't care about it, but frowned and said, "The limit of my 18 dragon subduing palms now is 7 5-clawed golden dragon phantoms." It must be said that Sunburner's heart is pure, and he doesn't even care about winning or losing. He only wants to be more powerful and transcend his physical body. Can anyone tell me if what I saw was an illusion? That werewolf actually had the upper hand and fought against 2 holy black dragons. He is the Sky Knight, it's simply unjust. The fierce battle made some people feel that their worldview had been distorted. There were actually people who, when they were at a lower level, fought against 2 terrible holy dragons, and not only did they not lose, but they also had a certain upper hand. So, doesn't that mean that this werewolf can suppress those below the holy power? Everyone's heart was shocked. We need to re-evaluate the werewolf's strength and warn the people below not to provoke this person, otherwise they will be punished by the family law. A senior family member said in a deep voice, "Is the position of the highest commander of the Dragon Guard really going to fall into the hands of a werewolf?" A noble disciple murmured. Everyone was shocked by Sunburner's performance. At this moment, no one would dare to despise this Dals werewolf who had no foundation. Every Saint Power level fighter is a very scary figure. Even the largest wealthy family in the Empire is absolutely unwilling to recruit Chapter 80. With such a terrifying strength, coupled with the support of Her Royal Highness the Princess and even His Majesty, after this battle, the werewolf has become a big deal. Failed, I am such a fool, I provoked such a terrible enemy. Got slumped in his seat. He didn't even notice that the door of the box had opened a gap at some point, and his men quietly slipped away. It was empty, and only he was left. After this battle, his identity as the heir to the wealthy family will definitely be abandoned by the family. His future is ruined. The energy consumed by summoning the Golden Dragon Phantom is too much. I can't support it for too long. It's time to end it. Sunburner said. It seems to have the upper hand, but the Black Dragon's physical body is strong. If this situation continues, the battle may last for a long time. The energy of the converted heaven and earth can no longer keep up with the consumption speed of the 7 golden dragon phantoms. If he consumes too much and fails to take down the Black Dragon, I'm afraid he will be in a lot of trouble. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and suddenly a golden light shot down, like the scorching sun descending. The dazzling light seemed to ignite the air, and the red flame burned the space, gradually blurring. Sunburner suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 dark whirlpools seemed to form in his deep pupils, so deep that the end could not be seen at a glance. Boom! A golden rooftop suddenly appeared, and the dazzling golden light gushed out a terrible pressure. This pressure was not aimed at ordinary people, but was like a mountain pressing down on the Black Dragon's Drasai and Bolag. The flexible bodies suddenly seemed to be carrying a mountain and wanted to move. The flapping dragon wings were imprisoned. They angrily let out a loud dragon roar, but they could not break free for a short time. The bodies sank, and how could the 7 5-clawed golden dragons miss such an opportunity? They all took action and turned into golden chains to tie them up tightly, one end connected to the dragon-slaying platform, and under the dazzling golden light, the Black Dragon was dragged over. A flash of cold light appeared, and a golden guillotine appeared out of thin air, straddling the dragon-slashing platform. The cold light was piercing, extremely sharp, and stained with spots of dragon blood. I don't know how many evil dragons and evil dragons died under it. Evil dragon platform, slay the demon dragon. Dragon slashing guillotine, cut off the dragon's head. Taoist classics have recorded that once the dragon slashing platform appeared, the dragon clan surrendered. Unless they broke free of the imprisonment with great power, there was no way to do anything. This was a natural restraint. To be honest, Sunburner's secret book of the 18 palms of the dragon subduing was originally the result of his reverse deduction. The various changes in it could change in an instant only by relying on his own concentration. Its true height depends on the level of divine power. Sunburner used the external manifestation of the 18 palms of the dragon subduing to manifest the dragon slashing platform, which was actually just a form. The dragon slashing platform was just the embodiment of energy, and it was equally effective when transformed into the sword of Damocles. What really played a decisive role was the combination of power that Sunburner reversed and deduced, and he had even quietly touched the power at the raw level. The suppression force and magnetic field of the mountain giant, as well as the myriad threads of internal force, are all pervasive and varied, and together they have created one of Sunburner's highest mysteries at this stage, the dragon slashing platform. This is the highest mysteries of Sunburner's current stage that he has deduced from the changes of the 18 dragon subduing palms after pondering for a while, melting all the previous achievements into one furnace, and finally taking it from the changes of the 18 dragon subduing palms, which has already touched the level of rules. The highest mysteries derived from the 18 dragon subduing palms, the dragon slashing platform. What the hell is that? Why do I feel deeply threatened? Black Dragon Bolag exclaimed. My soul is trembling. Can that golden guillotine really cut us? No, that thing is a fatal threat to us. Black Dragon Delasai also changed his expression. The two giant dragons felt really bad facing the dragon slashing platform. They felt a deep sense of danger and fear spread in their souls. The breath of death on the dragon slashing platform was thick and suffocating, which made them afraid. That was the smell of death. What happened? What on earth appeared above the clouds? The obscure aura can sense that the things left on the golden platform are definitely not ordinary. The giants of the imperial capital communicated with each other. They were extremely vigilant about the dragon slashing platform that they had never seen before. Although they could not explain why, they were quite dreadful in their hearts. It's snowing. Suddenly, the white snow drifted and snowflakes fell, causing a cry of surprise. Looking up at the sky, I don't know when, the sky above the entire arena was completely dark, as if a large unimaginable shadow completely blocked everything. Looking more clearly, it seemed that what was gradually covering everything was like an unimaginable behemoth. It was a dragon, an ancient dragon. A huge ancient dragon with blizzards all around it, covering the sky. The wind and snow were mixed, and the cold wind was surging. As soon as this huge wind and snow dragon appeared, the world seemed to be imprisoned, and the golden chains seemed to be frozen in the air. Powerful werewolf with mysterious origins, stop it. An old voice sounded. It was not loud at first, but it went straight into my mind, like thunder, shaking my soul. This voice contained the taste of time, and it was long and distant. Sunburner felt familiar with it. The huge body covered the sky, casting a large shadow, exuding an ancient and terrifying might, and spanned the sky above the arena. The biting cold wind whistled past, and the scattered snowflakes fell on his body, like flying stones, containing terrible power, and shattered with a bang. Sunburner's eyes finally changed, and he suddenly remembered why he felt familiar. This was not the first time he heard this voice. Back then in the Arctic ice field, where ice and snow blended, and on the top of Dragon Cliff, the long and distant chanting sound was exactly the same as this. This is the most powerful existence in Longya Mountain, the Frost Dragon. The surging cold wind was like a hurricane, enveloping the huge body, and white snowflakes were drifting down. Each snowflake contained a terrible power, and carried the power of some kind of ice and snow rules. This frost dragon was very powerful, absolutely terrible, and should have surpassed the limit of a saint, and half a step into the level of a legendary professional. Moreover, the dragon was much more powerful than other creatures, with an extremely strong body and the secret skills inherited from the dragon clan. I'm afraid it can crush all the strong people below the legendary professional. Even ordinary legendary professionals may not be able to do anything to it. The cold wind and frost, these strange phenomena, were not intentional by the frost dragon, but the ice and snow domain had reached an extremely high level. Integrated with the body, even if it was not actively used, the domain would operate very naturally. Chapter 81. Very strange secret technique, I have never seen it in my long life. I smell the smell of divinity on it. You are indeed very mysterious, completely different from the werewolves I have seen. The old voice sounded again, directly in the depths of Sunburner's mind, saying, Bolag, Delasai has failed, remove the mysterious secret technique, I admit that. You have successfully passed the induction ceremony. As the voice fell, the wild cold wind slowly weakened, the wind and snow dissipated, the sun shone again, melting the icy feeling, and the sky became clear. Undoubtedly, the frost dragon was showing goodwill and dissipated the ice and snow domain. Sunburner did not speak, and the rising golden guillotine dissipated from the midair and turned into golden light spots floating in the sky, floating there. When the sun shone, it looked like a bright little sun, and soon disappeared completely. The frost dragon admitted that the induction ceremony was completed, and there was no need to continue fighting. Moreover, the frost dragon was powerful enough, even surpassing the strength of the storm sword saint, which put a lot of pressure on Sunburner. The eyes that had experienced countless long years were full of wisdom and vicissitudes. After looking at Sunburner, a cold wind rose, rolled up the two black dragons, and quickly disappeared from the sky above the imperial capital arena. After the dragon, which almost covered the arena tightly like a mountain range, left, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When the sky was full of blizzards, the cold wind was biting, and the surging dragon power enveloped the entire arena, many people felt that they were about to suffocate. The feeling of being completely irresistible was suppressed on the body, and even breathing became extremely difficult. Fortunately, there was no fight. The boss behind the arena carefully wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a lingering fear, "It's over. It's all over." Just as the noisy voices rang out again over the arena, in a box, God collapsed on the ground with a pale face and said bloodlessly, "Too scary. Possessing mysterious skills, such a person should not be provoked." The consciousness of the major powers communicated in the sky, but they were very unified. Not only did he have the support of the upper echelons of the empire, but he was also very powerful. He could even defeat a saint-level black dragon, and he defeated two at a time. His combat power was also outstanding among the saint-level power holders. More importantly, he had not yet broken through the realm of the Sky Knight. Challenging a high-level powerhouse with a lower-level strength was a big problem in itself. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling figure appeared above the arena like a rising sun, emitting thousands of feet of golden light, and covering it with boundless majesty. Legendary projection. The sound disappeared instantly, and everyone waited and looked up at the sky, trying to see a clear image. The projection of His Majesty the Emperor. This was a situation that no one had expected. Those consciousnesses immediately understood a truth. Even His Majesty valued this Dal's werewolf very much, and their fear of Sunburner in their hearts increased again. "The farce should end, let's all go." As soon as these words came out, a sound of surprise and spitting sounded over the sky of the imperial capital. It was totally unexpected that the projection of His Majesty the Emperor appeared in person, which meant that he had been paying attention to this matter. This made everyone surprised. Who is this Dal's werewolf, and why is he so valued by His Majesty? The noisy inauguration ceremony of the highest commander of the Dragon Guard ended in surprise and astonishment, and the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Most people put their bets on the dragon, but who would have thought that things would develop in a completely opposite direction? Gott was unlucky. Since he made the wrong choice, he had to bear the price of the mistake. He was sent by the Meiji family to the border of the empire to guard the territory. There is never only one candidate for the successor of such a big family. At the same time, this can be regarded as the Meiji's family showing an attitude towards Sunburner in disguise. This matter is his personal behavior and has nothing to do with the family. As for the subsequent impact, it is still fermenting and continuing. First of all, Sunburner's performance completely shocked the imperial capital, completely surpassing the combat power of one level, and made many people realize the power and terror of this werewolf for the first time. This influence even spread quickly to other places. Soon the entire imperial capital province knew that a powerful werewolf became the highest commander of the Dragon Guard, and it was awarded by His Majesty himself. It also attracted the attention of various forces. Although I don't know his relationship with His Majesty, his name has been on the list of many families that cannot be provoked. Sunburner had no time to pay attention to the outside world. He returned to his residence and sorted out the gains from the first battle. The next day, the empire's rewards came down. In addition to some insignificant commendations, every generation who truly gained the recognition of the dragon, completed the dragon ceremony, and became the highest commander of the Dragon Guard team in the true sense, would receive the symbol of the highest authority of the Dragon Guard team, the Black Dragon Sword. This is just like the previous Tiger Talisman and Soldier Talisman. Only those who are truly granted the authority of the Black Dragon Sword can be considered to have truly controlled the Dragon Guard team. For example, Got and others before, in fact, they are not even nominally in control. After all, the focus of the Dragon Guard team is on the dragon. If they cannot gain the recognition of the dragon on the Dragon Cliff, they will not have the authority to exercise the highest power. The Dragon Guard team is actually in name only. In a sense, the meaning and authority represented by this Black Dragon Sword are truly crucial. And the Black Dragon Sword is also a rare magic weapon. Even the degree of surprise it brings to Sunburner is far greater than becoming the highest commander of the Dragon Guard team. The Dragon Clan has a strict hierarchy, even stricter than the human empire, and even more so. They are divided into several levels according to the different levels of blood. The lowest dragon beasts contain a small amount of dragon blood. The next level of ground dragons have a certain amount of dragon blood. Of course, there are also very powerful golden-horned Tyrannosaurus Rex, which are considered mutants. Although they are powerful in combat, they are much weaker in intelligence. Next is the flying sub-dragon, which has dragon wings and soars in the sky. The dragon blood in its body is more concentrated, but it is still not recognized by the Dragon Clan. In other words, in the real Dragon Clan system, these flying sub-dragon species are just slaves. Finally, there are the dragons standing at the top of the pyramid. Some call them pure dragons. They have inherited the complete blood power and mastered the terrible Dragon Clan secrets. They are the nobles among the Dragon Clan. They are the real dragons. The most common ones are the 7-color dragon species. Above them are the frost dragons, shadow dragons, silver dragons, and other relatively rare dragons with more noble bloodlines. On the upper level, there is the legendary dragon royal family. The three-headed golden dragon. Chapter 82. It seems that the dragon family is huge in number and variety, but if you count carefully, only the real purebred dragons are qualified to be called dragons. One of the most important signs of a dragon is that after adulthood, the dragons with pure blood can reach the holy level. They are the natural nobles of the dragon family. The powerful blood power suppresses all dragon beasts, ground dragons, and flying sub-dragons. Their strength is extremely terrifying, far beyond the ability of other races of the same level to compete. Someone has calculated that the number of real dragons on the main material plane does not exceed 1,000, and this is still counting the number of dragon eggs and cubs. As we all know, it is extremely difficult for dragons to reproduce. It takes decades or even hundreds of years for a pair of dragons to give birth to a baby dragon. Moreover, the dragon family grows slowly. Often the growth period of a dragon is calculated in hundreds of years, and there are also large gaps and frictions between dragons of different dragon species. For example, the red dragon and the black dragon in the 7-color dragon are hostile to each other. The feud has a long history and may even hunt each other privately. Therefore, in order to maintain balance and reproduction, the dragons of each genus will compromise with each other, which is the origin of Dragon Island. It is because of the existence of Dragon Island that the Dragon Clan can be regarded as having roots. Although there are still frictions between the dragons of each genus, and the relationship is not harmonious, once someone or a force threatens the reproduction of the dragons, it will not take long before a terrifying dragon will come and turn everything into ashes and ruins. Such terrible things have happened many times in history. Hundreds of years ago, there was a powerful human empire. The empire had millions of elite troops and several legendary professionals. It was very powerful. However, in order to show his bravery, the emperor of this empire killed more than a dozen dragons in succession, used their dragon bones to cast magic weapons, and nailed the dragon heads on the city walls, which angered Dragon Island. In less than 10 years, hundreds of giant dragons descended on the capital of the empire. The terrifying dragon roars resounded throughout the entire city. The angry dragons were like a torrent, destroying the imperial palace and the imperial capital. In less than 20 years, the huge empire collapsed and disappeared, and was submerged in the long river of history. Of course, the dragon clan also suffered countless losses, and their vitality was greatly damaged, and Dragon Island was closed. And this black dragon sword is one of the magic weapons forged by the Empire when it killed the dragon. The dragon wing bones of 8 adult black dragons were used to forge this handed-down black dragon sword. It can be imagined that this black dragon sword was actually smelted from the dragon bones of 8 fallen holy-level black dragons. Although it is not the most important dragon spine, the sword body contains the blood of the holy-level dragon. Before the sword is unsheathed, the ears are already echoing with dragon roars. This is the origin of this black dragon sword. It is also one of the founding weapons of the St. Luce Empire, and it is of extraordinary significance. It was the sword of the highest commander of the Dragon Guard at the beginning of the founding of St. Luce, representing the highest honor of the Dragon Guard. The dragon wing skeletons of the 8 holy black dragons were used to forge this extremely precious sword. Unfortunately, this black dragon sword has been without an owner for 100 years, because in the past 100 years, no one has been recognized by the Dragoncliff dragon, and no one has completed this harsh dragon ceremony. Since it was taken back by His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire 100 years ago, it has never been given again. Because only the highest commander recognized by the Holy Dragon in the Dragon Guard is qualified to own the black dragon sword. Before Sunburner, those highest commanders obviously did not have this ability, and of course they would not have this qualification. It seems to be a simple gift of the sword, but it contains a deep meaning. His Majesty can no longer bear to see the Dragon Guard continue to degenerate, and through Sunburner's hand, he will revive the authority of the Dragon Guard. At the same time, warn the nobles of the Empire not to interfere in the internal affairs of the Dragon Guard. The black dragon sword is like a royal sword, with the power of life and death. However, Sunburner did not care about the reaction of the outside world. Instead, he remained silent and studied the martial arts he created, 18 palms of the dragon subduing. This set of peerless skills that was enough to be on the fighting G list was a terrible skill that Sunburner reversed by combining his martial arts foundation, internal martial arts and the fighting G secrets of this world. It was so powerful that it was so strong and fierce that even the saint-level black dragon could not stop it. The terrifying power was beyond Sunburner's own expectations. Of course, the better the effect, the more satisfied Sunburner was. The success of 18 palms of the dragon subduing proved that the path he took, combining internal strength with fighting chi, and integrating the martial arts foundation, internal martial arts and the fighting chi secrets of this world, was undoubtedly very correct. Of course, this must use the power of a high level of divine power as a glue. Fighting is the only criterion for testing. Sunburner agreed with this sentence very much. After a battle in the arena, 18 palms of the dragon subduing not only had great power, but also made him discover some shortcomings. The 18 dragon subduing palms is extremely strong and masculine, and is extremely brave. It belongs to the fierce series of fighting secrets. It emphasizes the use of the most powerful force to destroy everything that blocks it, and the overwhelming momentum to crush all enemies and opponents. Although this set of palms is named the 18 dragon subduing palms, in fact, Sunburner has only deduced the 7th palm, which is the explosion of all his accumulation at the beginning. The higher the level of the 18 dragon subduing palms, the more difficult it is to deduce. Sunburner himself is racking his brains, perfecting it step by step, to gradually deduce the 8th and 9th palms. This requires process and time, and is very difficult. In the battle in the arena, Sunburner gained a lot. After summarizing the combat experience, combined with the internal martial arts practiced in the previous life and the fighting secrets he had seen, he felt that the time was ripe to continue to deduce the 8th palm. In the silent hall, there was no sound of wind, and it was as quiet as if there was nothing. Sunburner was motionless, his breathing was long, and each breath took several minutes, more like not breathing. Deep in his heart, there was no wavering, as calm as a quiet lake, without a single ripple. Boom! With his eyes tightly closed, a world suddenly opened up in the depths of his mind. In the vast world, a golden dragon head swooped over, its 100-foot-long body hovering in the sky like a winding mountain range, shining brightly, and each scale seemed to be made of gold, connected together to form an extremely gorgeous golden armor. His eyes were like lightning, radiating brilliant light, shining brightly, and 5 claws grew under his belly, ferocious and terrifying, with the tips like hooks turned upside down, as sharp as a blade. It was a weapon that could even cut through the thick and solid scales of a giant dragon, so people dared not underestimate it. This 5-clawed golden dragon swooped down from the sky, roaring and shaking the 9 heavens. The body was filled with strong winds, and its huge body brought up an overwhelming storm. The ground was raging with strong winds, and the storm rushed up and swept everything. The sharp wind blew on the face, just like being stabbed by a knife. The pain was unbearable. Roar! Almost at the moment when the 5-clawed golden dragon appeared, 6 5-clawed golden dragons appeared behind it. Each of them was the same size, and all of them were huge bodies of hundreds of feet, like 6 or 7 mountains running across the sky, and a huge shadow covered the ground, as if covering the ground with darkness. This is the most mysterious and powerful area deep in Sunburner's soul. Reverse the classic fighting skills, expand each 5-clawed dragon to the extreme, and observe every movement in the most detailed way to reverse the next palm. Chapter 83. The calm hall slowly glowed with golden light. Points of light emerged from the surface of Sunburner and gradually became brighter, just like the rising sun, climbing to the top of the sky. The bright golden light illuminated the hundreds of square meters of the hall. Everything was dyed golden, and it looked sacred and noble. The divinity condensed by the second heart no longer condensed the blood drop of the evil god, but began to replenish the body after the body could withstand the divinity of the evil god. The swallowed energy of heaven and earth flowed into the Dan cyclone along the pores on the body surface, and after being compressed and quenched, it flowed into the second heart, creating divine power, combined with fighting spirit and internal force, and flowed throughout the body. Pure golden energy, like a flowing golden river, flows in an orderly manner in the body. The whole body is golden and brilliant. The whole person is wrapped in the divine golden light. Just like a golden immortal Buddha, exuding a sacred breath. Roar! The 7 5-clawed golden dragons roared to the sky at the same time, and they all spewed out a golden torrent, rushing into the vast world, merging with each other, constantly swallowing up, and finally merging into a golden river, connecting the world and spanning the sky. Birth. A huge face appeared in the unfamiliar space, with a majestic voice that shook the world and resounded through the 9 heavens, like thunder and lightning struck from the sky and bombarded the golden river. The golden river that was still in the air suddenly filled with an extremely mysterious breath and shook violently, as if there was life bred in it and could rush out of it at any time. The purest energy condensed by the 7 5-clawed golden dragons was gathered and transformed into a long golden river. It began to transform, and the divine aura became increasingly strong. The rolling river surface revealed the golden dragon scales, and 2 ferocious dragon horns that reached into the sky also appeared from it. Time flowed quickly, and the golden river that was transforming slowly calmed down. The reversed 18 palms of the dragon subduing turned into another 5-clawed golden dragon, as if it lacked power and stagnated. Sunburner witnessed all the changes and felt a little regretful. It's not enough to settle down. With the current ability, it's difficult to succeed. He was very calm in his heart. The changes in things were also expected. It was not easy to deduce the 18 palms of the dragon subduing, which was enough to become a classic fighting skill. It took a little bit of precipitation to succeed. The will withdrew from the depths of his mind, and the rich golden light on his body receded like a tide. Sunburner opened his eyes, and the hall returned to calm. He has a rich foundation in martial arts and has studied many internal skills. Almost every one of them has been tempered and integrated, and is no worse than any national martial arts master. Moreover, in the St. Luce Empire, relying on the relationship of Princess Entina, he has read many doji secret books, many of which are regarded as classic fighting skills, and even qualified to be on the list of peerless fighting books. With his talent in martial arts, Sunburner accurately found the intersection between two worlds, two seemingly different power systems, martial arts and fighting books, internal strength and fighting spirit. Through a unique way, with the mysterious second heart power, they are integrated into one and created a brand new power. The representative of this world power system is various doji secret books, also known as fighting books. Simply put, the path taken by the latecomers is the path planned by the predecessors, step by step, lacking innovation, relying on the experience summarized by the predecessors. As for the Dojia stunt, 18 palms of the dragon subduing that Sunburner deduced and evolved, he could only rely on himself. According to the Martial Arts Foundation, Internal Martial Arts and Doji Secrets, he repeatedly deduced and evolved, and completed this Dojia stunt bit by bit. At the beginning, Sunburner only deduced the first 7 palms. After the battle in the arena and the battle with 2 holy black dragons, his understanding became more profound. He had some clues in his mind and continued to deduce. But the process was not smooth. He could not go on after only half of the deduction. However, he was not too impatient. This kind of deduction requires inspiration and sudden ideas, as well as the accumulation of one's own foundation, and sometimes it may also require some luck. It can't be rushed. At this time, he stretched out his hand and waved, clang. And the black dragon sword placed on the weapon rack next to him was unsheathed and suspended in front of him. This sword is very strange. The blade is wide and deep black. It just floats in front of Sunburner, as if it is made up of 8 giant dragons entangled together. Each dragon pattern is extremely clear, as if a black dragon is roaring in a low voice, exuding a suffocating and heavy smell. The sword flashed, and a dazzling lightning flashed through the hall. The cold sword intent made people shudder. The faint roar of the giant dragon impacted the depths of the soul, which made people feel awe. This sword is very strange. Not only is the material of the sword body made of 8 black dragon wing bones, but it also contains the spirit of the black dragon, and melts the will of the 8 black dragons. The person who cast it must be a master craftsman who is proficient in the casting method of magic weapons. It is worthy of being a terrible magic weapon cast by the power of an entire country. Sunburner's eyes were like lightning. In the depths of his silver-white eyes, invisible mental power gushed out. He clearly saw 8 black dragons, with dragon roars that shocked the sky and dragon power that was unparalleled. They surrounded the sword body, wandering and circling. The surging majesty surged from the magic sword, like a surging tide, shocking the hall. He had fought with black dragons before, and he understood the background of this black dragon the most, the mysterious charm that belonged to the giant dragon clan. Seeing this scene again, his heart was moved, and his soul seemed to be touched. When he joined the dragon guarding team, he also read a lot of records about the dragon guarding team, including the records about this black dragon sword. He simply mentioned that this sword was smelted from the bones of a holy black dragon, which sealed the dragon soul. The black dragon sword is a famous divine weapon on the continent with great power. After carefully observing it for a while, Sunburner knew that the record was true. From the performance alone, he more intuitively realized the amazing power of this divine sword. Needless to say, the sharpness of the divine sword, this black dragon sword contains the aura of the black dragon clan, and it itself contains a powerful dragon power. Whenever fighting, it will first deter the attacked, and invisibly greatly weaken the will of the attacked to resist, thus causing terrible damage. The roaring dragon soul surrounded the divine sword, and finally attached to the sword body, turning into dense dragon pattern engravings, which looked like a dragon body covered with dragon scales. It spread from the tip of the sword to the guard, and the hilt was formed by 2 dragon heads entwined. The palm just passed through the 2 dragon mouths and grasped this terrible sword. The legendary sword in China is probably no more than this. Sunburner moved slightly, and the surface seemed to be engraved with dragon scales. It seemed to shake, just like a giant dragon swinging its scales. The sharp sword energy flashed by at an extremely fast speed, splitting the air and hitting the ground, leaving a thin crack that was deeply sunk into the ground. Chapter 84. This is just a casual swing, but it is so sharp. Once it is used, even the strong dragon scales of the saint-level giant dragon may not be able to resist it. Suddenly, Sunburner's eyes lit up, and with a finger, the black dragon sword quietly floated in front of his eyes. His eyes became deeper and more solemn. He looked at it without blinking, and his focused eyes were like an explorer who had discovered a mysterious treasure. Standing in the distance, he could hear the bang-bang heartbeat coming from his body. His eyes slowly narrowed. His eyes also turned silver-white. Deep in his mind, the mysterious spiritual ocean seemed to have a terrible hurricane. The waves were rising one after another, and the sea surface was rolling. Huge waves rushed up into the sky. Huge mental power gushed out from the depths of his eyes. The colorful world in front of him turned into an empty black and white, like a yin and yang chessboard. Crossed horizontal and vertical lines made up the world in Sunburner's eyes. Putting aside everything, only the most basic and essential things were left. The dragon pattern engraving, which looked monotonous and seemed to represent nothing, suddenly moved and floated from the sword, like a sketching master, outlining a complex pattern with simple strokes. Roar! A dragon roar awakened Sunburner's will. In the depths of his wide eyes, a ferocious black dragon was reflected. The huge body was even larger than the two black dragons fighting each other. The dragon's might was even stronger, and the breath was heavier. It flapped its huge dragon wings and floated in the black and white world. The ferocious eyes released awe-inspiring gazes, staring at Sunburner, and the terrible thoughts penetrated the space and shot into his eyes. With a sound of boom, Sunburner felt his head shake, and when he saw it again, he stepped into a terrible battlefield. The ferocious and terrible holy black dragon flapped its huge dragon wings, roared in a low voice, and was confronting a terrible beast. The golden hair, each of which was as sharp as a golden forged arrow, stood on the ground, as huge as a mountain, and the terrible momentum soared into the sky, and it was about to rush into the clouds. The legs like pillars of heaven kept stomping on the ground. Every sound was like spring thunder, the ground trembled, and the surroundings spread like a spider web. Is this a beast? The golden behemoth? Sunburner looked at it for the first time, and his heart moved inexplicably. As a member of the Dorsey Wolf tribe, the most loyal companion of the beast god worshipped by all orc tribes, the golden behemoth beast was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart, and that emotion came from the deepest part of the soul. Of course, with his cultivation and will, he could easily suppress this inherited mark. Is this a war between the black dragon and the golden behemoth? The behemoth, standing on the ground like a golden mountain, roared to the sky. The roaring sound was like a shock wave, sweeping across the air like a substance, causing the space to turbulent, the wind to regenerate, and the storm to rise. On one side was the king of land warfare, and on the other side was the master of the sky. The two equally terrifying wars that were about to break out were attracting worldwide attention, just like a comet hitting the earth. Suddenly, the dragon wings were retracted, and the black dragon swooped down, like a meteor sliding down from the sky, with unparalleled terrifying power and speed. Almost at the same time, the golden behemoth's legs, as thick as pillars of heaven, paused downward, and the powerful force of the muscles bursting out pushed its body to meet it. Boom! The thunder shook the sky, and the roar shook the fields. The strong wind from the collision of the giants swept the space, which was as fragile as glass, and the black and white world was covered with cracks. For a moment, Sunburner watched the inherited secret skills of the two giant beasts without blinking, and every move was deeply absorbed in his mind. At this moment, his mind was like a computer running at high speed, analyzing and storing these precious data. This is extremely precious information. Not everyone can see the war between the king of the land and the saint-level black dragon. In fact, even the legendary professionals who can be called giants may not have seen it. It must be said that Sunburner has experienced too few battles, and his understanding of the various professional masters in this world is not very deep. Just like this precious information in front of him, even if it is placed in the St. Luce Empire, it will be the first-class secret. The battle between the two equally terrifying giant beasts and the wonderful battle process made Sunburner intoxicated. He himself is a martial arts fanatic. This level of battle makes his blood boil, especially the giant beasts with extraordinary talents, terrifying explosive power, terrible attack power and the secret skills of the race that have been passed down for thousands of years, which makes him gain a lot. Boom! The black and white world suddenly shook again, the lines on the sword shook again, the dragon scales spread, and turned into another terrible holy black dragon. The ferocious and wild eyes shot into the depths of Sunburner's eyes again, the world shook, and a new battle scene appeared. This time, the one fighting the black dragon was also a terrible existence. Sunburner had seen it in the depths of the far north plain. Titan. The gods of the ancient goblin tribe created a divine species that was mutually dependent on the dragon. Once they met, they would fight to the death. Another round of battle began. In the hands of the Titan, the violent and untamable thunder was like a toy. With a clenched palm, thunder was everywhere, and the tall body spread with terrible thunder pools. Before swinging, the spear broke through the air, leaving a series of charred marks in the air. It was also a battle with a behemoth. Facing different behemoths, the black dragon used different secrets. But the same thing was that the battle was also extremely exciting, and the terrible collision of power almost overturned the world. Soon, one after another battle scenes appeared in front of Sunburner. Some were powerful beasts, some were terrible human masters, and some were strong men from other races. The opponents of the Black Dragon were different, but without exception, they were all very terrible enemies. Every battle seemed to penetrate the heaven and earth and destroy large tracts of forests and mountains. Until no new scenes appeared, Sunburner raised his head and looked at the 8 huge black dragons in the black and white world. His eyes became deeper and respectful. These pictures should be the memories left in the skeletons of the black dragons that smelted the magic sword. The dragons are worthy of being a fighting race. No matter who the opponent is, they dare to fight. The pictures that passed by in front of him made Sunburner's blood boil. As a martial arts fanatic, in addition to pursuing more powerful power, I am afraid that only fighting can make him excited. The performance of the Holy Black Dragon was very exciting. It fought to the death and never retreated. Almost all of them were head-on confrontations with terrible opponents. Perhaps it was because of this that the foundation and temperament of the Black Dragon sword itself were forged, and finally the current Black Dragon sword appeared. The black and white world gradually stretched out in Sunburner's eyes, and the horizontal and vertical lines extended towards the vast universe. The clear and ferocious black dragon gradually faded and turned into dragon patterns again. Not long after, the black and white world merged into the world and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 85. A soft hum floated out of Sunburner's mouth, as if he had just woken up from a dream. His closed eyes opened, and his eyes became deeper and deeper. The scene just now seemed like an illusion, like a daydream. When he opened his eyes, the dreamy feeling completely disappeared. But it was very clear. The various secrets and fighting codes used by the Black Dragon were imprinted in the depths of his mind, and they were all recorded. Could it be that the dragon energy released by the 18 palms of the dragon subduing was consistent with a certain idea of the Black Dragon sword, forming a kind of wonderful resonance, and releasing the battle scene recorded in the dragon bones completely again? Sunburner had also heard that the bones of some powerful beings would preserve some memories even if they had fallen for a long time. Of course, this kind of memory can only be displayed through some special means. Some require blood inheritance, while others require understanding of will, or resonance like Sunburner. In any case, the results of this harvest are very huge. After some sorting, Sunburner has a deeper understanding. In this way, the unfinished deduction can be carried out, and perhaps we can take a few more steps forward. Sunburner said to himself. Roar. The terrible dragon roar sounded deep in Sunburner's mind. One after another, the ferocious and terrifying 5-clawed golden dragons passed through the air as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they rushed from the sky to the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, a huge pit was left on the ground, which was huge enough to bury a giant beast. These formed 5-clawed golden dragons wandered between heaven and earth at will. It seemed that there were not many regular movements, but they were evolving the secret skills of the dragon clan. In the deduction of 18 palms of the dragon subduing, Sunburner did not simply deduce the next moves. This extremely masculine, extremely strong, and extremely brave skill opened a brand new road for him. Although it is not certain where the end of this road is. Or in other words, no one knows what is waiting for him in front. But are these important to a martial arts fanatic? Obviously not important, as long as he keeps moving forward, creates powerful secrets and skills, and a terrible fighting book, everything is enough. Compared with the huge dragon body in the front, the size of the 5-clawed dragon has shrunk a lot. But the luster on the surface is more intense, as if it has more vividly demonstrated the true meaning of the phrase concentration is the essence. After trimming and perfecting the previous moves, the 5-clawed golden dragon phantom has become more powerful, more flexible, and more terrifying. Boom! Above the sky, the thunder roared continuously. Looking up, the eyes were filled with silver thunder light. Lightning lights like destructive spears struck from the sky, and tall mountains disappeared in an instant. The power was so great that it made people's scalps numb. It was like the anger of nature, which was beyond human power to resist. The surging thunder and lightning turned into a surging thunder pool. The silver-white lightning turned into liquid, which was brighter than the stars and bright enough to open the eyes. The thunder pool was churning, undulating, and ripples were raised, crashing in all directions. The space was knocked open, the air was evaporated, and the silver-white color spread outward, covering the entire sky. Roar! The dragon went out to sea and traveled in the sky. In the rolling thunder pool, a golden light suddenly rushed out. The size of about 10 feet was reduced by 10 times compared to the beginning. The great way is simple, as if any complex moves will eventually become the simplest moves. The 5-clawed golden dragon was reduced in size, and Sunburner came here based on this. Once the 5-clawed golden dragon can no longer be compressed, it means that the 18 palms of the dragon subduing, a martial art that is extremely strong and masculine, and invincible, has finally been completed. However, this goal is still very far away, and even the 18 moves have not been deduced, let alone the final perfection. Of course, at least it shows that Sunburner is determined to perfect the 5-clawed golden dragon while deducing the unique skills, which can at least save a lot of time. The 5-clawed golden dragon of about 10 feet has a stronger momentum and a stronger breath. It rolls and swims, and it will bring up a surging hurricane. The golden light on the surface is brighter, and the dragon scales have become more delicate. On the surface of the dazzling golden light, some lines can be faintly seen. Every stroke seems to be a work of God, containing a certain supreme will. The 8th 5-clawed golden dragon appeared, and the 9th was taking shape. The powerful thoughts triggered by the black dragon sword brought about earth-shaking changes. Originally, even the 8th palm was not successfully deduced, but now it was moving towards the 9th palm. The boiling thunder pool and the rolling thunder seemed endless. The boiling power inside indicated that a brand new 5-clawed golden dragon would be born. At the same time as the 5-clawed golden dragon was born in the depths of his mind, in the mysterious realm, the power of the fighting spirit and the internal force in Sunburner's body flowed along the meridians, circulated throughout the body, brought powerful power, and gathered into the Danchi cyclone. After compression, it poured into the mysterious second heart, and the divinity burst out, contaminated with the power of the divinity, and was re-emitted, appearing in every corner of the body, every bone, and even every cell. Dong dong. The surging power was like the sound of drums in the meridians, and it was endless. Even the air was vibrated, and a ripple of multiplied by appeared outward. A mysterious feeling suddenly appeared, and the flowing power was strangely stagnant, and the body was ethereal for a moment and stopped. The second heart was beating uncontrollably, spewing out a trace of divinity, but this time it did not flow out, as if it lacked the power to carry it, filling it up and temporarily forming a closed space. If you look closely, you will find that the traces of divinity lines all seem to contain profound wills, just like the dragon patterns on the black dragon sword, all of which are the most essential power condensed from the skeleton of the saint-level black dragon. When combined together, the sword body undergoes a tremendous change. Deep in the mind, another dragon roar that shook the world came from the boiling thunder pool, like a dragon going out of the sea, with a golden body growing out. The high-pitched dragon roar that seemed to celebrate the new life suddenly penetrated the body and echoed in the depths of the second heart. The traces of divinity, as if given life by the dragon roar, quickly condensed together to form a dragon energy, as if it had life, constantly passing through the second heart. The art of conceiving a dragon. Breeding a dragon energy. It looks thin and may disperse at any time, but the power contained in it is extremely powerful. This is the imprint of 18 palms of the dragon subduing in the second heart, just like the dragon pattern imprinted on the black dragon sword, which contains extremely profound meaning. However, this natal dragon energy is not really complete. It needs to deepen understanding and continuously improve this extremely fierce fighting canon, and finally become Chapter 86. Once the imprint is completed, this natal dragon energy will become a terrible trump card in Sunburner's hand. It's a bit like the inner elixir of a demon beast. Once it gushes out, it will be absolutely earth-shattering and powerful. There is no doubt that Sunburner has found his direction, and on this new road, he is going further and further, almost a broad road. The Chuhong Mountains, together with the central province of the imperial capital and several surrounding provinces, are the only way to go. The mountains here are steep and winding, with only one canyon running through the mountains. The road is the flattest and the shortest distance. Many caravans traveling between the imperial capital and all parts of the empire pass through here. They don't hesitate to pass through during the day. The long caravan is like a long dragon, spreading endlessly. It is precisely because of the huge benefits that banditry is rampant, strong men are everywhere, mountain bandits are rampant, and fierce bandit gangs have taken root here, forcibly collecting various fees. Passing caravans are all exploited, and convoys are looted. Murder and robbery also happen from time to time, causing people's livelihood to complain and merchants to complain. The empire has repeatedly sent troops to suppress bandits, but has repeatedly suffered setbacks and has not gained much. The bandits became more and more numerous, scattered in various places in the mountains, and difficult to eliminate. The caravans suffered terribly. However, the situation began to improve 2 years ago. The bandits gathered in the mountains and forests suffered repeated heavy losses, and the bandit problem was greatly reduced. There was no trace of them. The caravans applauded and praised them. Terra, a guard of a small guild, would follow the caravans to this canyon 7 or 8 times a year. You are in a good time. Think about it, I was terrified every time I passed here. At that time, the mountain bandits were always unscrupulous, killing people and robbing goods, looting caravans, and doing all kinds of evil. There were brutal bandits who took pleasure in killing. I have seen blood flowing like a river more than once. Caravans of hundreds of people were all killed and their bodies were thrown away at will. It was too tragic. The voice was unusually heavy, and the tone was like nostalgia. The bloody picture that emerged was chilling. At that time, I almost died. Terra lifted up her clothes, revealing a long wound under her chest, like a crawling centipede, hideous and terrifying. Pointing at it, she continued, I will never forget that day when the bandits besieged the caravan. Many of my friends died, including Old Barrow, Kurt, and the immature Londo. A bandit was about to stab my body with a sword with a grin. I heard the call of the god of death. When I was about to die, the sky suddenly darkened, and a terrible dragon roar resounded through the sky. The brutal bandits shouted in fear. It was the most beautiful sound I have ever heard. I saw with my own eyes that the bandits were killed one by one until they were all dead. Light, that feeling is so joyful. I opened my eyes and looked at the sky. I have taken revenge and I have the courage to face those old friends. Just when I was about to die, a figure stood in front of me, took out a bottle of precious liquid and smeared it on my wound, poured it into my mouth, and I felt my life coming back again. You don't know how precious that bottle of liquid is. Even our president can't afford it. He is a werewolf, a saint bathed in divine light. He told me in person, from now on, there will be no more bandits in the Chihou Mountains. Terror flashed a look of great respect, his tone full of admiration, and he spoke word by word. The injury is healed. I have inquired about it. He is Lord Bernard, the highest commander of our St. Louis Empire Dragon Guard. Everyone in the caravan looked up, and the scene described by Terror appeared in their minds, and respect appeared on their faces. We all need to thank him. No, every caravan coming and going here needs to thank him, because he saved all of our lives. Damn werewolf, it's all because of him, it's all because of him. Deep in the mountains, in a small valley, someone was roaring angrily, his face full of flesh, his expression ferocious, his eyes full of hatred. Leader, what should we do next? In the area covered by dense branches, there were more than a dozen figures lying, looking embarrassed and frightened, one of them asked with a frustrated expression. The vicious-looking leader did not speak, because he really didn't know how to answer. There are few strong men who gather bandits in the Chihou Mountains who don't know him, Kulagensu, who represents cruelty and killing. Known as the Lord of Death in the Chihou Mountains, he controls the most powerful and largest bandit group under his command. At the peak, he gathered tens of thousands of people and fought against the Imperial Army many times. His combat effectiveness is unquestionable. At the same time, he is also a hidden, holy power person. Because he knows how to protect himself, he hides his own strength, fearing that he will attract the attention of the imperial capital. Moreover, he did not hesitate to make friends with the nobles of the imperial capital to cover up his crimes. In short, he was extremely careful, so that he occupied the Chihou Mountains for nearly 10 years, calling the wind and rain, and being omnipotent. However, everything began to reverse 2 years ago, and the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The terrifying dragon guarding team was dispatched, aiming directly at the Chihou Mountains. All the bandit groups suffered a fatal blow. As the strongest among them, his men were given special care. Within a few days, most of his men were lost, and their strength was severely damaged. Seeing that their foundation was destroyed, Corlegans was furious and wanted to severely injure the highest commander of the dragon guarding team and make him retreat. As a result, after less than 10 moves, Corlegans himself was severely injured, his foundation was directly destroyed, and his realm plummeted. If he wanted to recover, he would have to ascend to heaven, which was impossible. While Corlegans was angry, he was also filled with fear for the werewolf. He clearly remembered the look in his eyes after that move, which was calm without a ripple, as if he was just looking at an ant, but unexpectedly he did not kill him on the spot. However, Corlegans soon understood the other party's intention, and actually made him a master to hone his men. Since then, he has been hunted down continuously. The once powerful force has only a dozen people left, and all of them are injured, and no one is intact. Damn werewolf, I must kill you. Corlegans roared to the sky as if he wanted to vent all his anger. No one understood how much resentment he had in his heart. A dignified saint, now he has become a stray dog that is being hunted down like a panicked dog. No one can understand the frustration. While he was angry, there was an indelible fear in Corlegans' eyes. I'm afraid he knew very well in his heart that he would never have a chance to take revenge in this life. You are in such a mess, and you still want to challenge the Supreme Commander. You are courting death. Why waste time talking to him? The Supreme Commander has said that whoever brings back his head will be appointed as the captain. If you are ready to give in, I will not be polite. Get out of here. I have been chasing this dead dog for 3 months. Even if he dies, he must die at my hands. Suddenly, several laughing voices rang out, and several figures appeared out of thin air and landed in the valley. The souls of evil spirits on their bodies rose up. You. Corlegans, who was roaring non-stop, changed his face, made a startling move, turned around and fled for his life first. The people lying in the valley were terrified, and all fled without a fight. I really overestimated him. His foundation was broken by the Supreme Commander, he lost his courage, and he has become a waste. It should be his honor to be injured by the Supreme Commander. In the past 2 years, we have eliminated so many strong killers, thieves and villains. How many of them are qualified for the Supreme Commander to take action? You know, the Supreme Commander has defeated the Saint-level dragon. Several black-armored men talked about the Supreme Commander with shining eyes and admiration on their faces. He is a big fish. The Supreme Commander has instructed that we can't let him escape this time. Before the voice fell, the figure flashed, like a black lightning, sank into the jungle, and chased. Roar! In the distance of the sky, several two-legged flying dragons roared past, and the flapping dragon wings brought a gust of wind, passing by at high speed, leaving huge shadows on the ground. The few people sitting on the back of the dragon were indeed the black-armored men who were tracking Kurlagans. One of them was holding a package in his hand, which had a strong smell of blood and was dripping with blood. Finally killed Kurlagans and completed the order of the Supreme Commander. When I go back and hand over the head, I will be your captain, ha ha. The slightly arrogant laughter immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of his companions, and they all reprimanded him. This is just good luck. If it weren't for this stray dog who was panicking and running towards you, you wouldn't have a chance to kill him. There are also our contributions in it. If you dare to take it all, we will report it to the Supreme Commander and see if you will be scolded. Speaking of the Supreme Commander, the noise could not help but quiet down. It is obvious that these people respect the Supreme Commander very much, from the bottom of their hearts, and they dare not even offend him verbally. After a silence, someone said, if it were not for the Supreme Commander, we would have no chance to enter the Dragon Guard team, and we would not have achieved what we have now. Everything we have now, and even the achievements we may have in the future, are given by the Supreme Commander. He taught us the secrets of the fighting classics, various powerful secret techniques, and rewarded us with various precious training. Resources, so that we have the opportunity to have the current strength, the sky. Night. I have never dared to think so extravagantly before. This is the treatment that only noble young masters can have. Those noble young masters. They were kicked out by the Supreme Commander. Those greedy nobles who corrupted the Dragon Guard team, what else can they do, except being domineering? The dignified Dragon Guard team was dragged down by them and almost fell into the abyss. The resurgence of the Dragon Guard team is entirely due to the Supreme Commander. I will always obey his orders. Me too. And me. These members who joined the Dragon Guard team later have extreme admiration and loyalty to the Supreme Commander, because everything they have was given by Sunburner. Finally home. Flying over the Long Chihong Mountains, the two-headed flying dragon circled over Longya Mountain. The members of the Dragon Guard team cheered, and the dragon roars echoed, resounding through the valley. For a whole 3 months, they had been chasing Kurlagans, but the other party was too cunning and escaped repeatedly. It was not until the mission was completed that they rushed back to the Dragon Guard team's base. Compared with 2 years ago, the base has changed greatly. Tall watchtowers have been erected in many places in the mountains, forming an impenetrable surveillance network. Any move close to the Dragon Guard team will be discovered. This place has become a huge military fortress, with teams of elite soldiers patrolling, dragon roars echoing in the sky, and teams of two-legged flying dragons guarding the sky. Almost when they arrived, a team of two-legged flying dragons rushed out of the mountains and greeted them in the air. Luko, did the highest commander of your royal city tell you? Kill the evil Kurlagans. The Wyvern Knight was also dressed in black armor, revealing only a pair of suffocatingly sharp eyes. If we don't complete the mission, how can we be qualified to come back and see the Supreme Commander? As he spoke, Luke raised the package in his hand. The blood had dried, but the smell was even stronger. Lucky guy, several teams before us failed, but you guys succeeded. The captain of the first Flying Dragon team, announced by the Supreme Commander, was actually taken by you. Many people said with emotion, "We won't disturb your patrol anymore. We have to go to complete the mission." Using the flying dragon to descend from the sky, Luke said hello to his companions. The current Dragon Guard station has completely become a strict military organization. Even members who return need to be inspected. Any other person or team who tries to approach but cannot produce a pass or authorization will be driven away. The flying dragon landed on the flying platform, where there were special people waiting, and meat was prepared not far away. The sound of the flying dragon chewing food and swallowing it whole was no longer surprising. Drew comforted the flying dragon for a while and walked down the steps of the rooftop. Below was the square of the station, with teams of elite soldiers. The trainees, wearing heavy armor, wielded spears and swords, and chopped vigorously. The excited roars shook the soul, and Lorca couldn't help but want to shout a few times. Going inside, near the mountain wall, there were platforms cut out. Many people sat cross-legged on them, inhaling and exhaling the energy of heaven and earth, and practicing the secret book of Dojiang. Hundreds of people breathed together, causing the fluctuations of the energy of heaven and earth. The strong fluctuations made a light mist appear in the air, forming an area like a gathering array. The fluctuations of the energy of heaven and earth were much stronger, and the speed of cultivation was much faster than that of one person. That's the feeling, it's really comfortable. Luco took a deep breath, and the feeling of calmness and vitality in the air intoxicated him. Looking at the young but determined faces shrouded in mist, Luco seemed to see himself back then. Born into a family of small merchants, he was gifted and, with his own efforts, he became a golden warrior in his 30s, and was somewhat famous. He was used to the greed and shamelessness of the nobles, and was unwilling to work for them, so he joined a mercenary group and followed the caravan to protect it. Once, they were ambushed by a bandit group in the Chihung Mountains, and the mercenary group suffered heavy losses. They were about to perish, when a werewolf suddenly appeared and followed them. With a wave of his hand, a mysterious yet noble golden creature roared in all directions. The terrifying bandits exploded one by one and turned into a blood mist. In the blink of an eye, the bandit group was wiped out, and he luckily survived Chapter 88. From then on, Lorca could never forget the scene of countless bandits falling when the werewolf waved his hand, and he regarded him as an idol and lifesaver. After inquiring about the identity and experience of the werewolf, he resolutely participated in the assessment of the Dragon Guard team and became one of them. Due to his excellent performance, he was received by the highest commander, the werewolf, more than once, and not only was he instructed, his cultivation issues were given a lot of precious cultivation resources and more precious cheats. He was a selfish and greedy person, and I was afraid that he had not been accepted by the nobles. Now it is even more impossible to accept it. LCD stones may not be advanced within 10 years. Do we really think the members of the Dragon Guard can be attracted by power or wealth? It's really a fantasy. The Supreme Commander told us, as long as we have enough strength, we can get those things no matter where we are. In this case, why should I bow to you and work for you? Lorca sneered in his heart, imagining the ugly expressions of those nobles, and he felt even more disgusted. In the deepest part of the garrison, a large tent stood, surrounded by emptiness. This is the residence of the Supreme Commander, but there is no sign of any vigilance. In fact, all this was arranged by the Supreme Commander. In his words, if even I need protection, then where else in the garrison is safe? But Lorca knew very well that this was the safest place, even safer than Loya. As soon as he stood still, a breath of air wrapped around him, and Lorca had a creepy feeling, as if a sharp sword was pointing at his heart, and a slight movement could kill him on the spot. This was not the first time he had felt it. Every time he stepped into this place, he would feel like a thorn in his back, and a deep gaze was looking at him in the dark. One glance could doom him. Fortunately, the breath disappeared from his body. Lorca let out a long breath, and said in an extremely respectful tone, bending down, "Sir, the task you assigned has been completed. Lorca is here to report." From beginning to end, Lorca showed an incomparable respect, without a trace of perfunctory, completely from the bottom of his heart. "Come in." The distant voice, with a kind of majesty, shook the soul, but it was erratic and unpredictable. This is a manifestation of terrible strength, as if it is integrated with the world, like the unity of heaven and man, and the voice is illusory and difficult to determine. Walking into the big tent, the golden light is dazzling, like a golden sun rising in the center of the big tent. Lorca felt his body sink, as if a force of 10,000 kilograms was suppressing him. Even with his strength as a Sky Knight, he felt his breathing become rapid and his heart beat faster. Slowly raising his head, looking at the throne representing the authority of the Supreme Commander, his eyes trembled inexplicably. A golden figure sat there, as immovable as a rock, suppressing the surroundings. The air was so shocked that it froze. The dazzling golden light was rising with supreme majesty. Golden dragons were entwined around his body, wandering and roaring. It was spreading outward with mountain-like momentum and golden ripples all the time, just like a vast ocean, brewing a terrible storm. The mountain-like aura was not aimed at Lorca, but was just a natural fluctuating force. Otherwise, not to mention the Sky Knight, even the holy power people would be suppressed. The snow-white hair was floating in the golden light, and each strand was as crystal as jade. The clothes were floating with the fluctuations, and the whole body was shining with brilliant light. Sitting there, it was like a noble golden god king, and people dared not look directly at it. Finished? A calm voice came from above, like a mountain stream flowing in Lorca's mind. This is the head of Corlegans. Lorca's body shook, and his hands were raised, holding the package and offering it up. He didn't even dare to look directly at the majestic figure above, and his heart was filled with endless admiration. A golden light flashed, and a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared in front of Lorca. Its body was like a golden body, so bright that people could not open their eyes. The breath flowing on it was like a dormant giant beast. On the surface, nothing could be seen, but once it erupted, it would definitely cause mountains and rivers to collapse and rivers to flow back. Lorca lowered his head quickly. His pair of bright golden eyes seemed to see through his heart, which shocked his mind and terrified him. His hand felt light, and before he could come back to his senses, the package appeared on the table in front of the throne. His blood had dried up, his eyes were dull, but he still had the fear before death. The mission is well completed. Take it and go down to receive the reward. Come here again in 3 days and let me see your progress. Another voice floated down, and his hand felt heavy, and the package fell back. Lorca's face changed, and his expression was extremely excited. Thank you for your cultivation. Holding the package, Lorca retreated from the tent. When he came out, he was still excited. The whole Dragon Guard team knew that the real reward was not the so-called resources, but the guidance of the highest commander. Every time, he can accurately point out your problems in cultivation, which is of great use. It is much more precious than those cultivation resources. However, the highest commander has been practicing for a long time, and there are not many such opportunities. Moreover, those who have been promoted to Sky Knights have all been instructed by the highest commander. This alone has attracted countless people to come here, hoping to get a chance. The imperial city of St. Luce is as noisy as ever. Caravans from all directions gather here, bringing goods and specialties from all over the world. The endless stream of people, like a spreading stream, almost covers the spacious streets. It's just that under the prosperity, there have been slight changes, especially those caravans who feel it most clearly. In the imperial city, there are many restaurants, and the restaurants are either decorated brilliantly or luxuriously, full of guests and friends, and there is no lack of popularity. In one of them, several businessmen gathered together and were discussing things eagerly. Have you heard? The Death Lord Corlegans and the bandit group he led who occupied the Chihang Mountains have all been destroyed. A middle-aged man lowered his voice. Are you telling the truth? No wonder the Chihang Mountains, which used to be called the Devil's Canyon, have become much calmer. I've heard for a long time that the Empire has spent a lot of effort to quell the banditry in the Chihang Mountains. Now the Death Lord Corlegans has surrendered, which is really a cause for celebration. I propose that we drink this cup together to celebrate together. Caravans traveling to various places can bring specialties from distant places to cities where they are scarce, and gain huge benefits. However, the trade route is not easy to travel. They are especially afraid of robbers who block the road and rob. Once they are blocked, they will not only suffer heavy losses, but may also die there, leaving them with nothing. The Chihong Mountains are called the Devil's Canyon by merchants. There are many bandits and killers there. Passing caravans will not only be robbed, but if they encounter a brutal strongman, they will not even have a chance to survive. For this reason, the major chambers of commerce have joined forces to ask the empire to send troops to eliminate bandits and robbers, but the results are not ideal. Now, the Death Lord Ko Lagensu of Chihong Mountain Range has been captured and killed, and the banditry has been eliminated. How can they not be excited? I don't know which legion took action. Shouldn't we raise funds to thank them for eliminating this great trouble? Someone suggested after putting down the wine glass. Bullshit, we can never quell the banditry by relying on those nobles' lackeys. The previous times we contributed money and effort, but the results were very little. Instead, we were defeated one by the bandit group of the Death Lord, and suffered heavy losses. I'm afraid that some nobles in the imperial capital have connections with the Death Lord, and they are even the real mastermind behind the scenes. The middle-aged man who spoke first was angry. The voice was harsh, but it silenced his companions. In fact, many people have this suspicion in their hearts, but there is no evidence. Speaking it out may bring disaster. The middle-aged man cleared his voice and said, "The real hero who wiped out the Lord of Death and his bandit group, as well as the many bandit troubles entrenched in the Chihong Mountains, is not from St. Luce, but a Dorsey werewolf, a hero who is truly fearless of power. Lord Wolf Saint Bernard, the highest commander of the Dragon Guard, who once defeated 2 holy black dragons in the arena, the highest commander that the Frost Dragon had to recognize, and was given the supreme divine weapon Black Dragon Sword by His Majesty the Emperor, the one who governs the entire Dragon Guard." Someone immediately exclaimed, and the wine glass in his hand fell on the table, splashing the wine on his body, but no one noticed it. Instead, they widened their eyes and stood there in a daze. Since Son Bernard took over the Dragon Guard, although he had only chatted and taken action more than a dozen times, the power of the Dragon Guard has become more and more powerful, and has become a heavy mountain that suppresses everyone's heart, pressing many people to breathe. As the highest commander, Son Bernard has become more and more unfathomable and difficult to guess, and the name of Wolf Saint has gradually spread a year or two ago. On the one hand, this is about his strength, and on the other hand, it is about his strong and overbearing style. It is said that after this Lord Wolf Saint took office as the highest commander, he vigorously reorganized the Dragon Guard team. All members who were irresponsible and demanding were kicked out. Whether they were the sons of princes and ministers or the heirs of nobles and royal families, he did not hesitate at all. There are also rumors in the imperial capital that he not only injured a noble son, but also personally killed a holy power person. He offended countless nobles, big and small, but the matter was all left unresolved in the end. I have also heard that this person has a right to communicate with the higher-ups. Someone quietly pointed to the core area of the imperial capital, which is the Palace of St. Luce. The hint is particularly obvious and no more words are needed. The room fell into silence all of a sudden. For these businessmen, not talking about state affairs is the fundamental. But the shock in their hearts is self-evident. A Dorsey werewolf with no foundation, in a short period of time, controlled one of the traditional powerful legions of the St. Luce Empire. In addition to the strong strength as a backing and the ability to coordinate and control, it is simply unreasonable to say that there is no support from the top. Moreover, this Wolf Saint Lord Bernard is also unfathomable and an absolutely terrifying figure. He has offended countless nobles, many of whom are powerful nobles. His roots are deep and his tentacles extend into every aspect of the empire. However, under his control, the Dragon Guard team is like a barrier that cannot be penetrated by water or needles, leaving them no gap at all. Even so, this Wolf Saint Lord Bernard still stands firm. The Black Dragon Sword personally granted by His Majesty the Emperor is undoubtedly a warning to the nobles. In fact, these businessmen are still too low level and cannot touch higher level things at all. Since the battle in the arena, when His Majesty the Emperor personally revealed his clone and bestowed the Black Dragon Sword, all the noble families have regarded the werewolf son Bernard as a person who cannot be offended. The grandson of the dignified imperial minister was exiled to the border, and the other noble disciples looked terrified. As a result, the rectification of the Dragon Guard team became much smoother. Only a few families relied on their family's arrogance and unyieldingness and were unwilling to leave the Dragon Guard team in disgrace. The warning had already been given. Son Burner was not prepared to explain anything to them. He directly ordered them to be expelled, but they were blocked by their guards. There was nothing to say now. Son Burner took action directly and even severely injured a Saint Power personnel. Everyone was thrown out of the gate. Saint Power personnel were considered high-level officials in the Empire anywhere. In the army, they were all super guest officials. Now, Son Burner did not hesitate to directly attack and severely injure such people, which immediately made people feel his strong style. Even the Saint Power personnel were defeated by Son Burner. How dare they not be dissatisfied? As for the legendary professionals at a higher level, they were the real giants. Even the rulers of their families were respectful, and they did not even have the opportunity to speak. Princess Antina said this: "Since you took the position of the highest commander of the dragon guarding team, the entire imperial capital has been in good order." This sentence indirectly showed that the noble disciples were afraid of his strength and reputation, so they had to tuck their tails between their legs and hide. After 2 or 3 years of controlling the Dragon Guard, Son Burner made it into a piece of steel. The current team leader, squadron leader, and captain, who hold real power, were almost all selected and promoted by him. Especially those Sky Knights who were promoted, almost all of them were pointed out by him. Although they were not in name, they were in reality. They were always respectful and respectful. It is no exaggeration to say that if the imperial capital selects a person of the hour, Son Burner will definitely be on top. The title of the first Sky Knight has long been spread throughout the imperial capital. After 2 or 3 years of precipitation, some people speculate that the strength of this Dals werewolf is unimaginable even at the level of Saint Power. He is unfathomable and one of the most terrifying Saint Power fighters. Chapter 90. After 2 years of development, the Dragon Guard Station has become a tightly guarded, military forbidden area. A large defense network has been formed in the sky and underground, which can make those who dare to break in have nowhere to escape and be exposed. In the deepest part, there is a developed square. Compared with the noise in the distance, the silence here is a bit depressing. An invisible majesty enveloped everything. The air was sluggish, the wind was still, like a slow stream of water, and the space seemed extremely heavy. Even if a Saint Power broke into this place, he would feel the mountains on all sides collapsing, and the terrible pressure made it difficult to breathe. Compared with the silence and oppression of the outside world, inside the big tent, there was a strong wind, a howling storm, swirling, and a sharp and piercing sound in the air, as if a huge fist was constantly bombarding the air, and the leaked power was so strong that it made people tremble. However, if you look at the big tent, you will feel a chill. The surging storm did not even hit the big tent, as if there was a transparent light shield that isolated the inside. Ordinary people can't see anything at all. Only Saint Power and masters above them will understand that this ability to limit power within a certain range is called domain. Domain is king. Sky Knights crisscross the sky and fly across the sky with their own abilities. They can already be called strong. But only Saint Power, who master the domain, are true masters. Taking the world for your own use and integrating space is like a fighter jet carrying an external fuel tank, which has a stronger endurance and can fly faster. Similarly, the space contained in the domain can continuously provide its own power, just like an external fuel tank, with stronger explosive power and longer combat power. If the opponent is included in his own space, the holy power person is the king inside, mobilizing all his strength to attack the opponent. Even if he cannot kill him at once, he can completely kill him. In the center of the big tent, Son Burner was wrapped in golden light. Under the spreading of sacred light, his eyes revealed endless depth. He was like a supreme god who walked out of time and space. This is not the domain of the holy power person, but the dragon subduing heaven and earth style condensed by the 5-clawed golden dragon phantom formed by the deduction of the 18 palms of the dragon subduing, which is based on the weak divine power of the second heart. Shwa. The golden light flashed in his eyes, looking down on the world, penetrating the soul, as if he could see through the heart, making people tremble. Many members of the Dragon Guard who came to report hardly dared to look up. The golden eyes seemed to be able to see through all the secrets, and all the inner thoughts were exposed. One after another, golden dragons as thick as arms were wrapped around his body. The whole body was made of gold, brilliant and dazzling. The ferocious dragon head exuded supreme majesty, and the divine pupils shone with dazzling brilliance, piercing through the space, seeing through the nothingness, and looking down on all living beings. 1, 2. A total of 11 5-clawed golden dragons, wrapped around Sunburner's body, wandering and swinging, setting off a kind of divine power and unparalleled momentum. Sunburner closed his eyes, and in the space of consciousness, thunder roared, lightning flashed, and the thick electric light seemed to split the sky in half, reflecting in the black and white space, a pale white. There were bursts of roars, and the roars were shocking. Above the thick dark clouds that emerged, 10 5-clawed dragons stared with golden eyes wide open, looking down below. Gold splashed, purple light dimmed, and 2 huge beasts were colliding fiercely in the deafening collision sound. One side was a 5-clawed golden dragon, and the other side was a purple thunder beast. Its body was like a huge lizard, covered with purple scales, lying there like a winding mountain range. Above its head, there was a long silver-white horn, flashing dazzling lightning. The purple thunder beast, the descendant of the blood of the Thunder King beast, the mount of the legendary thunder god Oraden, was born to devour various lightning to advance. Because of the divinity in its blood, as long as it is baptized by thunder, its blood will undergo a transformation and its whole body will be purple. In particular, when the long horn on the top of the head completely turns purple, it is in adulthood. The adult purple thunder beast is one of the rare superclass monsters on the main material plane, at the same level as the dragon, titan, and behemoth, and rarely appears on the mainland. The whole body is a treasure, and the power of thunder and lightning is contained in the flesh and blood. Long-term use can change the physique and improve the ability to resist lightning strikes. The armor made of scales is extremely hard and can resist the attacks of legendary professionals. When attacked, it will form a shield to protect the body and absorb the power of the armor. It is like wearing a divine armor and a treasure armor. It is also very simple to replenish energy. You only need to go to high altitude and absorb electrical energy when struck by lightning. It can be said that the armor made of purple thunder beast armor is like the magic weapon Black Dragon Sword. Even legendary professionals will be jealous. However, scales are not the most precious thing of purple thunder beast. The real treasure is the sharp horn on the top of the head. The magic weapon made of it, when placed in thunder training, will instantly increase its strength by more than double. Even for legendary professionals, the increase is quite obvious. However, this purple thunder beast is obviously not yet an adult, especially the silver-white long horn on the top of its head, which seems to be a long way from adulthood. I was influenced by the remaining images of the Black Dragon Sword. I used my own consciousness to simulate the purple thunder beast. As expected, it was limited by my own strength. I only have the level of a saint. If it is used to hone the 5-clawed golden dragon, it would be perfect. Sunburner stood on the black and white space, looking at the fight between the 2 behemoths. He seemed invisible, allowing the flashing thunder to pass through without any damage. In fact, this is his consciousness space. He is the god here, the master here. Everything is created by him. It seems tangible, but it is everywhere. However, if the images here are spread, I don't know how much of a sensation it will cause. Perhaps no one would imagine that a warrior with terrible strength would have an extremely powerful soul, construct a consciousness space, and deduce the image of the purple thunder beast, and give it the same power, as if it were alive. Even the saint-level great magician among magicians would find it difficult to do so. It takes several people to work together to deduce a lifelike purple thunder beast with undiminished combat power. The Black Dragon Sword is a magical weapon made from the wing bones of 8 fallen black dragons. The dragon body fell and the soul collapsed, but the imprint of the mind was unexpectedly preserved. It was the most precious battle scene. Sunburner also looked up the records about the Black Dragon Sword. He noticed that one of the special places in Chapter 91. Most of the strong men who served as the highest commander of the dragon guarding team and held the Black Dragon Sword would have a leap forward after mastering the dragon guarding team, or improve their own combat skills, or comprehend some unique swordsmanship, or create some powerful skills. Almost all of them would benefit. Sunburner felt that their breakthrough might have a great relationship with the imprint of the mind of the Black Dragon Sword. The battle between the Black Dragon and the super-class monsters and behemoths benefited people a lot. This is an extremely precious imprint of the mind, a rare treasure. Others do not have as many special things as Sunburner, nor do they have the weak divine power and frequency of the second heart. They do not have as much harvest as Sunburner, and directly include the imprint of the mind into their own consciousness space, but they will also be more or less inspired, which is certain. Now, Sunburner is no longer simply perceiving the power of the battle between the dragon and the beast, and then opening up the consciousness space, deducing the power of the superclass monster, evolving the perfect beast form, and using this to hone the 5-clawed dragon, and deduce the 18 palms of the dragon to the extreme. The deduction of the purple light thunder beast has reached the limit, and it cannot be perfect at the current level. Now I will start to deduce other superclass beasts. In the consciousness space, Sunburner was like a god, heading towards a spatial point, and a dazzling golden light rose, like a sun rising from the ground. The bright light seemed to dye the black and white space into a golden color. Roar! The roar that shook the world sounded from the center of the golden point, and the light spread and expanded rapidly, like a buried seed, which took root and sprouted in the blink of an eye and grew into a behemoth. The golden light pulled, and a ferocious beast head emerged. The little bit of light turned into golden hair, and quickly moved downwards, forming a body that seemed to be made of gold. The high bulging muscles contained a suffocating terrifying power. The several-meter-long claws released a suffocating cold light in the space. The light was bright and quickly subsided. A ferocious and terrifying beast appeared in the air. Its eyes, which seemed to be made of gold, looked up at the ferocious dragon head that emerged from the thick dark clouds. The invisible fighting spirit made the air boil. The king of land warfare, the golden behemoth. Sizzle. The long arm brought up the big hand of the sky and grabbed it in the air. The surging and flashing lightning gathered on the big hand and turned into a lightning spear that pierced the sky. The sharp tip was as dazzling as the scorching sun, pointing directly at the 5-clawed dragon. The Titan giant roared to declare war. 9 long necks, looking up at the sky, 18 eyes, fierce light, vertical pupil like cold light, emitting a chilling chill, the Hydra monster ran out of the muddy swamp. This overlord above the swamp was also unwilling to be mediocre, challenging the 5-clawed dragon. One super-class monster appeared in the consciousness space, and Sunburner's soul was used to the extreme. He not only deduced the appearance of these super-class monsters, but also deduced the corresponding combat power. However, the mental power was consumed a lot, and Sunburner's face was a little pale. His stable body flickered faintly, like light and shadow, and could disappear at any time. Roar! Ow ow! Almost without urging, 10 5-clawed golden dragons jumped down from the top of the dark clouds, with dragon roars and roars. The body was like a golden lightning, swooping down and facing the hideous and terrifying beasts. The terrible war broke out in an instant, and the terrifying creatures fought each other. The terrible energy torrent that erupted ravaged the black and white sky. Fortunately, this is not the main material plane. If the battlefield was placed in a city, I am afraid that more than half of it would have been destroyed as soon as it collided. With the imprint of the Black Dragon Sword, the 11th palm of the 18 palms of the dragon subduing seems to have reached a bottleneck. More training and experience are needed to deduce the next palm. For 2 years, Sunburner sat in the dragon guarding team, rectified military discipline, trained members, and gradually became an elite division. The rest of the time, he was deducing the martial arts of 18 palms of the dragon subduing. Combining the foundation of martial arts and the inner family's mental method, and cooperating with the secret book of the fighting book in this world, he has deduced more than half of this self-created martial arts of the most rigid and masculine, fierce and terrifying fighting book. From the initial 7 5-clawed golden dragons to 11 5-clawed golden dragons, it seems that only 4 have been added and only 4 moves have been deduced, but it has pushed the realm to the top of the Sky Knight in one fell swoop. Infinitely close to the holy power, and only one step away from becoming a holy power. In fact, the embryonic form of the domain has already appeared. Sunburner uses the 18 palms of the dragon as the foundation, breathes in and out of space, controls the world, and the 5-clawed golden dragon roars in the sky. The terrible power is across the domain. I believe that even if the Storm Sword Saint comes in person, it is not impossible to besiege her with the power of 11 5-clawed golden dragons. In the last of the 3 levels arranged by Princess Antina, the Storm Sword Saint was limited to 3 moves, and Sunburner could barely compete. But now, he created the 18 palms of the dragon and reversed the 11 palms. Although the realm has not yet been broken through, the combat power has increased by more than several times. Although he may not be able to defeat the Storm Sword Saint, Sunburner still has the confidence to defend. Once he breaks through the holy power, Sunburner dares to confront the Storm Sword Saint head-on. You know, the Storm Sword Saint camp bell is the dignified no. One holy power and the holy power with the strongest attack. Even the same level super level monsters cannot stop his attack. It can be seen that Sunburner's realm is not up, but his strength is completely comparable to the holy level. The holy level mentioned here refers to those holy level monsters, such as giant dragons and behemoths. Ordinary human holy power users are no longer his opponents. Consciousness space. 11 5-clawed dragons fought fiercely with the 11 super level monsters deduced. Blood splashed, scales broke, and the long wounds were shocking. They were like living creatures with flesh and blood, not imaginary shadows. The battlefield was tragic, but the fighting spirit was exciting. Every move was reflected in the depths of consciousness and turned into symbols, derived combinations, accumulated experience, and deduced more profound fighting secrets. At the same time, deep in the second heart, a dragon pattern vibrated, and the dragon's might shook. This was the dragon-born spirit, which was the mark of the 5-clawed golden dragon. The fierce battle in the consciousness space led to the growth of the dragon-born spirit. Undoubtedly, as the 5-clawed golden dragon became more and more perfect, it became more powerful and terrifying. The dragon's might shook the world and looked down on the world. The dragon-born spirit will eventually take shape. The huge energy passed through the operation of the second heart, and the divine power dripped the dragon-pregnant energy, nourishing and nurturing, and the divinity surged, showing the perfect chapter 92. The golden energy flashed with a brilliance that was 100 times brighter than the sun. The dragon-pregnant energy made a shocking dragon roar, vibrating from Sunburner's body, and the space was violently vibrating, pouring into the depths of the consciousness space. The great god of divine brilliance, the 5-clawed golden dragon that was like a mountain range, was full of golden light, and the huge body was condensed and transformed. Suddenly, it shrank a lot. Although the dragon body was greatly reduced, the momentum it exuded was even more terrifying. Between the vibrations, the space trembled, and a pair of dragon eyes looked down on the world, and the divine brilliance was unparalleled. Suddenly, 11 5-clawed dragons took off into the air and flew over the sky. The divine brilliance complemented each other, and between the golden light, a golden vortex rose between heaven and earth. The vortex rotated violently, and the terrible divine power pushed the heaven and earth. The space was violently shaken, as if it was nurturing a powerful life, and colorful divine light gushed out from the depths. Like auspicious clouds floating, in the depths of the golden vortex, a brand new 5-clawed golden dragon body was pushed little by little and released from it. The golden divine light shone all around, as if the entire consciousness space was dyed into brilliant gold. The bright divine light covered the sky and illuminated the fields. Under the reflection of the auspicious clouds, a brilliant and terrifying five-clawed golden dragon finally showed its complete form. The 12th five-clawed golden dragon appeared between heaven and earth, and the stronger divine light covered the breath of the other five-clawed golden dragons surrounding it. The wind was howling, and each five-clawed golden dragon seemed to be carrying a circle of golden tornado, bringing up the overwhelming divine light and merging into the body of this new five-clawed golden dragon. Deducing the secret book of the Dojian, 18 palms of the dragon subduing, as the palm method continued to deepen, the five-clawed golden dragon transformed by the palm method became more and more powerful. It was this 12th newly appeared five-clawed golden dragon. Just after its birth, the terrible momentum had already surpassed the level of the holy power. The brilliant divine light covered the sky and seemed to cover the entire space. Just a little bit more. Although Sunburner was determined, a trace of regret could be heard in his calm tone. The 12th five-clawed golden dragon's divine body had been completed, and the brilliant divine light surrounded its entire body. The bright dragon scales bloomed with a brilliance brighter than the sun. The only difference was that it had not yet opened its eyes. The finishing touch was that its eyes had not yet opened. Even though it contained the power that surpassed the other five-clawed golden dragons before, it had not yet evolved successfully. It was only the last step, and it had not yet taken it. It had to be said that it was indeed a pity. Sunburner even clearly felt that as long as the newly born five-clawed golden dragon opened its eyes, it would stagnate at the level of the Sky Knight and would soar into the sky, rushing to the level of the Saint Power with an unstoppable momentum. As the saying goes, a greedy person will never be satisfied. Relying on his own martial arts foundation, the inner strength he cultivated, and the fighting classics he came into contact with in this world, he comprehended the secret dragon soul imprint of the black dragon sword and deduced the extremely strong and masculine 18 palms of the dragon subduing, a secret book that was enough to be on the legendary fighting book rankings, to the level of the 12th palm, which still made Sunburner very satisfied. Before the retreat, in the arena, Sunburner suppressed 2 holy level black dragons with the first 7 palms. Now that his own fighting book has evolved to the point where he can succeed with the 12th palm, Sunburner is no longer afraid of any opponent at the level of a holy power user. Whether it is human, orc, or other races, even those terrifying beasts inherited by blood, Sunburner dares to fight. There is also a strong feeling that as long as he deduces the 12th palm, he can even fight the Storm Sword Saint again. While in seclusion, Sunburner also took a lot of time to instruct the Dragon Guard team's men. Many of the golden fighters with extraordinary qualifications and excellent talents continued to break through their strength under the outpouring of cultivation resources. In the next 6 months or so, several new Sky Knights appeared. The strength of the Dragon Guard team continued to increase. Since Sunburner became the highest commander, he kicked out many of the noble disciples before, and it took less than 2 years to restore the vitality of the team, and the strength exceeded the original several times. It has to be said that the aristocratic class with huge power and a lot of resources is much easier to cultivate strong people than ordinary people who practice hard. For example, the saying that the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts is not without reason. After all, cultivation requires a lot of resources. If there is no injection of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures, it is too difficult to break through with personal talent alone. However, these are not a problem for the Dragon Guard team. The cultivation resources of the Dragon Guard team are supervised by a dedicated person and delivered on time and in sufficient quantities. Moreover, Sunburner has rich experience and a very solid foundation. Even compared to some legendary professionals, they may not be able to surpass Sunburner in cultivation experience. 2 lives, different martial arts foundations, are perfectly integrated in Sunburner, just like a pair of fiery eyes, clearly aware of the shortcomings of personal cultivation, and under his guidance, he can help those who come later to avoid a lot of detours. The unique Bowdown Cyclone, the mysterious second heart, and the huge spiritual power make him more aware of the things above cultivation. A few words can greatly increase the strength of the members of the dragon guarding team. This is not a random statement. Every advanced Sky Knight has been guided by Sunburner to break through the shackles and reach a new level. It is not that these people cannot break through the Sky Knight, but because of his guidance, the time is greatly shortened, and what would have happened a few years later has come earlier. Any practitioner knows very well that age is extremely important to practitioners. The earlier the age is broken through, the greater the future achievements may be. Even if it is shortened by 1 or 2 years, it is an extremely valuable opportunity for these young people. Therefore, there is a saying in the dragon guarding team that the best reward is not the various precious cultivation resources or treasures bestowed upon you, but the guidance of the highest commander, which can benefit you infinitely and for life. The number of strong men is increasing day by day, and masters are emerging in an endless stream. The dragon guarding team is no longer as weak as in previous sessions. Sky Knights are common. Although they are not as strong as they were at their peak, they are already one of the most elite troops stationed in the imperial capital. The dragon guarding team is strong and frequently dispatched. The whistling flying dragon team covers an area of hundreds of miles. During this period, bandits and robbers were continuously destroyed, and countless robber groups entrenched in the mountains suffered a devastating blow. As the highest commander of the Dragon Guard, Sunburner's reputation is rising day by day, overshadowing many young noble masters. He is becoming more and more high-ranking and mysterious, and has been called the first Sky Knight and Wolf Saint. Chapter 93. Faced with an elite army that is becoming increasingly powerful but cannot be controlled, many nobles have expressed their concerns and worries, and used Sunburner's identity to make a fuss. Rumors began to spread in the imperial capital. Under the push of the invisible Black Hand, this criticism is increasing day by day, and the voice reached the palace hall. The termites of the empire, the territory established by countless ancestors, in their eyes is just a piece of fat attached. For the sake of immediate interests, they will not consider the stability of the empire. It's time to clean it up. The voice from the palace hall is the will of the entire empire. At the command, many nobles were suppressed, and some of the nobles who colluded with each other to shake the foundation of the empire were directly arrested and imprisoned, and died violently in prison. This invisible undercurrent came to an abrupt end and disappeared instantly, and the speed was so fast that people were caught off guard. The residents of the imperial capital were surprised to find that the companion who had talked to them yesterday and slandered the highest commander of the Dragon Guard team appeared on the execution ground today. It is not difficult for anyone with a discerning eye to see that the Empire attaches great importance to this non-human highest commander and is willing to suppress public opinion to clear his name. The bloody suppression lasted for a short time, but it made many nobles tremble with fear, and the awe of the Wolf Saint Sunburner reached a new height. Before everyone could digest this information, another shocking news quietly spread in the imperial capital. The Wolf Saint, Sunburner, was hired by the Crown Prince as a teacher for his only son. Although the current Saint Emperor is rich and powerful, and his strength is terrifying, it is impossible for him to pass the throne to the Crown Prince in a short time. But the Crown Prince is the Crown Prince after all. As long as His Majesty the Emperor does not issue an edict one day, the Crown Prince will be the only heir to the St. Luce Empire. Moreover, since the establishment of the Crown Prince, it has never changed. Now the Crown Prince follows His Majesty and learns to handle state affairs. It is difficult for him to change much when he ascends the throne in the future. The Crown Prince has only one son, who worships Sunburner as his teacher. If the Crown Prince ascends the throne and establishes a successor, he is likely to become the Emperor's teacher in the future. The news has been announced. Sunburner's status has risen greatly. His status is transcendent, surpassing a group of imperial nobles, and is no less than that of a minister-level noble. If it was said that he was just afraid of Sunburner's strength before, now it has become all. Maintaining close ties with the royal family has made him one of the people who cannot be provoked in the imperial capital. His reputation has reached an unprecedented height, which makes people awe and shock. In fact, many people are confused. The St. Luce Empire is not short of strong masters. Whether it is a sword master, a magician, a dragon knight, or other professions, there are top ones. There are also several legendary professionals in the Empire. In the eyes of everyone, any one of them should be better than the Wolf Saint. Even the Crown Prince himself has some doubts. Even if he chooses a saint as the teacher of his son, he should not be inferior. However, his father's words dispelled his doubts and he accepted the apprenticeship. This person is unpredictable. I'm afraid he has something to do with the gods. If he has nothing to do with the gods, it would be even more terrifying. In my opinion, within 10 years, this person will definitely be famous all over the continent. He is definitely not ordinary, and it may even take less time. It was the words of the emperor that completely dispelled the concerns of the eldest prince. He knew very well that his father's vision of people was accurate. Since he had such a high evaluation of this wolf saint, it must not be as simple as he imagined. Even his father mentioned that within 10 years, this werewolf would definitely make a sensation on the continent, so it must not be false, which made him more determined to let his son become his apprentice. Since Wolf Saint Bernard was so extraordinary and even unfathomable, even his father could not estimate it, he must be extraordinary. Letting his son become his apprentice would not be wronged by the status of the royal family. They were still speculating that this mysterious wolf Saint Son Bernard was likely to be the messenger of a great god, and the god loved him very much. Not only was he granted divinity, but he was also allowed to use his divine power. Son Bernard did not refuse the request from the royal family and agreed very readily. Although he was not very interested in false fame and power, it was essential to maintain a good relationship with the imperial royal family. Even legendary professionals were subject to the royal family and accepted the empire's recruitment. This was called mutual benefit. Son Bernard was powerful and had a bright future, but he still needed time to grow and needed various precious cultivation resources. Undoubtedly, maintaining this relationship would make it easier for him to gain support. Not to mention, Princess Antina helped him a lot, opening the Imperial Library collection for him, and letting him check various fighting secrets. Moreover, His Majesty the Emperor also provided a lot of help, suppressing the backlash of the nobles, allowing him to master the dragon guarding team faster. Most importantly, the Black Dragon Sword given to him was of great help. With the Dragon Soul imprint of the Saint-level dragon in the Black Dragon Sword, he was able to further deduce the 18 palms of the dragon fighting secrets, almost evolving to the level of the 12th palm, and his realm was only one step away from the Saint power. In addition, the opening of the consciousness space and the sharp increase in mental power are also deduced based on the Dragon Soul imprint. Son Bernard has never been an ungrateful person. Karma is retribution, and the cycle repeats. What's more, the olive branch extended by the royal family is irresistible. In the central tent of the dragon guarding team, the purple fighting spirit is like a burning flame. A figure shuttles flexibly like lightning. When waving, the power is huge, tearing the air, and echoing with dull loud noises. The Emperor's grandson Lester used the fighting code he learned, and the secret skills he learned were also released one by one. The gushing purple fighting spirit flames, like a prairie fire, burned the air, and soon completely wrapped up the space inside the entire tent. It must be said that the St. Luce Empire has stood for 1,000 years and the royal family has been prosperous for a long time. Lester, who was only 16 or 17 years old, was already a gold-level warrior. His moves were continuous, like gushing waves, endless and continuous. Obviously, he has received instruction from a master, and his martial arts skills are superb, his methods are unpredictable, and his understanding of the fighting code is also quite impressive. If he is placed among his peers, Lester is undoubtedly a genius with great talent and extraordinary qualifications. Bang! With a roar, the air in the big tent shook, and a gust of wind whistled out, like a thunderous force, like a hurricane, and the big tent was blown by the wind. Then the purple flames dissipated, revealing a clear figure. He was at most 16 or 17 years old, with fair skin, a pair of bright eyes like stars, a wide mouth and nose, sideburns piercing the sky, and a pair of sword-like eyebrows exuding heroic spirit. Although he was immature, he had a dignified face and a royal demeanor. Lester dispersed the light, his body straight, his demeanor respectful, and bowed upward. Disciple has finished performing, please give me some advice, teacher. He was not a dandy, but a general, gentle and calm, and more majestic than his age should be. The St. Louis Empire's royal family has been prosperous for a long time, and its cultivation of descendants is admirable. Chapter 94. Lester's performance made Sunburner very satisfied. Not only did he show respect for teachers in his attitude, but he also demonstrated all the secrets he learned without reservation. Although Sunburner could not know how many royal books and secrets there were in the imperial court, his powerful mental power could clearly sense Lester's sincere attitude. He did not hide or dodge, but showed it openly. At your age, you are indeed a genius, Sunburner said calmly. Lester blinked. No matter how calm he was still just a teenager after all, and he liked to listen to the praise and compliments of his teachers. However, the next sentence made him open his eyes wide. But in my opinion, your potential has not been fully developed. The excellence you show is only compared to mediocre people. The path you are taking is still planned by your predecessors, and you have not made any breakthroughs or innovations. Of course, this is indeed very difficult for you. Your age and experience, energy and growth have not yet reached the height of creating your own classics. Just a few calm words fell into Lester's ears, but it was like thunder and lightning, and the rolling thunder shook his heart. Because these words, his royal grandfather, His Majesty the Emperor, had told him, and the meaning was exactly the same. Lester admired his grandfather from the bottom of his heart. He controlled hundreds of millions of people, had many brave generals and elite soldiers, and the empire under his rule was becoming increasingly powerful, sweeping across the fields, and no one could stop him. However, when Sunburner said the same words as the person he admired the most, Lester was shocked. His expression became more respectful, and he transferred a trace of admiration to Sunburner invisibly. This change naturally did not escape Sunburner's eyes. In his heart, Lester is essentially a proud person. He has a distinguished status. His grandfather is His Majesty the Emperor, and his father is also the Crown Prince. As his father's only son, he is likely to be in charge of the huge empire in the future. It can be said that he was destined to be the most noble person in the St. Louis Empire since he was born. From childhood to adulthood, people around him are respectful to him and dare not disobey him at all. Unlike other people's superficial external performance, his pride is deep in his heart. He is not a person who can be easily convinced. Sunburner had this feeling from the first sight. A teacher is to teach and solve doubts. Since you have worshipped me as your teacher, I will pave a path for you, Sunburner said calmly. Lester is not a person who trusts others easily, but when this sentence came into his ears, he felt that he completely believed in the person in front of him. Please guide me, teacher. With a more respectful attitude, Lester lowered his posture, completely acting like a disciple who respects his teacher, bowing to the end without hesitation. Stand still. A silver light flashed in the depths of Sunburner's eyes, and his mental power spread out like mercury. A tangible water ripple appeared in the space, gently wrapped around Lester's body, and slowly flowed into his body along the open pores. Lester's body stiffened, as if an invisible big hand was pushing his muscles and touching his bones. Slowly, it was like soaking in a gentle stream of water, gently undulating, shaking his body, penetrating through his skin, and penetrating into it little by little. This world does not attach importance to physical tempering. It is not that there is no physical tempering, but it is a very elementary means, relying only on the treasures of heaven and earth, simple tempering. Instead, it pays more attention to the cultivation of fighting spirit and the comprehension of the Dojian. However, relying on Sunburner's understanding of the Dojian secrets over the years, the body is like a container, and the fighting spirit is the liquid contained in it. The larger the volume, the more liquid it can contain. Therefore, at the same level, the volume of fighting spirit contained in Sunburner's body is far more than that of other masters, even dozens of times, which is also an extremely important reason why he can exert combat power beyond his own level. Of course, like the Danchi cyclone and the second heart, these things are not replicable. Sunburner's path is unique, and it is impossible for another person to walk this path. It is because of the existence of the Danchi cyclone and the second heart that Sunburner has reached an extremely powerful level of physical refinement. Only at the level of Sky Knight can one possess divinity and exert divine power. The level of power involved is far beyond that of masters of the same level, and even the saint power cannot match it. Sunburner did not hesitate to use his spiritual power to explore and examine Lester in order to study his physique, through the different understandings of power in two lives. With the foundation of martial arts, the cultivation of internal martial arts and fighting classics, and the gathering of divinity, he tried to find a way to reclean his marrow with the Yijing, so that his body could be refined to a new level. After a while, Sunburner withdrew his spiritual power, exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes were a little tired, and some beads of sweat hung on his forehead. Even though his spiritual power is comparable to that of a magician at the saint power level, it is still consumed a lot, and he almost didn't finish the examination. Lester stood there silently, motionless. A faint purple flame emerged from his body, which was much more solid and darker than the previous surging purple flame. After being combed by Sunburner's spiritual power, some closed acupuncture points were opened, and the fighting spirit flowed more smoothly. The faint purple flame, like an eggshell, gently wrapped Lester's body, as if giving birth to a new life. The momentum gradually grew, and the aura of the Golden Warrior was pushed to the peak, as if there was a thin membrane between them. With just a finger, he could break through, but the opportunity had not yet arrived. I'm afraid it won't be ready in one day. It seems that the wool still has to come from the sheep. The clear figure was like a phantom, slowly turning into foam. I don't know when Sunburner had left. What a comfortable feeling. This is. As if he had a dream, Lester stretched his body, slightly relaxed his stiff body, and suddenly paused, as if he had discovered something incredible, and couldn't help but exclaimed. As one of the future heirs of the Empire, Lester has trained himself to have the ability to not change color when a mountain collapses in front of him since he was a child. However, at this moment, feeling the huge changes in his body, he couldn't help but exclaimed. I just broke through the Golden Warrior not long ago. I feel like I just slept, but I am about to reach the peak of the Golden Warrior. My fighting spirit has also undergone a round of evolution, containing more powerful power. But why don't I feel anything? Lester knows himself inside and out, and the sudden surge of power in a short period of time has shocked him greatly. Chapter 95. Looking at the deep and shining purple fighting spirit on the palm of his hand, it is like a rising purple sun, emitting a bright and brilliant light, and even the surrounding air is rendered bright purple. I understand why my father and His Majesty the Emperor want me to worship under Master Bernard. This is one reason. Lester thought quietly in his heart, thinking back to the situation at that time, and was extremely shocked. In the imperial capital, the legend of the wolf saint Sunburnard has long been known to everyone. He is powerful, domineering, and tough, especially to the nobles. Lester had already seriously understood his master before. With the realm of Sky Knight, he defeated 2 saint-level black dragons and forced the Frost Holy Dragon to recognize the identity of the highest commander. But now Lester realized that the rumors in the outside world only showed part of the Wolf Saint's strength, and the real strength was hidden. He even felt that once the master burst out with all his strength, even the Emperor would be surprised. The disciple bows to thank the master. Heaven, earth, monarch, parents, and teacher. Although there is no heaven, earth, and human relations, or the 5 principles of human relations in this world, the apprentice still respects the master very much. Lester did not hesitate at all, and bowed to thank him seriously. He stood there with a respectful expression, waiting for Sunburner's instructions. He did not look like a prince or grandson of the emperor, but a real disciple. Waving his hand, Lester walked over and stood in front of a purple gold bronze tripod. There was rolling foam in it, and a stream of hot air was gushing out. He felt a heat wave coming towards him. Sunburner looked serious and took out a jade bottle with the mouth facing down. A drop of golden liquid fell down. A deep fragrance intoxicated people, and they couldn't help but breathe a few more times. Ha! The golden drop fell into the boiling solution, and suddenly a brilliant light appeared. The purple gold bronze tripod shook violently. It was like a pot had exploded. The boiling liquid boiled and soon turned into a pot of golden liquid, floating slowly and rendering the whole sky. "Take off your clothes and jump in." Just as Lester was guessing what the drop of golden liquid was. According to his guess, it was not an ordinary mediocre product, but an extremely precious thing. At this time, the master's voice came to his ears, which surprised him a little. Looking at the steaming purple gold bronze tripod, Lester looked up at the serious expression of the master. He was not joking at all. He gritted his teeth, took off his clothes, and jumped into it. This drop of golden holy dragon's blood is a unique treasure even in the imperial treasury. You acted decisively, but you did not disappoint your father's expectations. Sunburner nodded gently. "Master, you hurt me?" The sound was just like thunder in Lester's ears. Before he could shout it out, it turned into a shrill scream. His skin was torn off piece by piece, and it became a bloody mess. He looked very miserable. In the purple gold bronze tripod, the boiling golden liquid was like boiling magma. The scorching temperature seemed to melt even steel. Lester's body rose and fell, like a boat tossing in a storm, which could capsize and sink at any time. He looked even more miserable. The skin on the surface was like dry bark, falling off piece by piece, leaving only bloody mess. In the boiling golden solution, dark red blood gushed out. The clear and bright golden liquid became more and more turbid. As time passed, the purple gold bronze tripod gushed dirty blood. The strong and foul smell of blood surged behind the big tent, making people nauseous. Sunburner frowned, raised his hand, and a gust of wind dispelled the smell. Lester's screams became thicker. "Master, please get me out of this damn place quickly, I feel like I'm going to die." The screams turned into gushing sound waves, stirring up the air in the big tent. The surging sound set off a huge wave, beating the space, and the fierce storm almost suffocated people. "I think instead of wasting time talking nonsense, you should follow the instructions and seize the time to temper your body. And I don't think your grandfather can take out a second drop of golden dragon's blood," Sunburner said without raising his eyebrows. The Golden Dragon is also known as the three-headed Golden Dragon clan. It is the royal family of the dragon. Its status in the dragon clan is like that of the royal family of the St. Luce Empire. The blood essence in his body is extremely precious. There is only one drop in the royal treasure house that has been passed down for thousands of years. It can be seen how rare it is. Even the black dragon sword held by Sunburner is made from the bones of 8 holy black dragons. It can be regarded as an extremely precious divine weapon, but for many people, its value cannot be compared with the blood essence of the golden holy dragon. The black dragon sword is not useful to everyone, but the blood essence of the golden holy dragon can lay the most solid foundation for a person. If it were not for the purpose of cultivating the future heir of the crown prince, I am afraid that the royal family would not be willing to take it out. If more than 5 drops of blood essence can help me deduce the 12th palm, the energy contained in it is really too little. In fact, when Sunburner first got the blood essence of the golden dragon, he was also a little shocked. The pure energy contained in it, if placed in the previous life, if a person absorbed it, it would be like a Superman. Although it is impossible to reach the level of the Taoist immortals on land, let alone ascend to heaven in broad daylight, it can already change the secrets of certain cell genes in the human body. What I lack most now is opportunity. I have been thinking hard these days. The classics of Taoist sages may be able to help me. The land of heaven and earth breeds treasures, and the land of dragon veins intersects. If I can take advantage of the right time, the right place, and the right people, I may be able to break through my own barriers. Now, Sunburner has firmly established himself as the highest commander of the dragon guarding team, maintains a good relationship with the royal family, and has become the master of the crown prince's only son. His status has soared and his network of contacts has expanded. Just a word can drive a large number of forces to serve oneself. This is what the cultivation of wealth, law, companions and land is like. Such a resource-consuming thing can only be done with the help of powerful forces. The thought passed through his mind and quickly subsided. Sunburner restrained a little and focused his attention on the purple gold bronze tripod again. The gold contained in the liquid penetrated deep into the body, and the bloody surface was gradually stained with golden light, like a layer of repaired golden skin. Lester slowly closed his eyes and breathed steadily according to the breathing technique that Sunburner had taught him. His pores opened, and the gold in the liquid continued to seep into his body. With every breath, dark red blood was secreted from the open pores, just like a blood transfusion. Chapter 96. The liquid in the cauldron was personally selected by Sunburner. Most of them were various precious medicinal materials selected from the royal treasury. According to the ancient recipe, it was smelted little by little to remove the impurities and retain the most essential part. Don't underestimate the liquid in the cauldron. In this world, apart from Sunburner, there is absolutely no one else who can refine it. The properties and effects of various medicinal materials are different. It is definitely not an easy task to eliminate the harm and retain the most effective and precious resources for the human body. The ancient recipes he mastered were all improved by the ancient predecessors over a long period of time, and after countless experiments, they were proven to be harmless to the human body. In addition, Sunburner's own insights were added to it, which had a very huge tolerance for fighting spirit, and it could be said to be a unique precious medicine. The most precious part of this Dingbao medicine should be the development of human potential, refining the impurities accumulated in the body, washing the marrow with Yijing, making the body more compatible, eliminating the harm of the realm barrier. In advance, opening a broad road for practitioners, and being able to improve and advance faster and faster. For example, as long as an ordinary person refines and absorbs this Dingbao medicine, the road to the Golden Warrior realm in the future will become smooth. In other words, at least you can cultivate to the realm of the Golden Warrior, and there is a great chance of breaking through to the Sky Knight. This is because ordinary people have insufficient potential. If they are replaced by geniuses with fighting spirit, the realm will be higher and the space for growth will become wider. Now that this Dingbao medicine has been added with the extremely precious golden dragon essence blood, the potential of practitioners has been developed again, and the future will undoubtedly become broader and more vast. Legend has it that the blood of the royal family comes from the gods, and it seems that the legend is not without reason. Sunburner's eyes flashed with silver light, and the spiritual power flowed into Lester's body like a stream, exploring the transformation of his body by this Dingbao medicine. The effect is surprisingly good, even greater than expected. From Sunburner's current perspective, as the most powerful future heir of the empire on the main material plane, coupled with his own excellent inherited blood power, coupled with the precious medicine fused with the essence and blood of the golden dragon, and constantly exploring the treasures of the flesh, so many favorable conditions are integrated together, Lester's foundation is very solid. The spiritual power saw the internal situation of the flesh. The dark red blood has been replaced by a bright red color, flashing a transparent luster, stained with a faint golden color, and it looks extremely pure, with almost no impurities. This is called moving blood and qi in Chinese martial arts, or simply blood transfusion. The seemingly transparent blood is heavier than lead water, flowing in the body, erupting with terrible power fluctuations, which can better contain doqi, and connect with donqin, so that doqi is integrated into the blood, and it is operated with the Dogen secret book, becoming more terrible. The golden light spots gradually penetrated all parts of the body as the blood circulated, and settled in the bones, muscles, meridians, and internal organs, slowly nourishing the body in a gentle way and stripping away impurities. The whole process was carried out in an orderly and rapid manner. Crash! The inside of the purple gold bronze tripod completely turned into grey, black and red liquid and suddenly exploded. Lester stood up. His body was like a sun rising in the sky, and the dazzling light spread in all directions, dyeing the entire space into a brilliant golden color. His skin was bright and shining, as if it was made of gold. The epidermis was dense, and the tiny gold threads were intertwined, much like fine dragon scales, forming a defense that was even stronger than armor. Compared with the original body, the body seemed to have shrunk a circle, but when Lester shook casually, the air echoed with a dull explosion. Is this the magical effect of body quenching that the master said? Lester raised his head. His purple gold eyes seemed like two pure gems, emitting extremely brilliant divine light, and the depths of his eyes were filled with incomparable horror. As the person involved, no one knew his body better than him. The earth-shaking and drastic changes before and after stepping into the purple gold bronze tripod made him unable to control his shocking emotions, and he was speechless for a long time with horror in his eyes. It was really amazing. Just a pot of precious medicine made from various medicinal materials could bring about a huge change. It was like changing a body. He gently clenched his fist, and an unprecedented terrible force came out, shaking the space. The air wave, like a tide, continued to spread, pushing the air away. Even before he blasted it, Lester felt that this punch could even explode the air. Crossing his legs, his body disappeared in an instant like a phantom. The speed was so fast that the flowing air sounded a whistling sound in Lester's ears, which was really unimaginable. Stronger strength, faster speed, stronger heart, stronger fighting spirit. Lester almost didn't know how to describe his current state. Every aspect he noticed was greatly improved and progressed. Boom! 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 With a flash of his eyes, the space of the big tent trembled violently, and the sound of explosions was endless. Lester's body was like a ghost. He took a step forward, but appeared 7 or 8 meters away. He punched out, the space exploded, and the surging air raised a high air wave. He fell down fiercely and kept shaking. The changing figures were looming in the vibrating air. Lester appeared in various positions in the space like lightning, forming a broken phantom. The terrible power was gushing out. Every punch would bring up a surging wave like a tide, slapping down and making a shocking loud noise. Ouch! A golden light flashed, and Lester suddenly appeared. His body was straight, like a sword out of his body. There were waves of dragon roars. Above the nothingness above his head, a hideous and huge dragon shadow appeared, roaring at the world, and the roar was earth-shattering. In an instant, the noisy world was strangely quiet. Lester exhaled a breath of turbid air, collected his fighting spirit, and the space was still. The chaotic and loud sound waves calmed down. Lester had a look of joy on his face and opened his palm. A ball of purple gold flame hovered above it, changing and evolving, forming a golden dragon shadow, with waves of dragon power. Even my fighting spirit has evolved, and my essence has been greatly improved. It even contains a trace of dragon power. Could it be that the blood essence of the golden dragon has settled in my body, bringing about the change? It is really beyond imagination. It must be said that the shock was too great. Even though Lester was knowledgeable and had a psychological foundation for possible changes, he was still shocked by the huge changes. It was really unimaginable. If there was some psychological resistance at the beginning, Lester was now completely convinced and full of incomparable admiration. The curtain of the big tent was lifted, and a figure walked in. Lester looked extremely respectful and bowed forward to salute. "You have good qualities." It only took 2 days to digest all the essence of the precious medicine. "How do you feel?" The one who came in was naturally Sunburner. He nodded slightly at the dense skin and the body emitting a faint golden light. Chapter 97. Disciple feels better than ever. Lester answered with a face full of surprise, "I feel that compared with before, my body has improved more than doubled. It's all because the precious medicine prepared by the master is too effective." This time, the body was tempered, not only tempered the body, penetrated the meridians, and removed the attached impurities, but also released the energy remaining in the body from the precious heavenly treasures that were taken before. Lester was born in a noble family and took a lot of precious medicines and spiritual herbs since he was a child. The precious energy contained in them circulated in the meridians, greatly accelerating the speed of cultivation, so that he could become a golden warrior at the age of less than 17. However, there is still a small part of the energy gathered in the body, which seems to be harmless, but if all gathered together, it is like a latent bomb. It is not visible at ordinary times, but once it changes due to certain changes, it will be a terrible disaster. Therefore, this body tempering not only opened up the treasure of the flesh and developed the potential contained in it, but also diffused a bomb. Lester turned a disaster into a blessing and increased the speed of promotion by a large margin. Feel the new body well, come back here in 3 days, and I will prepare a set of doja secrets that are completely suitable for your physique at that time. Sun Burner instructed. Lester's body shook, and he looked up with surprise in his eyes. He thought that this was all the teacher had prepared for him, but he didn't expect it was just the beginning. Then, his eyes were full of joy, and he said excitedly, "Teacher, thank you for your trouble. I'll take my leave." Just when he was performing Do Chi just now, he clearly felt that there was some jerky feeling between the Do Chi at a higher level of evolution and the Doja secrets he had been familiar with before. The flow was not smooth, and it seemed that the two were no longer suitable. He was originally going to try to practice other Dojian secrets to adapt to the new strong Dochi in his body more quickly. Unexpectedly, Sunburner was actually going to create a new Dojian secret for him. This favor was too great. Looking at Lester's back as he left, Sunburner's calm eyes revealed a gratified expression. Although the matter was initially just the result of a transaction between the two parties, Lester's various performances later made Sunburner very satisfied. Especially the powerful blood power, and the perfect fusion of the blood essence of the Golden Dragon, also opened a new door for him, which is of great significance to the 18 palms of the dragon he created. Some new ideas can be experimented on Lester, looking for other paths, pioneering and innovating, and then adding foundations and experience to this Dojian secret book. The blood essence of the Golden Dragon has been perfectly integrated into the fighting spirit, and the body contains dragon power. There should be some changes. At first, the blood fusion of the blood essence has mutated and inherited some abilities of the dragon. Sunburner said softly, his eyes slowly closed, and in the depths of the consciousness space, the black and white world suddenly changed dramatically. Ah, a shocking dragon roar suddenly sounded, and a golden dragon rushed out. The huge dragon body was like a vast mountain range, several times larger than a pure-blooded black dragon. The dazzling golden light seemed to be made of gold. The divine light was brighter than the sunlight in the sky, so dazzling that people could hardly open their eyes. A pair of dragon eyes were full of majesty, and the surging dragon might was released, shaking the space of heaven and earth. The Golden Dragon is worthy of being the royal bloodline that rules the dragon clan, and is much more powerful than the pure-blooded black dragon. If it is the completed blood power inheritance of the Golden Dragon, it is difficult to deduce successfully with the current consciousness space. Fortunately, it is only the power contained in a drop of blood essence, which is still very easy to deduce and derive. During the deduction, Sunburner unexpectedly discovered that the blood essence of this Golden Dragon was not the legendary three-headed Golden Dragon, but just a Golden Dragon. But even so, the dragon power contained in the Golden Dragon is still terrible. If it is really the blood essence of the three-headed Golden Dragon, I am afraid it is not something Lester can bear. The three-headed Golden Dragon of the Dragon Royal family should have surpassed the level of legendary professionals and belonged to the peak power of demigods. The blood inheritance it possessed is probably also the purest power of the dragon god. He tried to deduce the power of the completed Golden Dragon bloodline, but it shattered before it could be seen. The consciousness space was violently shaken, and even he was seriously injured. In fact, since the drop of blood essence came into his hand, Sunburner has studied it seriously. The dragon power it exudes is even stronger than that of the five-clawed Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon to which this drop of blood essence belongs is probably at least a legendary professional. Even if it is placed on the main material plane, it is a unique top master. Of course, the five-clawed Golden Dragon evolved from the 18 palms of the dragon subduing, which is enough to be listed on the legendary fighting book list, is still in its growth period. Compared with the dragon clan, it is only a young dragon, but it has begun to compare with the power of the seven-color dragon. It can be said that it has unlimited potential. Moreover, as the fighting book secret book is deduced backward, the five-clawed Golden Dragon will also grow accordingly. It is not too difficult to grow to the height of the golden dragon in the future, and it is even very likely to reach the level of a three-headed golden dragon. The yellow dragon seems powerful, but it has already transformed to the peak. Lester's growth limit has been determined. The five-clawed golden dragon has great potential, which has not been fully developed yet, and the limit of its future growth has not been set. Therefore, it can be said that Sunburner's future prospects are even broader, and he may grow to an unimaginable height. However, if this news is passed back to the royal family, it will definitely cause a sensation. There are only 10 legendary professionals in the entire St. Luce Empire. Even if you search the main material plane, there may not be too many. They are already top masters who can look down on all living beings. Roar! The consciousness space suddenly roared loudly, like a golden lightning that smashed a piece of void and turned into a human body. The appearance is no different from Lester, but the momentum is stronger and the dragon's power is stronger. Standing there, the space is shaking, the air is roaring, and the whistling golden storm seems to wash the world. This is the highest level of Lester deduced by the consciousness space. The dragon's power is shaking the sky, and the shaking momentum is surging in the space, making the world tremble. The marrow-cleansing Yijing allows the drop of golden dragon's blood essence to perfectly merge with the fighting spirit, giving it the power of a dragon. With the dragon-catching hand as the foundation, a set of suitable fighting secrets can be deduced. Bang! The air wave exploded, the golden light flashed, and the consciousness space began to deduce. The Crown Prince's mansion. What did you say? The drop of golden dragon's blood essence has been integrated into your body. Klein, the Crown Prince of the Empire and also Lester's father, suddenly stood up from behind the desk, holding the desk with both hands, and was loudly questioning Chapter 98. I really didn't lie to you. The teacher refined a pot of precious medicine and dropped that drop of blood essence into it. Finally, Lester said innocently. Crown Prince Klein turned from behind the desk, staring into Lester's eyes with lightning-like eyes, releasing the majesty that he had cultivated for a long time. The huge energy contained in that drop of blood essence was so tempting that no one could resist it. Moreover, if the dragon's might could be integrated into the body, it would shock the opponent invisibly, and the power would be even stronger. Not to mention him, even his father, the current emperor, and even the ancestor who first obtained this drop of golden dragon blood essence, had tried every means to integrate this drop of blood essence into the body of his offspring, so as to create a more powerful blood foundation. Unfortunately, the power was too violent, and the blood of their clan was noble. When it collided with the blood of the golden holy dragon, it was easy to produce terrible changes. It was sealed and put aside, and stored as a treasure. As the Crown Prince, Klein was responsible for handling some state affairs and was very busy. He had just read the list of precious medicinal materials that Wolf Saint Son Bernard had taken from the palace treasury. The golden dragon's blood clearly written on it surprised him. When he was about to send someone to warn him not to use it easily, Lester came back and told him that the golden dragon's blood had been integrated into his body. How could he not be surprised? Who? Lester did not answer. His calm body was shining with golden light. A terrifying aura like a tide surged out of his body. A gust of wind blew in the study, and the whistling wind made it almost impossible to open your eyes. Is this dragon power? The dragon power of the golden dragon? The words on his lips turned into a hesitant question, and Klein's pupils widened in the depths of his eyes. The faint golden light was like an indissoluble liquid, spreading over the space. The surging golden ripples spread out with the strong wind. The surging waves released a terrible dragon's might, like a loud dragon roar, shaking the whole room. His son, Lester, was shining with bright golden light, just like a rising sun. The blazing divine light illuminated everything, so bright that he couldn't even open his eyes. Bang! Klein suddenly punched out, hitting his chest, so fast that it pierced through the air, and the sound of breaking through the air echoed in the study. It was a complete physical reaction. Lester's right hand flashed with golden light, like a golden streak, and the surging power gushed out from his palm and hit the attacking fist. The crown prince's body was as still as a rock, while the figure opposite shook a few times, leaned back, and almost fell back. "Father, I..." At the same time, Lester's eyes shrank, and his face was full of panic, trying to explain his behavior, but he didn't know what to say at all, and his expression was stiff. How could he know that his father would suddenly attack? "Very good. Very good." Klein, who almost took a step back, not only did not care, but laughed loudly. He walked over, patted Lester's shoulder, and said loudly, "The Wolf Saint is indeed worthy of his reputation. Before you learned the art, you would definitely not be able to resist this move. In just a few days, you have grown so fast that it has exceeded your father's expectations. Moreover, you have merged the blood essence of the golden dragon, possessed the dragon's might, and your physical strength has become much stronger. Your strength should have reached the peak of the golden warrior." Klein, who seemed to be overjoyed, was shocked in his heart. The problem that the royal family spent a lot of manpower and material resources on but could not solve was solved in the hands of the Wolf Saint Sunburner, allowing Lester to perfectly merge the blood essence of the golden dragon. His body was greatly improved, and he possessed a powerful dragon's might. This ability is really shocking. The already powerful bloodline was integrated with the blood essence of the golden dragon. The improvement of the perfect fusion of the two is not the result of a 1+1 calculation. Undoubtedly, after Lester, the royal family will have a more powerful bloodline, and with the momentum and power of dragon might, it will become even more terrifying. Klein's attitude stabilized the panic and anxiety. Lester could not hide his joy and said, "Father, the master said that he would personally create a secret method for me to match the dragon might I got from the blood of the golden holy dragon." "What?" Faced with this answer, Klein was shocked again. In just a few days, Lester was promoted to a higher level, and the improvement was so great that it made people's scalps numb. And Klein knew very well that although his only son's talent was not bad, it was not as good as his father's. Such a great improvement was definitely the credit of Wolf Saint Sunbernard. The facts were right in front of him. Klein clearly felt that the matter was beyond his control and must be reported to his father. Without any hesitation, he took Lester and rushed to the palace. Half an hour later, after listening to the huge changes in Slater in the past few days, there was silence in the side hall of the palace. "Father is farsighted. I am ashamed of myself." Klein had to admire the vision of the emperor. Even if he was a disciple of a legendary professional, it would be impossible to achieve such a huge achievement in a short period of time. What's more, Wolf Saint Sunburner has laid a solid foundation for Lester. If his potential is developed and the royal family's massive resources are used to cultivate him, it is not certain that he will have another legendary professional. Wolf Saint Sunburner's superb means and great ability are even higher than the best result he expected. Since you have become a disciple of Wolf Saint Sunburner, you need to put yourself in the position of a disciple. The emperor's calm expression exuded a suffocating majesty. The calm voice was transmitted to Lester's ears as if it was a thunderclap, and he said respectfully, "My grandson knows." His Majesty nodded slightly, very satisfied with Lester's attitude. He turned to Crown Prince Klein and ordered, "I heard that Wolf Saint Sunburner is looking for a mysterious place and sent out a natural topographic structure map of such a place. Although I don't know what he does, I guess he has other uses. Go and give this place to him. You will come forward." "I understand." Crown Prince Klein was shocked and replied quickly. He paved the way for Lester to take in the future, which is a favor to the royal family. The royal family will naturally not be ungrateful. Although the place that Sunburner is looking for is difficult to find, with the information and manpower of the empire, it can still be found for him at a cost. It's just right to give it to Wolf Saint Sunburner, which is also a courtesy. His Majesty made a final decision, and then ordered to give a part of the Imperial Royal Secrets and the Imperial Court's fighting cannon to Sunburner, so that he can have a basis and create a completely suitable fighting cannon secret book for Lester. Soon the two knelt and left, and only the figure of His Majesty, the Emperor, was left in the majestic hall. From the depths of his calm eyes, two extremely bright golden lights suddenly shot out, like lasers, piercing through space, making people afraid. Wolf Saint Sunburner, do you serve that god? Otherwise, how could you master such a mysterious way of tempering the body? If your soul had not been free of old fluctuations, I'm afraid you would be regarded as the reincarnation of some old monster. I have to say, I need to re-evaluate. Obviously, this time, tempering Lester's body, perfectly integrating the power of the golden dragon's blood into his blood, and creating a unique fighting secret book, was really surprising to His Majesty, who had experienced many storms. He was optimistic about Sunburner's potential. Within 10 years, a top master would appear on the main material plane. But now it seems that he has realized that he still underestimated the Wolf Saint. He has never seen through this person. The majestic voice rolled up a gust of wind, gushing out, and the hall could not calm down for a long time. Chapter 99. Consciousness Space. The golden dragon roared to the sky, its huge body entrenched like a magnificent mountain, exuding a heavy aura. The projection on the ground turned into a human figure, who was evolving his moves, and his whole body seemed to be bathed in the golden dragon's might. With each punch and palm strike, the surging and vibrating air burst into suffocating and violent waves, and the dragon roared. The transformed golden dragon shadow accompanied the movement and exerted various terrible powers. Each move contained terrible power fluctuations, vibrating the air, concave the space, and the surging power was enough to terrify the Sky Knight. Above the black and white space, Sunburner opened his eyes and looked down at the constantly evolving moves of the human figure. In his deep eyes, there was a terrifying light. As expected of the Emperor who is in charge of the most powerful empire on the main material plane, he is bold and generous in doing things. He even took out the royal secrets and the Imperial Court fighting code. When Crown Prince Klein personally handed over the royal secrets and the Imperial Court fighting code to him, he knew that all the previous things might have been heard by the Emperor. After all, the royal secrets and the Imperial Court fighting code are strictly confidential and cannot be passed on. They have been circulated among the royal family members for generations, and other people are not qualified to see them. The fact that the Crown Prince sent them here shows a lot of things. It must be the Emperor's instructions. In fact, this matter is really beneficial to the royal family. At the level of a golden warrior, Slater tempered his body in a cauldron of precious medicine, and at the same time, he fused the essence of the golden dragon's blood. A part of the golden dragon's blood power settled in his body. In other words, Slater inherited a part of the golden dragon's blood power in the case of his own blood power. Combined with the fighting secrets tailored for him by Wolf Saint Sunburner, and the blood power of the fused golden dragon, it will give rise to a wonderful chemical reaction, and the power will be amazing. The truth is there, and anyone can see it, but as Sunburner said, when the time comes, I am afraid that few people can really make a decision. Is it the Emperor's reward for my work that I can find the place where the dragon veins converge so quickly? Sunburner said lightly, his eyes became deeper, as if they were integrated into the night sky, so vast that it was impossible to see clearly what emotions were hidden in the deepest part. In addition to bringing the royal secrets and the royal court fighting cannon, Crown Prince Klein also brought him a very critical news. Information about the place where the dragon veins converge. This world naturally has no feng shui secret place. If you want to find such a secret place, you must have the participation of forces at the imperial level to find it so quickly. This is the benefit of Sunburner joining the interest group. Otherwise, for him alone, even if he is powerful, it will take more than 10 or 20 years to find it like this, and it depends on luck. This news surprised him a little, and then he regained his calm state of mind. Sunburner already knew what the Emperor wanted to say. He asked Crown Prince Klein to tell him that when this Dojian secret book was perfected, Slater would bring it back to the royal family. Ah! The earth-shaking dragon roar stirred up a storm, and the airwaves spread out and shook in all directions. With the human figure as the center, many golden dragons emerged, roaring ferociously, and the terrible dragon power was released, and even the surrounding space shook violently. A round of golden light suddenly rose from the human figure, bursting out with a strong suction force. The golden dragons, flying in all directions, all converged and merged into the body. All laws return to one, and the Dodian is perfect. With the essence and blood of the golden holy dragon as the foundation and the imperial dragon energy as the law, it will be called the imperial dragon Jin. A dragon shadow rushed out of the body, flew over the sky, and turned into a Dodian. Secret book with 3 large golden words written on it. The Imperial Dragon Code took 10 days to deduce with a powerful consciousness space, combined with Slater's own physique, the martial arts dragon catcher as the foundation, and combined with the royal secrets and the Imperial Court fighting code, to create this Imperial Dragon Code. The dragon guarding team, the garrison tent. In the space, a figure was like lightning, shuttling through the air, and the figure turned into pieces of afterimages. The speed was so fast that it was dazzling. There was no fluctuation of fighting spirit, and it was completely based on the speed level that could be achieved by relying on the physical strength of the person. The figure was like a shuttle, driving the wind, and rolling up gusts of wind. Slater was following the teacher's instructions and getting familiar with his body. After a few days of contact, he was already as good as his arm, and his movements were also handy. He stably controlled the power, unlike the initial discomfort with the surge in power, which crushed a lot of blue bricks and collapsed a lot of chairs. The body is the real treasure you possess. It has unlimited potential. As long as you keep tempering it, you will benefit greatly. A voice sounded softly, and it was clearly heard in the strong wind. The swaying figure paused and bowed in the direction of the voice. Teacher. Lester raised his head, his eyes full of respect and admiration. It was the first time he had seen someone who could be respected by His Majesty the Emperor. Moreover, the earth-shaking changes that had taken place in him also convinced him, and he was sincere and did not contain any falsehood. During this period of practice, I clearly understood the meaning of the teacher's instructions. It turned out that I had always ignored the most important things before. The seemingly rapid progress actually had a lot of hidden dangers. Fortunately, I met the teacher. Slater completely obeyed the instructions without any carelessness. In the process of constantly getting familiar with his body, he suppressed the power of fighting spirit and only exercised his physical strength. In conjunction with the breathing technique taught by Sun Burner, he made great progress. I have seen your growth. You have lived up to the painstaking efforts of your father and grandfather. I am also very satisfied with you. Teacher, I seem to have done something wrong, Lester said hesitantly, with a trace of worry on his face. He seemed not to dare to look up. He lowered his head and said in a very low voice, without the master's consent, I leaked the breathing technique taught by the master. While speaking, Slater quietly looked up and found that Sunburner's expression was as calm as the surface of a lake, without a trace of fluctuation. He spoke hesitantly and stood upright on the side, waiting for the teacher's decision. What I teach you is yours. As for how to use it, you can decide for yourself, Sunburner said. In fact, the breathing technique is just a small skill, just the most common foundation of practice, and there is no need to keep it secret. Moreover, Sunburner should at least express his appreciation for the great gift sent by the royal family, so the breathing technique seems unimportant. Chapter 100. However, Lester's attitude made Sunburner very satisfied. It is obvious that you have not been lazy these days, and your physical strength has been perfectly mastered. Very good, today I will teach you the secret book of the Do Dian, the Imperial Dragon Dian. Is it the Do Dian secret book tailored for me? Lester asked with surprise. The first move of the Imperial Dragon Dian. Roar. A dragon roar suddenly sounded, and a golden dragon appeared above the space, and its ferocious mouth let out a roar that shook the mountain. The echoing sound waves made the air vibrate violently. While Lester was following his teacher and concentrating on practicing the Imperial Dragon Code, a very important piece of news came out of the palace, which instantly set off a sensation in the imperial capital and pushed the prestige of the wolf. Saint Sunburner, who was rising in momentum, to a peak. The edict personally signed by His Majesty the Emperor announced that the son of the Crown Prince became the second heir to the royal family, ranking only after his father. In other words, as long as his father abdicated, Lester would be the emperor of the empire. Generally speaking, the emperor would only determine the next generation of the crown prince, that is, the heir to the royal family. It was rare that even the third generation of the emperor was determined. This was undoubtedly a signal to the outside world that His Majesty the Emperor valued Crown Prince Klein and his son Slater very much, and the future empire would be in the hands of their father and son for a long time. Many great nobles were somewhat confused about this edict. They had no idea why the strong and healthy emperor would be so anxious to confirm the identity of the next generation of emperors. Although Leicester, as the only son of Crown Prince Klein, had a great chance of inheriting the throne in the future. But there had been no clear statement. After all, there was still a long time, and it was not certain what would happen in the middle. However, now a piece of imperial edict has broken everyone's imagination. This is already a done deal. For a large human country like the St. Louis Empire, confirming the crown prince is an extremely serious matter. Unless he commits a serious crime such as disobeying the emperor, it is rare to depose him. The crown prince's mansion suddenly became the most lively place in the imperial city. Countless nobles flocked to the mansion, wanting to meet the crown prince and express their loyalty in person. Everyone with a discerning eye can see that the empire will be in the hands of their father and son for hundreds of years in the future. Many people hope to leave a very good impression on them. It seems that they don't have such an opportunity. The crown prince accompanies the emperor to learn how to handle state affairs, while his son is practicing with Wolf Saint Sunburner. The Dragon Guard is a tightly sealed military camp, and they can't get in at all. Wolf Saint Sunburner. Suddenly, many people found that the highest commander of the Dragon Guard seemed to have greatly improved his status with this imperial edict, surpassing the ministers at once, and maintaining a very close connection with the royal family. It was a foregone conclusion that Slater would become the next crown prince, and Sunburner had undoubtedly become an imperial teacher. His status had undoubtedly been greatly improved, and his noble status surpassed that of most nobles. Perhaps only those founding heroes who accompanied the founding emperor to establish the country could compare with him. For a time, Wolf Saint Sunburner became famous, and many nobles wanted to establish a relationship with him. In the future, they only needed to say a good word in front of the crown prince, which would surely benefit their families. As for those families who had offended him, they suddenly became panic-stricken and prepared generous gifts, wanting to come to the door to make amends. However, Sunburner had lived in the military camp for a long time and outsiders could not contact him. The turmoil in the outside world had nothing to do with Sunburner. On the one hand, while teaching Leicester, on the other hand, he continued to deduce the 12th palm. The central tent of the dragon guarding team. There were bursts of dragon roars, loud noises, and surging thunderous sounds, sweeping around like a storm, startling the entire mountain range. Many flying dragons leapt into the sky in fear. The shock from their blood made them feel awed and uneasy. The flying dragon knight had to comfort his mount and eliminate the uneasy mood of the flying dragon. At the same time, he looked helplessly at the central tent. In the past half-month, this suffocating dragon roar has been heard from it from time to time. Every time it caused the mountains to turbulent, many flying dragons flew into the sky in fear and circled and dared not land. No, this move of golden dragon swinging its tail is performed like this. A golden dragon swooped down, swung its body, and the dragon tail flashing with brilliant golden light bombarded Leicester's body. The whole person flew out horizontally like a shot stone and was loaded into the mountain. Teacher, I am your disciple, not an enemy. Do you have to use such great strength? My body is almost broken apart. Wrapped in golden light, Leicester walked out of the mountain, leaving a large human-shaped hole behind him. The whole person was shining with golden light, exuding a strong momentum. There was no trace of injury, but he complained with dissatisfaction. It is precisely because you are my disciple that I require you to do this strictly. If you were really an enemy, you would not even have a chance to breathe and would have been torn to pieces long ago. Sunburner said calmly, his eyes did not change at all. Remember the key points I just performed, practice 100 times. Ah! Teacher, you are so hateful. Leicester seemed to be overwhelmed and wailed, but he practiced in a disciplined manner. The longer he was in contact with Sunburner, the more Lester could feel that his teacher was a good person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. The seemingly strict requirements made his strength soar in a short period of time. It was not that his realm was improved so quickly, but it made his combat power suddenly increase by several times. He used precious medicine to temper his body, and prepared to create a fighting secret book that was completely suitable for his physique for him. The two complemented each other and greatly improved his strength in a short period of time. Lester even felt that he could easily defeat his previous self now. As the person involved, he felt the most deeply about the improvement in strength. Although he was still at the peak of the Golden Warrior, his strength was now enough to challenge the higher level, and ordinary Sky Knights were not his opponents. Not only that, Sunburner also laid a solid foundation for him, developed his potential, and unlocked his own talents. He also warned him not to rush to improve his realm. The better the foundation, the more potential will be developed. When he breaks through the shackles in the future, the more accumulation he has, and the more unimaginable powerful force he can burst out. In the past half-month, he has followed Sunburner to learn the moves of Imperial Dragon Code. He has been able to master the first few moves and styles, and only the latter moves are also engraved in his mind. According to the teacher, the current realm is not enough to practice them. The most important thing is to lay a solid foundation, develop potential, and leave the breakthrough for the future. The teacher even taught him a method to suppress the realm, suppressing the realm that is about to break through, and delaying the breakthrough. And Grandpa Huang also agreed with Sunburner's theory very much, and warned Lester to listen to the teacher's advice seriously and never think that he is the enemy.